Tianqing World. Deep within the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with the surrounding void faintly distorting. A massive power of will penetrated the numerous spatial layers. Spirit will is a very special power, transcending the physical soul, serving as the most core carrier of life. The main universe human civilization has already implemented a kind of standard quantification for the spirit will. To break through from 7th rank to 8th rank, one must reach a spirit will index of 10,000 points. Of course, this is not absolute. Even with a spirit will index exceeding 10,000, one might still fail to break through to the 8th rank. Conversely, if the spirit will does not reach 10,000, there is still a slim chance of successfully breaking through to the 8th rank. But without a doubt, the stronger the spirit will, the greater its impact on oneself. For instance, a life with a spirit will index of 10 million, even without using any laws or powers, merely a glance, is enough to cause a life with only a spirit will index of 10,000 or 100,000 to collapse. After 300 years of hunting those void creatures, is my current spirit will index 8 million, 9 million, or 10 million? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, unable to precisely determine his own spirit will index. Mainly because relative to 300 years ago, the leap in his spirit will has been too vast, improving by tens or even hundreds of times. Boosting combat power by tens or hundreds of times? Perhaps not difficult, breaking through a great realm, acquiring a powerful secret treasure, or awakening some bloodline talent. All can cause a surge in strength, but for spirit will, there are no shortcuts. Those special beings in the main universe who call themselves ancient gods, after unending eons, generally have quite formidable spirit wills. Even if not 10 million, they usually have several million. Inside a two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan was able to effortlessly crush those 11th rank legendary lives. This was also because starting from the same base level, even the spirit will was reduced. But now, after 300 years of hunting those void creatures, Lin Yuan believes that spirit will is no longer his weakness, and by the end of this traversal, it could become his advantage. After all, of the 600 years of residency time, only half has passed so far. As long as nothing unexpected happens, in the next 300 years, Lin Yuan's spirit will still has room for improvement. However, the stronger the spirit will, the more it boosts when hunting those void creatures. Now, only void creatures comparable to a 9th stage evil god can bring slight growth to my spirit will. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. When he first entered the void secret realm, just casually killing a void creature could drastically increase his spirit will. Void creatures of the 9th stage are still rarely seen. In these 300 years, I have only killed just over 100 of such level. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Moreover, that void secret realm can also be accessed by many other evil gods. In the past 300 years, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit ventured through the void secret realm, and discovered many powerful evil gods. Evil gods that could appear in the void secret realm all started from the peak of the 8th stage, and many were even evil gods of the 9th stage. A 9th stage evil god equates to an 11th rank life, and even a select few special 9th stage evil gods are as troublesome as a 11th rank, 4th or 5th layer evil god. And all the 9th stage evil gods have only one objective, that is to pursue the footsteps of the legendary 10th stage evil gods. It is said that this void secret realm was opened by a venerated 10th stage evil god, and those void creatures came from the gaps between different dimensions outside the boundless void. 10th stage evil god shouldn't be the ultimate form, but slightly stronger than an 11th rank perfection. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Over the years, he also explored some traces related to the 10th stage evil god temple within the void secret realm, getting a rough understanding of its upper limit of strength. The evil gods of this world are indeed peculiar, growing incredibly fast, with immense talent, but very weak in understanding the rules, resulting in an extremely rare population of 9th stage evil gods. Lin Yuan thought silently. The endless void is vast and boundless. The 8th stage evil gods, each void domain has a few, but 9th stage evil gods? Tens of thousands of void domains, millions of void domains might not even birth one? Only within the void secret realm, where numerous powerful evil gods converge, can some 9th stage evil gods be seen. 300 years of stringent cultivation, the tremendous surge in spirit will is just one of the many gains Lin Yuan has reaped. Moreover, Lin Yuan's Taiyan primordial spirit roamed the boundless void, exploring many worlds, and to date, has already dominated 32 worlds. These 32 worlds, 8 are more vast than Tianqing world, the remaining 11 are comparable to Tianqing world, and the last few are somewhat weaker than Tianqing world. In the 32 worlds, all have been seeded by the ancestral demon tree, slowly infiltrating them, while also spreading the martial Tao cultivation system. For an evil god to take over a world, various methods are needed. The worlds would desperately resist. Even if it can't take direct action, it will still give birth to a series of world's child, fate's child, and similar entities. When the ancestral demon tree invaded the Tianqing world, it wasn't smooth sailing either. The Tianqing alliance leader, together with the world's sword, caused considerable trouble for the ancestral demon tree. However, Lin Yuan doesn't need such hassle. Relying on the identity of the Tianqing world's heavenly Tao, and grasping the essence of the world, Lin Yuan can completely infiltrate other worlds unnoticed. Once inside the world, Lin Yuan had full control over its world consciousness at his whim. If he didn't intend to stir up too much commotion and planned to subtly replace the world will, it would have taken some time. The worlds Lin Yuan now governs would likely exceed 32 worlds by several times. Including the beings of Tianqing world, the inhabitants of 33 worlds are all following the martial Tao cultivation evolution path. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. As the founder and opener, he could sense whenever a martial Tao cultivator emerged. At this moment, in the boundless void where martial Tao cultivators represented, a region of luminescence had already formed. Perhaps, the martial Tao cultivators that I've shaped will change the circumstances in the boundless void, breaking the monopoly of the foreign evil god? Lin Yuan silently pondered. Before Lin Yuan's arrival, the foreign evil god was the absolute ruler of this boundless void. As for human cultivators, they were merely appetizers within numerous worlds. The foreign evil god feasted on worlds, and the human cultivators living within those worlds only served to make this food taste better, used by the evil god as an appetizer. Even the world's children and children of destiny born from the world itself have only a slight ability to resist the evil god, depending entirely on the world itself. However, the martial Tao cultivation system has given the beings of this world the possibility to resist the foreign evil god. Of course, this possibility is still invisible. Currently, within the boundless void, the strongest among the martial Tao cultivators has only reached the martial Tao 5th stage. The spatio-temporal fusion rule reaching the 6th realm is indeed difficult. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he slightly shook his head. 300 years ago, Lin Yuan stepped into the 3rd realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules. 280 years ago, the spatio-temporal fusion rules reached the 4th realm. 200 years ago, the spatio-temporal fusion rule ascended to the 5th realm. Over the subsequent 200 years, Lin Yuan's spatio-temporal fusion rule remained at the 5th realm. The 6th realm? At least for now, Lin Yuan saw no hope. Over 100 years, advancing from the dual realm to the 5th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rules, aside from Lin Yuan's own against heaven's understanding, the comprehension from the myriad tribes' powerhouses about the spatio-temporal fusion rules was also a great help. Understand that even for those unique special lives in the main universe, advancing one realm in the spatio-temporal fusion rules could take eons, billions, tens of billions of years. That is under smooth conditions. With slight bottlenecks, the time consumption would be endless. Just take it slowly. How much time has passed now? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The comprehension of spatio-temporal fusion rules at the 5th realm from that group of myriad tribes' powerhouses was no longer of much help to him. Because the limit within that comprehension luminance was the 5th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules. Regarding ascending into the 6th realm, it had to rely entirely on Lin Yuan himself. Normally, the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules is the domain of a supreme being. Fortunately, among the rewards on the 5th layer of the Black Tower, I chose the secret skill, Milky Way, which allowed me to see the direction of the 6th realm. Otherwise, to comprehend the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules below a supreme being, who knows how long it would take. Memories of the secret skill, Milky Way, floated through Lin Yuan's mind. Why is the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules exclusive to supreme beings? It's because it involves the mysteries above the river of time. Only supreme beings can detach from the river of time to hypothesize the various scenes on the shore of that river. This is the foundation for stepping into the sixth realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules. But Lin Yuan still belongs to the long river inner life, without any condition to observe the shore of the river of time, even though the 9 supreme beings of human civilization forcefully brought Lin Yuan to the shore. Due to his own life level, the scenes he observed were extremely narrow, holding little significance. However, the secret skill, Milky Way, illustrates the mysteries of the sixth realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules in another form, allowing Lin Yuan to comprehend the further mysteries and essence of the spatio-temporal fusion rules without having to go ashore. Of course, even so, comprehending the sixth realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules is not an easy task. It requires Lin Yuan to explore slowly. After all, the path he is taking now, no life from the inception of the main universe cosmic epic has ever treaded. The spatio-temporal fusion rule at the fifth realm, my current strongest combat power, should be comparable to a tier 11 fifth-tier powerhouse, right? Lin Yuan assessed himself. The spatio-temporal fusion rule at the fifth realm marks the threshold of the fifth layer tier 11. Currently, aside from his life level still being at 10th rank, Lin Yuan is not weaker in other aspects compared to an 11th rank life. Furthermore, by relying on the 5th physical body divine ability, world, he can completely overpower a tier 11 5th tier powerhouse. The external world formed by divine ability, world, once self-destructed, not even a tier 11 perfection can withstand it. However, this move is the strongest trump card, which Lin Yuan will not use unless absolutely necessary. Merely through the natural suppression by the external world, even a tier 11 fifth tier will feel exceedingly uncomfortable. These 300 years, the harvest has been astonishing. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts 300 years ago. Before undergoing his 10th traversal, Lin Yuan's strongest combat power was merely limited to 11th rank 4th layer. But now, in a normal state, he can suppress the 5th layer, and if he uses his trump card, even a tier 11 perfection would perish. And this is merely over the past 300 years. Moreover, this magnitude of enhancement in strength is based on Lin Yuan still being a 10th rank life. The difficulty is countless times more than from enhancing from 11th rank 4th layer to 11th rank 6th layer. Void Secret Realm. Vast and expansive. After 300 years of exploration, Lin Yuan Taiyang Divine Spirit had ventured deep into the secret realm. In these years, Lin Yuan occasionally acted, slaying void creatures, earning a great reputation among the evil gods, belonging to one of the strongest in the 9th stage evil gods. Many evil gods conferred the title, Taiyang Divine Master, upon Lin Yuan. Whenever Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit made a move, immense flames would incinerate everything, which is a trait inherent to the Taiyang Divine Spirit. If it were the Taiyan Primordial Spirit acting, it would be an endless bitter cold freezing everything. It's not that the Taiyan Primordial Spirit lacks other means, but this method is the most convenient and powerful, and closest to his own great Tao. It has been a long time since I encountered a 9th stage void creature. Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit traversed the high skies of the void secret realm, initially cautious upon entering, hiding among many spatial layers to avoid detection by powerful void creatures as much as possible. But now, Lin Yuan wished other void creatures would discover him. Master, 9th stage void creatures are incredibly rare, it's normal not to encounter them, immediately said the Lord of the Three Yin nearby. The Lord of the Three Yin, ruled by Lin Yuan in the Tianqing world's void domain. After Lin Yuan suppressed the Black Demon Pavilion Master and 4 evil gods, the Lord of the Three Yin became aware of it. The Lord of the Three Yin realized that Lin Yuan was not to be trifled with and ordered other evil gods to steer clear of the sector containing Tianqing world. However, 290 years ago, the Lord of the Three Yin could no longer resist, wanting to get close to Tianqing world to see the mysterious powerful being who had silently made the Black Demon Pavilion Master and 4 evil gods disappear. The idea of the Lord of the Three Yin was simple, merely to glance from afar, never to approach closely, and to immediately retreat at any sign of anomaly. Being a peak 8th stage evil god themselves, under such caution, even a regular 9th stage evil god would have few options. But what the Lord of the Three Yin encountered was Lin Yuan. Just when Lin Yuan's Taiyan Primordial Spirit returned, Wanting to collect some demon tree seeds, he encountered the skulking Lord of the Three Yin and casually brought them back. After a soul search and interrogation, Lin Yuan learned that the Lord of the Three Yin had access to the Void Secret Realm and was very familiar with it, so he subdued the Lord of the Three Yin. Of course, Lin Yuan's subduing of the Lord of the Three Yin was not superficial but the kind where a single thought could decide life or death. It is so. Lin Yuan nodded. Now for Lin Yuan, void creatures below the 9th stage barely enhance his spirit will. Lin Yuan's spirit will is too strong, even if not reaching 10 million points, it's not much less, hence, upgrading is naturally not easy. While Lin Yuan and the Lord of the Three Yin wandered aimlessly in the depths of the Void Secret Realm, a terrifying aura suddenly burst from an extremely distant place. Boom! A horrendous fluctuations disrupted the spatial temporal order, sweeping toward all directions. This fluctuation? Are several 9th stage evil gods battling? Or is it a fight with like-ranked void creatures? Lin Yuan thought to himself, feeling that there was more than one 9th stage void creature's aura fluctuation. So powerful. The Lord of the Three Yin trembled inwardly. Were it not for following Lin Yuan, with its strength, it could not have reached the depths of the Void Secret Realm. Here, in a long enough duration, they were bound to encounter 9th stage evil gods. Or 9th stage void creatures. Let's go. Lin Yuan's mind flickered, disappearing on the spot, heading towards the source of the aura fluctuation. Where is the master? The Lord of the Three Yin, after finding Lin Yuan gone, also gritted its teeth and chased toward the source of the aura fluctuation. This is a lair nearly 1 billion miles in size, originally hidden deep in layers of space and time, now exposed as the external spatial temporal maze was torn open, revealing the whole nest. Threads of horrifying aura emanated. Outside the lair stood 6 massive figures. Inside the lair, there were similarly terrifying auras lurking, with nearly 10 breaths confronting the 6 massive figures outside. During the standoff, they subtly clashed across spatial boundaries, causing spatial fluctuations that spread to distant places. The void creatures within this nest have all reached the 9th stage, and there are exactly 9 of them, not easy to handle. One of the 6 massive figures outside resembling an 8-tentacled octopus like terrible evil god sent a mental wave. How much will our spirit will increase if we kill these 9 9th stage void creatures? A gray serpent like evil god roared. 8-handed lord, are you thinking of giving up? Among 9th stage evil gods, they are addressed as Divine Master. As such, this 8-tentacled octopus evil god was called the 8-handed lord, and the gray serpent evil god was known as the heavenly python Divine Master. Give up? I certainly will not, but it was only a matter of not being able to defeat. The difference in strength between them was not considerable. Originally, it was 6 against 9. 8-Claw Sovereign and Heavenly Python Divine Master were already at a disadvantage, let alone taking the initiative to attack the opponent's nest. A large portion of 7th-rank evil gods cannot maintain their sanity at all times, but 9th-rank evil gods, with their strong spirit will, do not have this flaw. Each 9th-rank evil god, in the human world, would be considered a profoundly wise man. We can just wait here. Heavenly Python Divine Master spoke. The temporal and spatial fluctuations emitted by this nest will surely attract other 9th-rank evil gods. By then, we can join forces, gather the power of the approaching evil gods, and when the time is right, we can storm the nest. Of course, we 6, belonging to the same alliance, should cooperate to eliminate other evil gods once we breach the nest. Heavenly Python Divine Master added. Upon saying this, the other demonic Divine Masters slightly nodded. With the power of these 6 Divine Masters, there is indeed a great risk of storming into the void creature nest. But what if it is 10 demonic Divine Masters, 20 demonic Divine Masters? At that time, they could forcefully enter the nest, and once they managed to suppress the void creatures inside, the 6 of them would then join forces to deal with the other demonic Divine Masters. Indeed, demonic Divine Masters do occasionally form alliances, but if there isn't sufficient trust, they would definitely be wary of each other and act independently. Yet, these 6 demonic Divine Masters, with prior preparations, could easily temporarily expel those evil gods. Then, they would have ample time to eliminate the 9 void creatures. Time passed. As the aura of the nest dispersed, more and more demonic Divine Masters approached. And with the active suggestion of the heavenly python divine master and eight-handed lord, the approaching demonic divine masters all agreed to wait for more demonic divine masters before storming the nest. Anyone who could become a demonic divine master was no fool and understood well that relying on one's own power alone was hardly enough to tackle the 9 same-rank void creatures inside the nest. Only by joining forces could they divide up the 9 void creatures in the nest. Of course, the 9 void creatures would not be enough for these demonic divine masters to divide among themselves. But now was not the time to consider that. The eyes of the demonic divine masters flickered, looking at the distant colossal nest, wondering about something. Almost enough. There are already 19 demonic divine masters. Just one more, and we can jointly attack. Heavenly Python divine master looked around and spoke. Waiting until 20 demonic divine masters gathered to storm the nest was their initial plan. 20 demonic divine masters, minus these 6, would be 14, no more, no less. More than 14 would be too many variables. Even if these 6 demonic divine masters joined forces, they could not be sure of expulsion, and they might end up having to entice others to join them in splitting the void creatures. As for fewer than 14 demonic divine masters, they would seem rather weak against the 9 void creatures possessing home field advantage, and they could not take down the nest in a short time. If it dragged on, attracting more demonic divine masters to gather, and they were still battling the void creatures inside the nest, there would be even more variables. It might even end up with others stealing the opportunity. Thus, gathering 20 demonic divine masters was the goal, not one more or less. Outside the nest, 19 demonic divine masters stood, waiting for the 20th demonic divine master to arrive. As Heavenly Python divine master observed the nest, he also released his perception, feeling out whether any demonic divine master was approaching. Suddenly, just then, within the range of Heavenly Python divine master's perception, a terrifying aura appeared, like a frighteningly bright sun, swiftly approaching them. Another demonic divine master is coming. Such a scorching aura? Who could it be? There are only so many demonic divine masters in the void secret realm. Who is this? The 19 demonic divine masters immediately looked towards the rapidly approaching figure. From the build, this figure was incredibly small, appearing like dust compared to their own colossal forms as demonic divine masters. But the demonic divine masters on the field showed no hint of underestimation, as the aura released by the other had already proved everything. Although evil gods are generally huge, there are also those few of small stature. It's Taiyang Divine Master. Taiyang Divine Master, the one who emerged in the past 300 to 500 years. It is said that this divine master's power is formidable. Among the 9th-ranked demonic divine masters, he is quite famous. Immediately a demonic divine master who recognized Lin Yuan spoke hurriedly. Taiyang Divine Master? Good. With this divine master joining, our assurance of storming the nest will be greater. Heavenly Python divine master's spirits lifted, ready to share the split of the void creatures with Taiyang divine master if they could suppress the 9 void creatures inside at the fastest speed. Rumbling. Lin Yuan swiftly arrived before the nest, glancing at the 19 demonic divine masters standing not far from the nest. Forget it, the void creatures are more important. Lin Yuan then turned his gaze towards the nest in front of him. Taiyang Divine Master. Heavenly Python Divine Master immediately transmitted to Lin Yuan. I wonder if Taiyang Divine Master would be interested in joining us. Inside this nest are 9 Divine Master level void creatures. By yourself, it might be difficult. Heavenly Python Divine Master immediately explained the plan to collaborate, even promising that as long as Taiyang Divine Master followed commands, he would at least get a share of 1 void creature at the end. The other demonic Divine Masters looked at Lin Yuan, ready to join forces and attack the nest as soon as Taiyang Divine Master agreed. However, the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of all demonic Divine Masters, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly began to surge, transforming into a colossal giant reaching thousands of miles high, lifting his right hand and grasping directly towards the depths of the nest. Boom, rumble. Terrifying aura vibrated continuously. This nest, as the lair of void creatures, was bound to be fraught with peril, but under Lin Yuan's grasp, time and space whirled, everything was being annihilated. This, the Heavenly Python Divine Master, who was originally waiting for Lin Yuan to recover, fell silent, its heart trembling slightly as it beheld Lin Yuan's towering form, as though he were heaven and earth. Although among the demonic divine masters, combat power does not directly correlate with size, the boundless aura emanating from Lin Yuan's million-mile figure was making the heavenly python divine master's scalp tingle. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's grasp, the vast nest began to collapse from its foundation, further showcasing Lin Yuan's terrifying strength. The other demonic divine masters witnessed this scene, their mouths agape in awe. They had to painstakingly plan to gather 20 divine masters to be confident of invading the void creature nest. But Lin Yuan pierced through it with one hand? Boom, rumble. The void creature nest continued to collapse unceasingly, Lin Yuan's arm that reached and kept going deeper until at a certain moment, it finally stopped. And at this time, it was as if the entire nest erupted in fury, horrific power surged into Lin Yuan's arm that reached in, but with a flash of Zanhuang light, everything was pacified and annihilated. Silence. 19 demonic divine masters watched this scene in shock. The trembling of the void creature nest just now was obviously a strike that gathered all its strength, but, evidently, it was easily blocked by the Taiyang divine master. Blocked with incredible ease. Just what kind of power does this Taiyang divine master possess? This Taiyang divine master, who rose to power in just 300 to 500 years, how can his strength be so formidable? Too terrifying. The demonic divine masters trembled in their hearts. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of all the demonic divine masters, Lin Yuan's arm that stretched deep into the nest retracted, and soon completely withdrew from the nest. And at this time, the demonic divine masters only noticed that Lin Yuan's right hand was already grasping 2 void creatures. These 2 void creatures were struggling desperately. The aura they emitted was not the least bit inferior to the many demonic divine masters present, but Lin Yuan's fingers were like a cage of time and space, sealing both void creatures completely within. Then, with a gentle squeeze of Lin Yuan's right hand, both void creatures were annihilated, their forms ethereal. An invisible force entered Lin Yuan's body, enhancing his spirit will. Next, Lin Yuan's right hand delved into the nest again. When it withdrew again, between his fingers were 3 more void creatures. Then crushed. In the blink of an eye, 6 void creatures had died by Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan's right hand stretched into the nest again, and when it retracted, it similarly held 3 void creatures. Powerful enough to make the demonic divine masters wary, the void creatures were like little chicks between Lin Yuan's fingers, crushed whenever he wished. Is that a void creature monarch? The heavenly python divine master immediately noticed that among the void creatures Lin Yuan brought back the 3rd time, one of them had a faint golden hue. The void creature monarch is the king of all void creatures, possessing the ability to command other void creatures. Similarly, the king of void creatures, once killed, the boost to spirit will is terrifyingly significant, equivalent to dozens of the same rank void creatures. Discovering the void creature monarch in Lin Yuan's palm, the eyes of other demonic divine masters turned a bit red, but thinking about the strength Lin Yuan displayed, none of them dared to step forward, their gazes continuously turning towards the heavenly python divine master. Taiyang divine master. Seeing this, the heavenly python divine master mustered his courage and immediately spoke. This nest was first discovered by USA. Whoosh! The words of heavenly python divine master propagated through space and time, vast and mighty. At this moment, Lin Yuan was examining the void creature monarch in his palm. This was his first encounter with a king of void creatures, and it was a 9th stage void creature king. Hearing the heavenly python divine master's inquiry, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze, glancing at the heavenly python divine master. The heavenly python divine master immediately felt his scalp explode. Lin Yuan's gaze seemed to set him on fire. A terrifying spirit will, like a blazing fire that consumed everything, continuously assaulted him. Immediately, the heavenly python divine master continued. But since you, Taiyang divine master, have come, this nest is yours. We will retreat, we will back off right away. Before he could finish speaking, the heavenly python divine master fled like a beaten dog to the distance. The remaining 18 demonic divine masters, likewise, quickly distanced themselves from Lin Yuan. These 19 demonic divine masters, daring to gather together, was because their strengths were not too disparate, none having the capability to kill any divine master. But Lin Yuan? With Lin Yuan's ability to extract 3 or 4 ninth-stage void creatures with one hand, the present demonic divine masters did not doubt that he had the means to kill an ordinary demonic divine master. Originally, the many divine masters had hoped that the heavenly python divine master would represent them, nearly 20 master demons, and perhaps make the Taiyang divine master warier. At least to share a few ordinary void creatures. The Taiyang divine master eats meat, they also wanted to sip the broth. But witnessing Taiyang divine master's performance, where would these divine masters dare to linger? If they don't run now, do they wait for Taiyang divine master to completely deal with the void creature monarch, then free up his hands to deal with them? They're really quick at escaping. Lin Yuan glanced at the 19 demonic divine masters, who were frantically fleeing into the distance. He wasn't too concerned. Most of his attention was focused on the 3 void creatures inside the cage in his right palm. More precisely, on the void creature monarch whose body was shimmering with gold. The other 2 void creatures didn't restrain Lin Yuan's power much. It was mainly that void creature monarch. This void creature monarch was extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary demonic divine masters. Had Lin Yuan not arrived in time, and had nearly 20 masters such as the heavenly python divine master and the 8-handed lord, who depended on their numerical advantage, entered the void creature nest, it is likely they would have been entirely obliterated. This void creature monarch was entirely concealing its strength, presenting a false appearance to those 19 demonic divine masters that it could be dealt with. Just waiting for the demonic divine masters to come in, to capture them all in one sweep. The heavenly python divine master and other demons thought themselves the hunters, little knowing they had already become the prey of the void creatures. After Lin Yuan's appearance, this void creature monarch faintly felt that something was awry. So it wanted to flee ahead of time. As a result, Lin Yuan took action directly, and his third claw dragged it out. That's also why Lin Yuan didn't bother with those 19 demonic divine masters. A slight delay might have allowed this void creature monarch to escape. Interesting. Not low in wisdom, either. Lin Yuan examined the void creature monarch in his palm with interest. From the outside, this void creature monarch looked weak, tightly bound within Lin Yuan's palm. But from the perspective of this monarch, it was in the midst of a vast and limitless void, like a slightly smaller version of the void secret realm, immensely vast. Any attacks or struggles from the void creature monarch could not break free from this colossal void. After reaching the 5-layered realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules, Lin Yuan can, if he so wishes, temporarily condense a relatively complete spacetime. This was also one of the means for him to completely rid himself of the constraints of the river of time when striking for the ultimate at the 11th rank peak. It's about time. Moments later, the power of spacetime turned into the power of oblivion. The 2 void creatures next to the void creature monarch rapidly dissipated into nothingness, and lastly, the golden void creature monarch also began to disintegrate. Ah! How comfortable! Killing a void creature of the 9th stage brought about a significant increase in Lin Yuan's spirit will. Having continuously killed 8 9th stage void creatures, Lin Yuan's overall increase in spirit will had grown by at least 20%. That is to say, his original spirit will index of 10 million points has now increased to at least 12 million points. A significant increase, but within Lin Yuan's expectations. However, when that golden void creature monarch died, the power it turned into doubled Lin Yuan's spirit will index almost instantly. Lin Yuan's spirit will index shot up to 20 million points. You must know, the higher the spirit will index, the more difficult it is to improve, going from 10 million to 12 million points. Compared to going from 12 million to 14 million points, although both are an increase of 2 million points. The difficulty is entirely different. Let alone Lin Yuan's increase from 12 million straight to 20 million points. This shows how formidable the golden void creature monarch was. The stronger the void creature killed, the higher the surge in spirit will strength. A spirit will index of 20 million points, even in the main universe, would be rare among those below the 12th rank, wouldn't it? Even those special beings born with the opening of the universe and surviving until now, their spirit will indexes are probably just over 10 million, as for 20 million? Difficult, difficult, difficult. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Without the endless void creatures of the void secret realm, it's uncertain how long it would have taken for his spirit will to reach its current level. According to the classification of the spirit will by the 10,000 universe races powerhouses, a spirit will index of 18 million points is the limit for tier 11 life. Exceeding 18 million points, it enters the 12th rank domain. It is a height only supreme beings can reach. Supreme beings who have escaped the river of time had their spirit will honed by the shore aura, far exceeding 18 million points. Unexpectedly, the first ability of mind to reach the threshold of the 12th rank level is the spirit will? Lin Yuan felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Before undertaking the 10th traversal, he had always thought it would be the spatio-temporal fusion rule. With the comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule by the myriad tribes powerhouses, coupled with his against heaven's understanding, even if he didn't reach the 6th realm this time, when he returned, there was a great hope of crossing into it. If it wasn't for the spatio-temporal fusion rules, then it would be another pillar-level fusion rule. During his journey to the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan became the final winner and gained everything from the myriad tribes powerhouses, not just the understanding of spatio-temporal fusion rule, but also many other fusion rule comprehendings. The understanding of spatio-temporal fusion rule was just refined and easily absorbed by the white paper, senior. Besides the spatio-temporal fusion rule, Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule, great destruction rule, and other pillar-level fusion rules had reached the 6th realm. Generally speaking, the 7th realm is the domain that only supreme beings can comprehend for such pillar-level fusion rules. But, with my current mental will index, even if I kill a 9th stage void creature, it won't be of much help to me. Could it be that in the future, I'll have to seek out a void creature monarch? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Void creature monarch? In his more than 300 years of roaming the void secret realm, Lin Yuan had only encountered one. The rest of the time, it was just hearsay. For the majority of demonic divine masters, encountering a void creature monarch is not a good thing. For example, this time, if Lin Yuan had not come, the outcome for those 19 demonic divine masters was almost certain. The stronger the spirit will, the greater the combat power that can be unleashed and the better the soul defense that can be realized. In summary, the level of spirit will has a wide-ranging impact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In battles with peers of the same tier, it's not too bad if the spirit wills are not much different. But if there is a significant gap, under the premise of similar underlying strengths, the mere instant of contact and clash of spirit wills would cause the weaker side to be suppressed. If the gap in spirit will is very substantial, there would be no need even to fight. A single glance could defeat the enemy. With Lin Yuan's current 20 million points in the mental will index, if he harbors the intent to kill, it would take just one look to deal with lives below tier 11. Compared to material attacks, the oppression from spirit will in terms of soul attacks is more intangible. A mere segment of a supreme being's body, even separated by the virtual world, could drive countless middle and low tier evolvers mad. The current Lin Yuan might not overall be in the domain of the supreme beings, but at least in the aspect of spirit will, he is already close to being comparable. However, these void creatures. Lin Yuan's gaze grew solemn as he looked at the void secret realm before him. 300 years ago, at the third realm of fusion of time and space, Lin Yuan entered the void secret realm through a scroll artifact. He did not understand much about the formation of this secret realm, only knowing that whoever opened this secret realm had spatio-temporal fusion rule achievements of at least the 6th realm. But now, Lin Yuan's fusion of time and space has reached the 5th realm. Even though he still falls short of the mystic realm founder's realm, he could see some essence of the void secret realm before him. In Lin Yuan's vision, the so-called void secret realm was just a net in the boundless void. And the void creatures are lives from outside of the boundless void, that is, from the dimension gap. In theory, these gap beings absolutely cannot enter dimensions like the boundless void. But because of the net of the void secret realm, it allows these gap beings a chance to enter. Once they do, they're trapped like fish on a chopping board, unable to escape. The fate waiting for those gap beings is either to struggle for survival or to be killed by demonic divine masters and become nourishment for promotion. Impressive. Lin Yuan praised inwardly. Such methods were secondary. What was truly remarkable was the attraction and imprisonment of dimension gap beings. providing many demonic divine masters with kills, fostering the foundation for the rise of the demonic powers in the boundless void. In a sense, Lin Yuan was also a beneficiary. Life within dimensions and life outside dimensions have completely opposite essences. They can complement each other. Demonic divine masters can gain an increase in spirit will by killing void creatures. If those void creatures can kill demonic divine masters, they too would receive some sort of enhancement. However, because the void secret realm is within the boundless void, and the demonic divine masters are endless, it has led to the rampant slaughter of void creatures. Lin Yuan pondered silently, while Lin Yuan was contemplating. The Lord of the Three Yin approached hastily. Master, Master. The Lord of the Three Yin was terrified, since the aura emitting from here was too horrific, as well as the sight of demonic divine masters fleeing like stray dogs. What? Upon arriving, the Lord of the Three Yin immediately noticed the enormous nest in the distance, and the dark, crudely aggressive entrance of the hole. The entire nest was nearly penetrated by this hole. Even though the Lord of the Three Yin did not know how the hole formed, he could vaguely sense the terrifying traces left on it. It was as if an unparalleled giant reached out his right hand towards this giant nest, obliterating all resistance in its path. The more it observed, the more the Lord of the Three Yin trembled. And now, only Lin Yuan was left on the field. The rest of the demonic divine masters had all fled. This also suggested that Lin Yuan's power must surpass those of the demonic divine masters. Let's go. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and then headed in a different direction. Since all the void creatures had been killed, this place held no further value for Lin Yuan, so naturally, he would not stay. Elsewhere in the void secret realm, the eight-handed Lord and the heavenly Python divine master regrouped. The 19 demonic divine masters scattered in their escape. Seeing that the Taiyang divine master did not pursue them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the heavenly Python divine master, who had directly experienced a glimpse of Lin Yuan's pressure akin to the collapse of the void. Originally prepared with various excuses, planning to somewhat coerce, using the 19 demonic divine masters, he did not hesitate to bow and quicken his retreat. Heavenly Python, what exactly happened? Why were you so cowardly at the end? The eight-handed Lord said with some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the heavenly Python divine master taking the lead in fleeing, their 18 demonic divine masters wouldn't have dispersed so quickly. They could have held on for a while longer. The eight-handed Lord could tell that the Taiyang divine master, in order to suppress the three void creatures in his palm, likely did not have the capacity to deal with others, which should have been their opportunity. Weak, heavenly Python divine master remained silent. If one were to disregard the genuine and undeniable pressure he was facing, his behavior indeed seemed cowardly. I'm not weak, but if I weren't, I would be dead. Heavenly Python divine master stated bluntly. The senses of demonic divine masters are always sharp, especially those who have grown to be ninth-stage evil gods. In the moment he faced Lin Yuan's sidelong glance, Heavenly Python divine master truly felt the threat of complete annihilation. Otherwise, why would he, Heavenly Python divine master, have acted in such a manner? Would die? Eight-handed Lord's expression became slightly solemn. He had known Heavenly Python divine master for a long time and was aware that the latter would never exaggerate when it came to serious matters. That Taiyang divine master, so powerful, eight-handed Lord found it hard to believe. Any demonic divine master who wanted to grow stronger needed countless years, during which time they would inevitably come into contact with other demonic divine masters. But this Taiyang divine master from the first time he showed up until now has only been 300 to 500 years. 300 to 500 years? Not to mention demonic divine masters, even 6th stage and 7th stage evil gods. That's but a brief moment in time. He must have grown to be a 9th stage perfection Lord. Heavenly Python divine master said gravely, 9th stage perfection? Eight-handed Lord felt a suffocation. In the vast boundless void, because of the existence of void secret realms, there were still some 9th stage evil gods. But a Lord who had grown to 9th stage perfection was exceedingly rare. Such a Lord had the power to kill ordinary lords. For them, becoming a 10th stage evil god is the ultimate goal. In the vast endless void, those who could be counted as 9th stage perfection lords were few, no more than 100. What should we do now? Eight-handed Lord couldn't help but ask. He had not realized the situation was so grave. They, the lords present, had actually faced off against a ninth-stage perfection lord. What do we do? Heavenly Python Divine Master glanced at Eight-Handed Lord. What can we do? If we encounter Taiyang Divine Master in the future, we must stay far away. Yes, stay far away. Eight-Handed Lord was shocked and quickly agreed. Among ordinary demonic Divine Masters, even if there is a gap in strength, it's not astronomical. At most, one would just withdraw in defeat. But a ninth-stage perfection lord could utterly kill an ordinary lord. The implications were different. Among evil gods, it's survival of the fittest. Even reaching the ninth rank, consuming one's own kind offers little benefit. Yet some demonic divine masters simply enjoyed devouring their own kind. The scene outside the void creature nest was witnessed by no less than 19 demonic divine masters. This consequently caused the strength of Taiyang Divine Master to spread swiftly among the demonic Divine Masters. Especially concerning a potential ninth-stage perfection lord, the many demonic Divine Masters were naturally highly concerned and sensitive to information about Taiyang Divine Master. Taiyang Divine Master, this strong? There are 9 ninth-rank void creatures inside that void creature nest? And one of them is a monarch among void creatures? It's a trap, definitely a trap. That void creature monarch is almost certainly close to ninth stage perfection. Coupled with the home field advantage, as long as you dare to storm in, you're sure to suffer heavy casualties, and there's a very high chance your entire force will be annihilated. As word spread, many details about the void creature nest, including the appearance and size of the void creature monarch, were disclosed, causing a scare among some demonic divine masters. The conclusions drawn were even more startling to the many demonic divine masters. Almost ninth stage perfection void creature monarch, simply plucked out from the depths of the nest by Taiyang Divine Master, unable to resist? This Taiyang Divine Master's strength, it isn't just suspected to be ninth stage perfection, it's definite ninth stage perfection. Apart from a ninth stage perfection evil god, who else could treat a void creature monarch close to ninth stage perfection as a mere plaything? One demonic divine master after another grew pale, especially Heavenly Python Divine Master, Eight-Handed Lord, and the other 19 lords present, who were exceedingly frightened. Strictly speaking, Taiyang Divine Master was also their savior? Inside the void secret realm, as well as many discussions among the demonic divine masters in the vast boundless void, put Taiyang Divine Master at the center of a storm. But this was within Lin Yuan's expectations. With his increasing strength and the growing number of void creatures he killed, exposing his true strength was inevitable. Presently, Lin Yuan had combat power at the peak of the boundless void. He was almost fearless, so these things did not concern him. Besides, currently at the center of the storm was only the Taiyan primordial spirit. Should there be any real problems, it would be Taiyang Divine Spirit's concern. A mere primordial spirit, even if fallen, Lin Yuan could swiftly recondense it. The 44th world. In the dark void, Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit silently merged into a world, planting the demon tree seed deep into the earth. In over 300 years, Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit had occupied world after world, spreading the martial Dao cultivation system to use as his major martial Dao bastions in this dimension. Only, my actions of occupying worlds have already drawn the notice of many evil gods, and even some lords. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. For evil gods, worlds are food, and after occupying a world, even if not immediately consumed, it's impossible to do as Lin Yuan does. Actively protecting the creatures within and even spreading a cultivation system. Such unusual behavior, hard to hide from evil gods, some of which have special abilities that allow peering into the scenes within worlds. As a result, in recent decades, the worlds occupied by Lin Yuan often suffered interference and even attacks from other evil gods. Fortunately, my spirit will has grown strong enough to simultaneously maintain the combat power of multiple incarnations. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. An incarnation is not an avatar. Maintaining the combat power of an incarnation requires a sufficiently strong spirit will. Lin Yuan's spirit will reached 20 million points, and even before killing a void creature monarch, it had surpassed 10 million points, thus he was able to maintain incarnational combat power at a decent level. Additionally, taking advantage of the inner world's demon trees that bred physical bodies, Even though for a short duration, it couldn't be as perfect as the martial ancestor golden body. But it's comparable to an evil god's physical body, imbuing a thread of spirit will to form an incarnation, leveraging home field advantages. He also fended off the probes of evil gods one by one. Without these incarnations holding fort, relying on Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit alone, even though the Taiyin primordial spirit is powerful, distant water cannot quench near fire. It could only protect a few nearby worlds at most. I want to spread the martial Tao cultivation system. I must protect the beings within these worlds, and those beings are the food for evil gods. Those powerful evil gods can't possibly watch their food growing strong. Lin Yuan thought to himself, with the power exhibited by Taiyin primordial spirit, let alone occupying 40 worlds, even 400 or 1,000, no evil god would dare object. In the boundless void, evil gods are the absolute dominions, and among evil gods, it's the survival of the fittest, the strong dominate everything. But after Lin Yuan occupied worlds, instead of devouring food, he cultivated them, which puzzled and even infuriated many evil gods. This led to many subsequent probings. If these evil gods know, I am not an evil god myself but a life nurtured by the worlds, probably it will no longer be probing but a desperate attempt to eradicate. Lin Yuan secretly thought. Currently, Lin Yuan's martial ancestor golden body, bred from the origin source of Tianqing world, is fundamentally different from those evil gods' life forms. However, the Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit originate from illusory spirit bodies, even if utilizing illusory reality to turn illusion into reality. But it transcends the physical body, somewhat similar to evil gods' lives, which is why they are thought to be the same ilk of evil gods. Slowly does it. Just by dragging it out, I will definitely win. Lin Yuan was not at all flustered. With against heaven's understanding, he grew stronger every moment. By buying time, he could securely stand till the end. Once my fusion of time and space rules reach the 6th realm, I will become the strongest in the boundless void, reaching the level of a void secret realm founder. Then spreading the martial Tao cultivation system will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Yuan quickly thought. Achieving the 6th realm of fusion of time and space rules, for Lin Yuan's strength enhancement, is not merely limited to controlling time and space fusion. Upon reaching 6th realm understanding of fusion of time and space rules, the inner world would also undergo corresponding metamorphic transformation, and the strength of the inner world is closely linked with many of Lin Yuan's techniques. Especially, the 5th kind of physical body divine ability, world. In short, upon reaching the 6th realm of fusion of time and space rules, Lin Yuan will experience a transformation, an all-around qualitative change. If I cannot achieve the 6th realm of fusion of time and space rules this time, after returning, I'll come back again. After all, it's only using up 1/3 of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Before realizing the rules of fusion of time and space, the boundless void and the main universe had no significant difference. Rather, with different timescales, Lin Yuan had more time to comprehend other rules and secret techniques. Moreover, the void creatures in that void secret realm also greatly benefit Lin Yuan in enhancing his own spirit will. Another descent is definitely worth it. 10 years later, outside a vast world, dozens of towering figures stood in the boundless void, their gazes coldly towards the world nearby. Taiyin sovereign, why do you cultivate those ants within the world instead of directly devouring them? The leading evil god, a black wolf with 3 heads, bore a cold expression, aura of a 9th stage true lord enveloping it. I have my plans. Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit appeared, gazing distantly at the dozens of evil gods. Over 300 years, as Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit continually occupied one world after another, among evil gods, he also gained a title, known as Taiyin sovereign. The titles among evil gods often relate to their characteristics and actions. Lin Yuan Taiyang divine spirit is called Taiyang divine master, because it controls flames powerful enough to incinerate ordinary true lords. And Taiyin sovereign is characterized by the chilling aura deployed during actions, coupled with conquering one world after another, hence adorned by the suffix sovereign. Plans? Whether it's these worlds or the ants within them, they are all our food. Are your plans to cultivate these food sources to oppose us? The 3-headed black wolf evil god spoke coldly, If it weren't for the overwhelming power displayed by the Taiyin Divine Master which makes it uneasy, it would probably have already made a move to suppress. This is my business. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Being not an evil god by nature, he naturally doesn't need to consider matters from an evil god's perspective. Your business. The three-headed black wolf evil god sneered. Soon a black fog started spreading. At the same time, chilling cold also began to diffuse, enveloping the space outside the world. The two forces continuously clashed, and moments later, the three-headed black wolf evil god staggered back, full of shock looking at Lin Yuan. Taiyin Sovereign, your strength, probably pinnacle right below 9th stage perfection. Why protect those ants? The three-headed black wolf evil god was full of confusion. With Lin Yuan's strength, shouldn't he be venturing into the void secret realm to become a perfect 9th stage evil god and then attempt to break through to the 10th stage? Just wait. The Divine Masters will not let this go easily. The three-headed black wolf evil god didn't hesitate to turn around and leave, and upon seeing this, the dozens of other evil gods immediately followed. They were not as powerful as the three-headed black wolf evil god, so naturally, they wouldn't make any impulsive moves at this moment. Lin Yuan watched the dozens of evil gods leave. With his strength, he completely had the ability to keep all these evil gods behind, but doing so would inevitably reveal that he had already attained the power of a perfect 9th stage. In such circumstances, the ones to come and probe next time would not be ordinary divine masters like the three-headed black wolf evil god, but a group of perfect 9th stage demonic divine masters. This did not conform to Lin Yuan's anticipated plan to buy time, which is why he let these evil gods leave. In the absence of major changes in the situation, Lin Yuan would naturally delay the arrival of the final battle as much as possible. This way, he could secure the most time for cultivation. For every additional day of cultivation, Lin Yuan might grasp the space-time fusion rule six-fold realm and thus sweep away all opposition. Why protect those ants? Lin Yuan's mind flashed through the last sentence of the three-headed black wolf evil god, and he shook his head slightly. Who's to blame when you evil gods cannot cultivate the martial Tao? For Lin Yuan, whether it was the foreign evil gods or the beings within the world, anyone who could cultivate the martial Tao and spread it would receive his protection. Even if evil gods could cultivate martial Tao, Lin Yuan would be more inclined to protect them. After all, the individual strength of evil gods is formidable, and they would inevitably advance rapidly in martial Tao cultivation, giving birth to the first 6th stage martial Tao, 7th stage martial Tao, and even an 8th layer cultivator with breakneck speed. The more higher rank cultivators there are on the martial path evolutionary path, the greater the assistance to Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, after more than 300 years of research by Lin Yuan, these foreign evil gods were too reliant on their innate talents, and it was basically impossible for them to abandon those talents and cultivate the martial Tao cultivation evolution path. Each evil god's path of cultivation is predetermined from their birth. As for changes later in life, even if it can be done, it is extremely difficult and unlikely to achieve much success. Void Secret Realm. Lin Yuan continued to delve deeper into the secret realm, searching for many void creatures. With a mental will index reaching 20 million points, 9th stage void creatures were of little help to Lin Yuan. But even if the help was small, it was still help. The increase in the mental will index was just very slight. A mosquito may be small, but it is still flesh. Lin Yuan naturally would not give up. With his current mental will index, as long as there was an increase, it would be a gain. If he returned to the main universe, he would not have such good opportunities. Even a slight boost to the mental will index would be difficult. Lin Yuan is not a supreme being who can stand on the shore for a long time and experience the shore's breath for training. Residing within the river of time, a mental will index of 18 million points is already the limit. Lin Yuan's mental will index surpassing 20 million points basically eliminates any possibility of further improvement. According to the current rate, in the next 300 years, if no major unforeseen events occur, my mental will index is expected to reach 23 million points. Lin Yuan estimated in his heart, feeling quite satisfied. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue searching for void creatures. Suddenly, a powerful aura rapidly approached. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a terrifying evil god divine master gazing at him from afar. Eastern Wing Lord. Lin Yuan recognized the opponent. The Eastern Wing Lord was one of the very famous among the many demonic divine masters, belonging to the perfect ninth stage evil god divine masters. Taiyang Divine Master. The Eastern Wing Lord's face mustered a smile, showing sufficient goodwill to Lin Yuan. Facing an existence of the same level, the Eastern Wing Lord naturally did not dare to show arrogance. A perfect ninth stage demonic divine master would be very haughty towards an ordinary evil god divine master, but was quite humble when interacting with those of the same level. Among divine master level evil gods, it was good to avoid skirmishes and disputes, and this was even more true for perfect ninth stage divine masters. I did not expect that after sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, the boundless void would give birth to a strong being like the Taiyang Divine Master, said the Eastern Wing Lord with a hint of emotion. Although the rise of the Taiyang Divine Master took only 300 to 500 years. But the Eastern Wing Lord subconsciously thought that the existence of the Taiyang Divine Master was far longer than 300 to 500 years. Those were just the years during which the Taiyang Divine Master had revealed his strength. By sheer luck. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't mind communicating and exchanging ideas with a perfect ninth stage demonic divine master. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could often perceive many extraordinary pieces of information from the other party. After chatting casually with the Eastern Wing Lord for half an hour, the conversation suddenly turned, and the Eastern Wing Lord solemnly asked, "I came to seek the Taiyang Divine Master to join forces against an enemy." An enemy? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly grave. In the boundless void, evil gods are the absolute dominions, so what other enemy could there be? I wonder if the Taiyang Divine Master has heard of the Taiyan Sovereign? Asked the Eastern Wing Lord in a deep voice. Taiyan Sovereign? Lin Yuan looked at the Eastern Wing Lord. He had not expected that the Eastern Wing Lord would personally seek him out for the Taiyan primordial spirit. And the tone of the Eastern Wing Lord had already treated the Taiyan primordial spirit as a formidable enemy. Taiyan Sovereign. The Eastern Wing Lord immediately relayed the intelligence about the Taiyan Sovereign in detail. He emphasized that the Taiyan Sovereign was cultivating those beings from worlds regarded as food by the evil gods. The Taiyan Sovereign is not simple, the Eastern Wing Lord said with a grave tone. Although he tries his best to conceal, according to TNG True Lord's peering deduction, the true combat power of the Taiyan Sovereign might even surpass those of us who are perfect demonic divine masters at the 9th rank. A single perfect divine master is probably no match for him. Having said that, the Eastern Wing Lord looked at Lin Yuan. The TNG True Lord is also among the very famous ones within the numerous perfect demon True Lords. However, what TNG True Lord is best at is peering deduction, reputed to be the highest in wisdom among the infinite evil gods within the boundless void. Even the other divine masters of the same rank held a considerable respect for TNG True Lord. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded slightly. At the same time, he felt somewhat impressed in his heart that there are wise men among the evil gods. He had prompted the Taiyan primordial spirit to suppress its combat power in order to buy time. Little did he know that it had already come to the attention of those perfect divine masters. Actually, this was quite normal. The powers wielded by the evil gods are myriad and peculiar. The Taiyan primordial spirit had certainly hidden its strength, but had acted frequently. It was not particularly surprising that some clues were noticed. But these were just some superficial clues. At least, that TNG True Lord didn't know that the so-called Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyan Sovereign actually originated from the same source. Otherwise, the Eastern Wing Lord would not have taken the initiative to come seeking him. The Taiyang Divine Master, I wish to invite you to join us and suppress the Taiyan Sovereign at the crucial moment. The Eastern Wing Evil God revealed his ultimate purpose. The actions of the Taiyan Sovereign were undoubtedly shaking the foundation of evil god dominion over the boundless void. They must be stopped, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, the beings within those worlds cultivated by the current Taiyan Sovereign are still extremely weak and pose no threat to any evil god. But in the deducible future depicted by TNG True Lord, if allowed to develop unchecked, then those beings viewed as ants by the numerous evil gods would become stronger and stronger. Eventually, they would pose a threat to the rule of the evil gods. Thus, they must be eliminated in advance. No problem. Lin Yuan agreed without much hesitation. His current strength, with either of the two primordial spirits, was stronger than a perfect divine master. As for the martial ancestor golden body, it was even stronger than the two primordial spirits. But overall, he was still at the same level as the perfect demonic divine masters. He had not stepped into the legendary 10th stage. Thus, facing many perfect demonic divine masters, he was still unable to achieve a sweep. In such a situation, having the Tai-Yang divine spirit temporarily blend with the interior of the evil gods was the best choice. At least he could be aware of the schemes of those perfect evil gods so as to allow the Tai-Yin primordial spirit to react accordingly. If necessary, the two primordial spirits could even join forces to counter-slaughter those perfect evil gods. Of course, the unification of the two primordial spirits to massacre those perfect evil gods would have to be absolutely certain. This was very likely to force the core depths of the evil gods to appear in the world, leading to an all-out escalation of the war, and then resulting in a great battle throughout the entire boundless void. In such a case, Lin Yuan himself didn't care, relying on several physical body divine abilities, especially the elemental body. Preserving life was not an issue, and the worst outcome would just be to end the traversal early and return to the main universe. But this could likely affect the spread of the martial path evolutionary path. Normally speaking, Lin Yuan's main goal was still to delay time. As long as the true body venerable in the main universe grasped the spatial temporal fusion rule of the sixth realm, those perfect evil gods, no matter how they jumped, would be of no importance. Pity, the descent of consciousness is absolutely safe, but it cannot exert the strongest combat power, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan's strongest combat power, naturally, came from the true body venerable in the main universe. As for the martial ancestor golden body descended into the boundless void, its heritage is indeed unique. But it still cannot compare with the true body venerable from the main universe. After all, the true body venerable from the main universe has gone through a complete chaos void origin infusion and various enhancements to both physical body and spirit, such as soaking in the eternal spring, nourishment from many universe rare treasures, and so on. The most important thing is that the main universe Lin Yuan has many trump cards at his disposal. Alright. Then at that time, I will contact the Tai-Yang Divine Master. The Eastern Wing Lord did not find anything surprising with Lin Yuan's agreement. Firstly, because his visit to invite was under the direction of TNG True Lord. And TNG True Lord, even a perfect demon True Lord would give face and not offend lightly. Secondly, lower-ranking evil gods may be extremely selfish, but for those who have already stood at the peak of the boundless void as perfect demonic divine masters, their perspective differs from ordinary evil gods. The actions of the Tai-Yin sovereign are intolerable to all perfect demonic divine masters. Unless truly unable to make a move, they would basically agree. If Lin Yuan had refused or hesitated, it would have aroused the suspicion of the Eastern Wing Lord. Watching the Eastern Wing Lord leave, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep. With his perception, he naturally noticed that the Eastern Wing Lord did not come alone. At a distant location, another powerful perfect evil god was watching. Is it that TNG True Lord? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. TNG True Lord, known for wisdom, was able to command the respect of other many evil gods with his wisdom. The means of such a TNG True Lord should definitely not be underestimated. To know, the demonic divine masters of the 9th stage, though all exceedingly wise, still inherently revered strength due to their evil deity nature. In such a case, the higher the status of the TNG True Lord, the more extraordinary this perfect demon True Lord must be. Billions of miles away from where Lin Yuan was, on an ordinary hill stood a figure. This figure was a mere 10 meters tall, with a head nearly the size of its body. Unlike other evil gods, it had not a trace of malevolence, its eyes tranquil. This figure was none other than the TNG True Lord, an anomaly amongst the many evil gods, renowned for wisdom. TNG. I've already convinced the Tai-Yang Divine Master. The Tai-Yang Divine Master has also agreed to come to our aid when necessary. Just then, the Eastern Wing Lord approached quickly, standing below the TNG True Lord, and spoke up. In fact, it wasn't just the Tai-Yang Divine Master who was a perfect Divine Master. On their way here, under the direction of the TNG True Lord, the Eastern Wing Lord had visited several perfect demon True Lords. Looking across the entire boundless void, there were no more than 100 perfect demon true lords. Which of them wasn't dominant in their own realm? Other perfect demons would have a hard time finding them even if they wanted to. Only the TNG True Lord could know the whereabouts of most of them through peeking deductions. This Taiyang Divine Master has a great secret. In the boundless void for tens of millions of years, there have been no traces left by this Divine Master, said the TNG True Lord, frowning slightly. Great secret? The Eastern Wing Lord said nonchalantly. Which one of his perfect Divine Masters doesn't have a great secret? As long as it doesn't threaten the boundless void, it's fine. Evil gods were solitary, especially the perfect demon True Lords who evolved to the 9th stage. They almost all harbored great secrets. Even the Eastern Wing Lord was aware that a few of the perfect demon True Lords did not grow up in the boundless void. They came from the deepest part of the void secret realm, a region that only the creators of the void secret realm could enter, filled with numerous void creatures. Over the long years, occasional rifts would appear in that space, allowing some weaker evil gods to fall in, with a great chance of evolving into perfect demon True Lords before making their way out. TNG True Lord also couldn't detect any traces left by those few perfect demon True Lords. That's true. TNG True Lord nodded. After all, the boundless void still had too many secrets unfathomed, with the void secret realm being just one of them. As long as the Taiyang Divine Master didn't do what the Taiyan Sovereign did, nurturing those foods, TNG True Lord couldn't be bothered to intervene. TNG, isn't it enough to confront the Taiyan Sovereign with the 13 perfect Divine Masters we have convinced? The Eastern Wing Lord couldn't help but speak out. Before visiting Lin Yuan, the Eastern Wing Lord had already visited 12 perfect demon True Lords. Adding themselves, there were 15 perfect demon True Lords in total. It should be enough. TNG True Lord nodded slightly, giving the Eastern Wing Lord a glance. The strength of the Taiyan Sovereign is above yours. To suppress without any risks, fear that we would need more than 10 perfect demon True Lords. Among the perfect evil gods, there were levels to their abilities, winners and losers in their strength. Defeating is easy, but killing is as hard as ascending to heaven. Even for an ordinary perfect Divine Master, suppression might require 5 or 6 of the same rank. The strength of the Taiyan Sovereign was somewhat stronger than ordinary perfect Divine Masters. Mobilizing 10 of the same rank would be considered foolproof. I understand. The Eastern Wing Lord immediately nodded. In fact, according to the Eastern Wing Lord's estimate, no matter how strong the Taiyan Sovereign was, it shouldn't exceed the 9th stage by much. As long as it wasn't the 10th stage, 7 or 8 of the same rank would probably suffice. But 7 or 8 perfect Divine Masters attempting to suppress the Taiyan Sovereign could lead to accidents. For instance, during the Taiyan Sovereign's resistance, 2 or 3 perfect Divine Masters might get injured. Under such circumstances, naturally the more perfect Divine Masters, the better. After all, this was for the entire boundless void, and it didn't require the Eastern Wing Lord to pay any price. However, both this Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyan Sovereign have appeared within 1,000 years? TNG True Lord's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. If not for the opposite powers wielded by the Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyan Sovereign, and the fact that one was in the void secret realm while the other was in the boundless void with even their actions distinctly different, TNG True Lord would have even suspected any relation between the two. This must be a coincidence. The Eastern Wing Lord speculated, although we evil gods can create incarnations, the power of the incarnation shares the same origin as the principal self and is much weaker. The difference between this Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyan Sovereign is very clear. The Eastern Wing Lord spoke. The many abilities held by evil gods were indeed unfathomable, but also had to abide by the laws of the cosmos, of which the Eastern Wing Lord and TNG True Lord were very aware. Let's see when the time comes. TNG True Lord's eyes flashed. In fact, he had tasked the Eastern Wing Lord with the specific duty of inviting the Taiyang Divine Master this time to test whether there was any real connection between the two. According to the Eastern Wing Lord's description, the Taiyang Divine Master did not show any abnormalities, but the TNG True Lord still had not let down his guard. As the perfect demon True Lord known for wisdom, TNG True Lord would not easily trust anything. If the Taiyang Divine Master did not reveal any flaws now, TNG True Lord didn't mind continuing to wait. 500 years? 1,000? 10,000? Or even longer? Time is hardly an issue for the TNG True Lord. Even in dealing with the Taiyan Sovereign next, the TNG True Lord will observe the response of the Taiyang Divine Master from the shadows. Boundless Void. Lin Yuan Taiyan Primordial Spirit sits cross-legged just outside a certain world. Thinking of assembling numerous perfect demon True Lords against me? Lin Yuan had an idea? If he were unaware of this, facing the union of more than 10 perfect demon True Lords, Lin Yuan would indeed find it somewhat troublesome. But since he knew in advance, it became much easier. With the current strength of my spirit will, I can probably maintain 50 avatars with basic combat power at the same time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With Lin Yuan's strength, producing an avatar was nothing more than a strand of spirit will. However, to have this avatar possess combat power would exert a burden on Lin Yuan's spirit will. Before undertaking the 10th traversal, Lin Yuan's spirit will barely exceeded 1 million. In the main universe, at most 2 or 3 avatars could maintain basic combat power simultaneously. Now that Lin Yuan's spirit will exceeds 20 million, the number of avatars capable of maintaining basic combat power has significantly increased. Avatars are not the same as divided selves. Very little spirit will is invested, and thus, the mental burden required to maintain basic combat power is significant. Of course, maintaining basic combat power is relative to Lin Yuan's true body venerable. Even his weakest incarnation could easily suppress 10th rank and 9th rank powerhouses. Whereas basic combat power referred to demonstrating strength close to the threshold of tier 11. Now Lin Yuan occupies a total of 42 worlds, each with an avatar stationed within, and these avatars, blessed by the origin source of the worlds, can fully challenge those perfect demon True Lords. Perfect demon True Lords, as per the classification of the main universe, are basically equivalent to the 4th and 5th layers of tier 11. The perfect demon True Lords might differ markedly from those 4th and 5th layer powerhouses in the main universe in terms of methods and abilities, but overall, they should be on the same level. Had it not been for the need of these avatars to utilize the origin source to barely exhibit the combat power of the 4th layer of tier 11, Lin Yuan, with the power of so many avatars, could have actively encircled and killed those perfect demon True Lords. The founder of the Void Secret Realm. Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the boundless void, where his understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule allowed him to vaguely perceive a vast inner world situated at the deepest part of the void. The Taiyang Divine Spirit wandered in the Void Secret Realm for 300 to 400 years without pinpointing the trail of the realm's opener. This was also why Lin Yuan did not flip the table with those demonic divine masters. Even now, without grasping the space-time fusion rule sixfold realm and thus unable to sweep through everything in this boundless void at once. Effortlessly slaying 10 or 20 perfect demon True Lords would still be no issue. But such an action carries great risks, as it might force the opener of the Void Secret Realm to act, which, even if not fatal for Lin Yuan, could affect his 300 to 400 years of spreading martial Tao in the boundless void. Thus, Lin Yuan has been waiting until now, since time is working in his favor anyway. The longer the delay, the more terrifying the enemies those demons will have to face. Since those demons are planning to go all out against me, there's no need for me to be so cautious, Lin Yuan made up his mind. In the past 300 to 400 years, the Taiyan primordial spirit occupied one world after another, trying to stay as low-key as possible to avoid drawing the attention of other demonic gods. But now, it seems that this approach is not so meaningful. Those perfect demon True Lords are discussing how to deal with him, so naturally, there is no need to continue as before. I can now maintain 50 avatars with basic combat power, so I can fully occupy 50 worlds and then dispatch avatars to preside over them. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked towards the vast boundless void. Once an avatar takes control of a world, he can swiftly replace the heavenly Tao with the power of the demon tree seed and gain the blessing of the world origin source. Thus, combat power soars again, reaching the threshold of the perfect demon True Lords, and within the world, those perfect demon True Lords would not dare to attack recklessly. Avatar at the threshold of perfect demon True Lords is naturally no match for veteran perfect demon lords. At best, they could only challenge them, and they would definitely lose in a real fight. But within the world, Those perfect demon true lords would certainly worry about self-destructive tactics, such as controlling the world's collapse, the power of which could at the very least gravely wound, if not wholly eradicate, a perfect demon at full strength. Under such circumstances, the perfect demon true lords, if not foolish, would not act rashly. Somewhere at the exit of the Void Secret Realm, the figures of TNG True Lord and Eastern Wing Lord appeared. "The matters from here on will be handed over to you," TNG True Lord said, looking at the Eastern Wing Lord. "Now that the union with other perfect demon true lords has been orchestrated, the rest can be left to the Eastern Wing Lord." "Held by me, TNG, what do you plan to do?" the Eastern Wing Lord was slightly startled and quickly asked. "I have a hunch that the Taiyan sovereign's occupation of one world after another, cultivating the ants within as food, is not so simple. And there's martial Tao, such a cultivation system, which greatly diverges from the growth of its demonic beings, can actually allow these ants to grow stronger." TNG True Lord's tone was slightly grave. In fact, when he learned that the Taiyan sovereign was occupying world after world, TNG True Lord didn't care at all. A perfect demon true lord as mighty as he. What's the big deal with occupying dozens or even hundreds of worlds? Subsequently, knowing that the Taiyan sovereign was nurturing those mere ants within those worlds, TNG True Lord still wasn't very concerned. Those ants within the worlds, whose talents and qualifications were far inferior to those of the perfect evil gods, could you really nurture them just because you wanted to? In TNG True Lord's view, the actions of the Taiyan sovereign were nothing more than a personal hobby during his leisure time. It was not until TNG True Lord saw the martial Tao cultivation system. Lin Yuan, occupying world after world, spreading the martial Tao cultivation system at TNG True Lord, a perfect demon true lord like him, could easily see the martial Tao cultivation system if he so wished. However, upon seeing it, TNG True Lord broke out in cold sweat. He immediately realized the potential of the martial Tao cultivation system. If one could cultivate this system to the end, they would be no weaker than they, the perfect demon true lords. How could this be? Because of this reason. TNG True Lord observed the Taiyan sovereign seriously and finally, after witnessing the Taiyan sovereign's numerous interventions, determined that the opponent was concealing his strength, that his true combat power might exceed all evil gods' imagination. Just deal with that Taiyan sovereign, and then kill all the martial Tao cultivators, right? Eastern Wing Lord immediately said. Right now, the martial Tao cultivators were still exceedingly weak, and even compared with ordinary beings, they were a bit more delectable to the evil gods. I still have some worries. So I plan to next, put in a good effort to deduce, striving to find the source of martial Tao. TNG True Lord said gravely. Okay. Eastern Wing Lord nodded. If there's anything, I will contact you right away. For TNG True Lord's decision, Eastern Wing Lord had no objections. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years went by. Tianqing World. Deep within the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Around his body, the power of fusion of time and space faintly formed a vast, Milky Way. The river water rippled, each ripple causing a large amount of space-time fluctuations, but all space-time fluctuations were compressed within the martial hall. What exactly is fusion of time and space? Lin Yuan opened his eyes deep in thought. When he first grasped the spatio-temporal fusion rule, Lin Yuan felt as if he had completely penetrated the fundamental mysteries of time and space. But with continuous cultivation and insight, second realm, third realm, fourth realm, fifth realm, Lin Yuan became more confused about the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Especially now, attempting to comprehend the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rules, he found himself unable to advance. From the third realm to the fifth realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules, Lin Yuan only took 100 years. But from the fifth realm to now, Lin Yuan spent 300 years without taking that step into the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rules. The space we live in is space-time. The time we experience is also spacetime, and even the river of time I originally perceived, is actually just one aspect. It's not just time, but also encompasses space. It should be called the river of spacetime. Many inspirations flashed through the depths of Lin Yuan's mind. During the comprehension of the secret skill, Milky Way, Lin Yuan's insight into the six-realm spacetime fusion rule also kept increasing. Without this secret skill, it would take at least 10 times longer for Lin Yuan to get to this step. And that is based on the foundation of Against Heaven's understanding. Without Against Heaven's understanding, let alone Lin Yuan, who is now only 10th rank, even those 11th rank lives can't possibly grasp the spatial temporal fusion rule of the 6th realm. Your understanding defies heaven. Comprehending the secret skill, Milky Way, further enhances your space-time fusion comprehension. Infinite inspiration burst forth, and the space-time, Milky Way, condensed around Lin Yuan's body suddenly began to surge wildly. The terrifying space-time fluctuations shuddered, yet instantly calmed down. I can feel it, I am not far from the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After 100 years of arduous cultivation, he finally glimpsed the threshold of the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rule. Continue, continue. Lin Yuan was full of drive. If he could comprehend the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rules within the remaining 200 years of residence time, it would make this traversal complete. Even if he couldn't, for Lin Yuan, it was already a considerable gain. The peak comprehension of the fifth realm space-time fusion rules and nearly 24 million points of mental will index. Placed on other tier 11 lives, even those unique and exceptionally talented special beings would not be able to accomplish it in 100 billion, 1,000 billion, or even a quintillion years. Especially the latter, 24 million mental will index points would be enough to make any tier 11 life despair. Meanwhile, outside the Tianqing world, a figure silently appeared. This figure was 10 meters in size, with a head nearly as large as its body, eyes serene. Yet now, it was seriously observing the celestial cyan world in the distance. 100 years, I've expended endless heart force, did all I could to deduce and peak, finally locking down this location from the many traces left by the Taiyan sovereign. Tianji True Lord's expression was slightly emotional. Only he himself knew the price he had paid to find this place. If my deduction is correct, that world is the birthplace of martial Tao. The source of the martial Tao cultivation system spread by the Taiyan sovereign is right here. Tianji True Lord's spirit was uplifted, although he didn't know why the Taiyan sovereign spread martial Tao like that, but since it was possible to find the source of martial Tao, it was entirely possible to cut off the spread of martial Tao from the root. Thus, within the boundless void, the dominion of the evil gods can no longer be shaken. Eastern Wing and the others have already entangled the Taiyan sovereign. Using this opportunity, I can fully explore this world. The Tianji True Lord was very cautious. Even if the Taiyan sovereign couldn't return in a short time, he didn't consider sending his true body into the Tianqing world. Instead, he split off an incarnation, while his true body stayed far away, controlling the incarnation to explore the Tianqing world. Buzz. Very quickly, an incarnation of the Tianji True Lord swiftly entered the Tianqing world. For a being like the Tianji True Lord, a perfect demon True Lord, invading a world of this scale like the Tianqing world was effortless, especially since the Tianji True Lord was skilled in wisdom, which made it so easy to enter the Tianqing world. This world has nothing special. The Tianji True Lord glanced around and compared to the 50 worlds occupied by the Taiyan sovereign. Some of the powerful worlds were tens of times larger than the Tianqing world. Next, the Tianji True Lord mingled among the beings of the Tianqing world, beginning to probe the details of this world. This world also prevalently practices martial Tao. The Tianji True Lord quickly learned everything he wanted to know. That is the true source of martial Tao, martial ancestor? The Tianji True Lord's expression turned solemn, hearing this term for the first time. Previously, from those dozens of worlds occupied by the Taiyan sovereign, he had only investigated the martial Tao cultivation system and the martial Tao cultivators. As for martial ancestor, he hadn't heard it from any martial Tao cultivator. Martial ancestor is the source of martial Tao. Is martial Tao spread by the martial ancestor? The Tianji True Lord carefully pondered. Who exactly is this martial ancestor? Could it be the Taiyan sovereign? Martial ancestor resides in the martial hall of the Canopy realm. The Tianji True Lord gathered more information. Where the martial ancestor was not a secret in the Tianqing world. Basically, any martial Tao cultivator would know. That is the martial hall. For centuries, every once in a while, the high priest of the martial hall would hold ceremonies to venerate the martial ancestor, leading all beings of heaven and earth to bow to the martial ancestor. Martial hall, the TNG True Lord decided to go and investigate the reality of the martial ancestor. Since he was just an incarnation now, even if he really encountered any danger, it wouldn't cause any problems. Even if the Taiyan sovereign rushed back, he couldn't harm him. Swoosh! Shortly after, the TNG True Lord arrived at the Canopy continent. Although this was just an incarnation of the TNG True Lord, with the realm of the original body, no martial Dao cultivator detected him along the way. Is this ancient tree also a demon? The TNG True Lord glanced at the ancestral demon tree. Although it has been nurtured in the Tianqing world for hundreds of thousands of years, its essence of being a demon was unchanged. This is the martial hall. Quickly, the TNG True Lord arrived in front of a grand hall. The aura emanating from here was substantial, causing the TNG True Lord to halt his steps. Martial ancestor is deep within the martial hall? The TNG True Lord thought for a moment, not acting rashly. At this point, the TNG True Lord felt an inexplicable pressure deep in his heart. Let's see who this martial ancestor really is, which True Lord is playing tricks. The TNG True Lord focused his thoughts, immediately employing techniques to begin projecting many scenes inside the martial hall. What TNG True Lord was best at was divination and spying. Divination and spying are two aspects of abilities, and the latter allowed TNG True Lord to see many secrets of the world. Rustle. Deep within the TNG True Lord's eyes, scenes of the martial hall began to emerge. The scenes started moving towards the depths of the martial hall. The TNG True Lord saw the rituals and many martial Dao cultivators and believers who were step-by-step worshipping. The scenes the TNG True Lord was watching finally reached the innermost part of the martial hall. This place was now empty. No one dared to cross into this area unless permitted by the martial ancestor. The grand hall was eerily silent, with a solemn atmosphere converging faintly. The TNG True Lord looked around cautiously, spotting a figure sitting cross-legged at the end of the great hall. Is that the martial ancestor? The TNG True Lord's mind shook. Immediately he began to delve deeper into his scrutiny. The view swiftly zoomed in closer. The TNG True Lord wanted a closer look at the martial ancestor. Just then, the martial ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged, silently opened his eyes. All of TNG True Lord's attention was drawn to those eyes. Boom! The next moment, the spying incarnation of the TNG True Lord exploded instantly. Far away from the Tianqing world, a mysterious backlash, following the connection between the true body and the incarnation, descended. The original form of the TNG True Lord suddenly began to tremble, starting to drop rapidly. That was the martial ancestor. The TNG True Lord trembled with fear in his heart, not hesitating as his figure surged into the sky, beginning to flee frantically towards even farther distances. Space and time were twisting, with the TNG True Lord ignoring the backlash endured, madly fleeing in the direction away from Tianqing world. As a master of wisdom, the perfect demon True Lord is not particularly outstanding in frontal combat. But in the art of escaping, much effort has been put in. At this moment, disregarding everything to invoke the power of spacetime. Crossing billions upon billions of light years in an instant. Too terrifying. Is that the martial ancestor? Martial ancestor is that strong? TNG True Lord was profoundly shaken in his heart. Originally, the Taiyan sovereign being so strong was already inconceivable. In the vast boundless void, there are only so few perfect demon True Lords. Suddenly, a Taiyan sovereign stronger than the average perfect demon True Lord appears? But now, TNG True Lord realizes of the powerful Taiyan sovereign, who left many perfect demon True Lords helpless, was merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. Behind the scenes, the Prime God manipulates everything, pushing everything forward. The one shaking the foundations of all evil gods in the boundless void. It's the martial ancestor. Just a distant glance a moment ago caused TNG True Lord to suffer no light backlash. TNG True Lord had no doubt that if his real body ventured in, it was very likely to be completely trapped. And to achieve this, a perfect demon True Lord of the 9th stage would not be nearly possible. Is that the 10th stage evil god of legends? No, if it were the 10th stage, why hide behind the scenes? Should it be an existence that is infinitely close to the 10th stage? TNG True Lord's thoughts rapidly spun, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as it's not an entity of the 10th stage, then there is still room for redemption. Up to this point, in the vast boundless void, the only known existence of the 10th stage is the founder of the void secret realm. Single-handedly from gaps between dimensions outside of the void, he can find countless void creatures, turning them into nourishment for many evil gods. It's a pity, ever since the founder opened the boundless void, he disappeared completely. Countless demonic divine masters of later generations are essentially chasing the footsteps of the founder. To strangle martial Tao, Taiyan sovereign is secondary, the main target is martial ancestor. Tianji True Lord held a heavy heart. I must join forces with all the perfect demon True Lords, and even need to awaken that one. Against the Taiyan sovereign, Tianji True Lord believed that 10 or 20 perfect demon True Lords would be enough. But martial ancestor? Tianji True Lord felt that summoning all the perfect demon True Lords would still leave him uncertain. At the critical moment, he can only awaken that one. And that one is the most powerful True Lord who inherited the void secret realm in the vast boundless void after the founder disappeared. Controlling the entire void secret realm, this most powerful True Lord can exert almost the strength of the 10th stage. At least in the boundless void, unless the founder returns, he is invincible. Dozens of breaths later, Tianji True Lord's expression slightly changed. Fleeing for so long, one would think he would have reached another familiar void domain. However, at this moment, the void environment where Tianji True Lord was seemed unchanged. The vast void, as if he had never moved. What's this? Tianji True Lord's face looked ugly. The next moment, changes in spacetime. Tianji True Lord returned to that azure world once more, re-emerging before the dreadful and trembling figure deep within the martial hall. Only this time, it wasn't an avatar, but Tianji True Lord's real body in person. No, before Tianji True Lord could react, consciousness rapidly plunged into darkness. Deep in the martial hall, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, watching the Tianji True Lord who had completely lost consciousness not far away. In fact, when Tianji True Lord sent out an avatar to sneak into Tianqing world, Lin Yuan had detected the other party, and the reason for not stopping and taking action at the time was to lock onto the real body of Tianji True Lord. Until the avatar of Tianji True Lord came before the martial hall, continuously probing. Lin Yuan finally confirmed Tianji True Lord's real body, using spatio-temporal fusion rule mastery, quietly activating divine ability, world, and stealthily transferring him into his own inner world. Tianji True Lord frantically fled, and dozens of breaths believed he escaped billions of light years, but in reality, all within Lin Yuan's inner world. Lin Yuan's inner world is only over 200 million miles in diameter. But cascading spatial layers spread out, forming a spatial temporal maze, let alone Tianji True Lord escaping in dozens of breaths. Even tens of years, hundreds of years, thousands of years would not be enough to escape. How did he find this place? Lin Yuan looked surprised. The Taiyan primordial spirit roamed the boundless void, occupying world after world, propagating martial Tao, but he did not mention the origin of martial Tao, nor Lin Yuan, the martial ancestor. As for the flourishing martial Tao of Tianqing world over the past hundreds of thousands of years? Compared to the whole boundless void, it's too insignificant. Concealed and protected by the ancestral demon tree, with martial Tao merely limited within Tianqing world, it would be hard to attract the attention of those perfect demon True Lords. I still can't leave without a trace, Lin Yuan thought to himself, somewhat as expected. With the spread of martial Tao, it was only a matter of time before those perfect demon True Lords found this place. Lin Yuan had never thought to completely hide his existence, but to delay and buy more time for his cultivation. With my current spiritual will, coupled with illusion techniques, this perfect demon True Lord can be completely put to sleep. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Through karmic connections, Lin Yuan could sense that at a distant location, Tianji True Lord had left avatars or similar life-saving measures. There should be located deep within the void secret realm. Even Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit cannot forcefully enter. Directly killing the Tianji True Lord's true body does not solve the issue of his avatar. But causing the Tianji True Lord's true body to fully fall into slumber. As the true body shares memories with the avatar, When the true body falls into slumber, so does the avatar. Although Lin Yuan was already prepared for his existence being discovered in the Tianqing world, it is better to delay this as much as possible. In fact, the mental will of Tianji True Lord is very strong, even stronger than Lin Yuan, but, unfortunately, his use of mental will is rather crude. Among human civilizations in the main world, one of the 9 strongest beings, the feather butterfly's supreme being, excels at illusions, the ultimate existence based on illusions. Lin Yuan had long thoroughly researched the evolutionary path of feather butterfly, understanding many illusionary techniques thoroughly. Plunging Tianji True Lord fully into slumber was not difficult. "I'll have a look at your memories." Lin Yuan, with his immense mental will, crafted a realistic illusion for Tianji True Lord to indulge in, naturally allowing him to browse through Tianji True Lord's own memories through the illusion, if he wished. Momentarily after, Lin Yuan appears contemplative. Boundless void. Void secret realm. That disappeared originator. And the child of the void, or should I say, void divine master? Through browsing the memories of Tianji True Lord, Lin Yuan's understanding of the entire boundless void instantaneously reached a terrifying extent. Tianji True Lord knew too many secrets, and now they all ended up benefiting Lin Yuan. Void divine master? Lin Yuan's expression turned somewhat solemn. The so-called Void Divine Master is currently the overseer of the Void Secret Realm. The originator of the Void Secret Realm, the only known 10th stage evil god from the boundless void, founded the Void Secret Realm, bestowing infinite blessings to future generations of evil gods. And the Void Divine Master, also known as the Child of the Void, took over the reins of the Void Secret Realm after the originator disappeared. The Child of the Void itself is not a 10th stage evil god, but by leveraging the Void Secret Realm, can exert a power almost equivalent to the 10th stage, the strongest evil god within the vast boundless void. Controlling the Void Secret Realm is indeed a bit troublesome. Lin Yuan thought with a slightly grave expression. At least, if the opposition utilizes the multiple spatial layers of the Void Secret Realm, taking advantage of their home ground, even if Lin Yuan uses all his trump cards, he cannot kill the opposition. Even by employing the divine ability, world, if the opponent hides within the Void Secret Realm, it is still untouchable. The entire Void Secret Realm can also be viewed as a colossal world. Moreover, the Void Secret Realm affects an extremely vast area, even capable of influencing the entirety of the boundless void. According to the memories of Tianji True Lord, that Void Divine Master, most of the time, is plunged into slumber, deeply contemplating the origin source of the Void Secret Realm, hoping to thereby step into the 10th stage. Lin Yuan secretly thought, to that child of the void, everything in the boundless void is within the grip of his hand, his only pursuit being to become the second originator of the Void Secret Realm, to become a 10th stage evil god. Plenty of treasures indeed. Lin Yuan casually extracted many treasures from Tianji True Lord. After a casual inventory, placed them all within a certain part of his internal world. Planning to, upon concluding the traversal, revert them with primal force back to the origin source, then integrate them into the origin clock. Indirectly bringing them back to the main universe. Continue contemplating the secret skill, Milky Way. I can feel that I am not far from comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule's sixfold realm. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. His body once again began rippling with the vast, Milky Way, composed entirely of space and time. Somewhere in the boundless void, the Eastern Wing Lord gathers with over a dozen complete demon True Lords. How come TNG hasn't replied to me for so long? The Eastern Wing Lord's brows slightly furrowed. He, following the instructions of TNG True Lord, gathered other complete demon True Lords, wanting to deal with that emerging Taiyan sovereign. Now everything was ready. But there was no contact from TNG True Lord. This gave the Eastern Wing Lord a headache. According to the initial plan, during the ambush of the Taiyan sovereign, it must be commanded by TNG True Lord. Only through TNG True Lord's deduction and arrangement could they suppress the Taiyan sovereign with the smallest cost. Otherwise, even if the Taiyan sovereign was foolish, knowing that more than 10 complete demon True Lords were approaching would have made him flee in advance, and in the vast boundless void, the Taiyan sovereign intent on escaping could eventually lead to a protracted battle. This would not align with TNG True Lord's plan to suppress the Taiyan sovereign as quickly as possible, annihilating martial Dao. After all, once the situation becomes a protracted battle, various unexpected events can occur. Perhaps TNG is delayed by some matter. Another complete demon True Lord spoke. He is known as the Lord Divine Eye, possessing 18 eyes. Under normal circumstances, only one would be open. When all 18 eyes are open, it is the strongest state of Lord Divine Eye, also the time for a desperate fight. Throughout the long years of the boundless void, Lord Divine Eye has never had all 18 eyes open at once, as among complete demon True Lords, fatal clashes rarely occur. Delayed by some matter? The Eastern Wing Lord's brow was tightly furrowed. Given his understanding of TNG True Lord, such a possibility seemed very small. Moreover, what matter could prevent TNG True Lord from even replying to him? No matter how big the issue, wouldn't it take just a moment to inform him, the Eastern Wing Lord? Let's wait a bit longer. Though the Eastern Wing Lord did not believe that TNG True Lord was delayed by some issue, considering they couldn't contact him, this was the only possibility. The TNG True Lord last contacted me, saying he had discovered traces of the martial Dao origins. Perhaps he was delayed in his search for the martial Dao origins. The Eastern Wing Lord speculated in his heart, never had he anticipated any accidents befalling the TNG True Lord. The TNG True Lord is a perfect demon True Lord with extremely strong life-preserving methods, who could silently take down the TNG True Lord without notice. Moreover, the TNG True Lord has an incarnation placed in the deepest area of the Void Secret Realm for the purpose of preserving life. If the TNG True Lord indeed encountered any mishaps, the incarnation could still make contact with them. Then let's wait a bit longer. Lord Divine Eye glanced at the other demonic divine masters. Without the leadership of the TNG True Lord, the dozen or so perfect demon True Lords were not entirely confident they could besiege the Taiyan sovereign. And should they fail, the consequences would be severe, facing the full-force retaliation of the Taiyan sovereign. Let's wait. The Eastern Wing Lord nodded. By now, apart from waiting, there weren't any better options. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had gone by. It was still that piece of the void. The Eastern Wing Lord and the dozen or so perfect demon True Lords were still gathered here. What on earth is going on? 50 years have passed, and TNG has still not contacted me. The Eastern Wing Lord felt increasingly uneasy in his heart. To a demon lord, 50 years were but a fleeting moment, yet during this critical time to besiege the Taiyan sovereign. TNG True Lord had not sent any message for 50 years, which was certainly irregular. Even if the TNG True Lord was busy, could he really not spare a moment to reply to them in 50 years? What do we do? Lord Divine Eye asked with a grave expression, looking towards the Eastern Wing Lord for guidance. I will go to see TNG True Lord's life-preserving incarnation. The Eastern Wing Lord spoke up. TNG True Lord's mysterious disappearance to date. While the Eastern Wing Lord could not find his true body, he did know where the life-preserving incarnation was located. That was the deepest area of the Void Secret Realm, which could be considered the core of the Secret Realm, a place theoretically absolutely safe. This was precisely why TNG True Lord's incarnation left there could be aptly called a life-preserving incarnation. Go to see TNG's life-preserving incarnation. Lord Divine Eye was slightly stunned, immediately saying, "We cannot enter the deepest area of the Void Secret Realm." If any perfect demon True Lord could enter the location of the life-preserving incarnation, it could hardly be called life-preserving. I know. That's why I plan to awaken the great child of the void. The Eastern Wing Lord fell silent for a while before speaking. The child of the void? Lord Divine Eye and the other True Lord's expressions change. The child of the void is the master of the Void Secret Realm. They cannot enter the deepest areas of the Void Secret Realm, but the child of the void can. Currently, most of the perfect demon True Lords were able to place their incarnations in the deepest part of the Void Secret Realm, becoming life-preserving incarnations because they were permitted by the child of the void. Aside from the life-preserving incarnations actively contacting the outside world, only the child of the void could forcefully make contact with the life-preserving incarnations. Are you sure? Lord Divine Eye asked seriously. Awakening the child of the void was no trivial matter. To awaken without cause was to receive punishment from the child of the void. I'm sure. The Eastern Wing Lord nodded. The TNG True Lord had been missing for so long, there must be a serious issue. Even at the risk of receiving the Child of the Void's punishment, he needed to find clarity in this matter. If that is the case, we will head to the Void's secret realm right now. Lord Divine Eye said immediately, deep inside the Void's secret realm. This place was already the limit that a normal evil god could explore. Further inside was a domain that they couldn't enter. It was the resting place of the strongest demonic divine masters of the boundless void. Great Child of the Void. The Eastern Wing Lord immediately began to call for the Child of the Void. As a perfect demon True Lord, the Eastern Wing Lord naturally had the means to summon the Child of the Void, and most of the perfect demon True Lords also had this capability. However, no perfect demon True Lord dared to use this method lightly. After all, we are dealing with the Child of the Void. Woo woo woo, an invisible aura began to converge. In a daze, a tremendous will descended from the deepest part of the Void's secret realm. Who is it? Who is awakening me? The entirety of the Void's secret realm trembled slightly. At that moment, all the perfect demon True Lords were shocked and looked towards this place, realizing immediately that the Child of the Void had awakened. An infinite power of the Void's secret realm began to condense, forming a majestic figure that looked down upon Eastern Wing Lord and the dozen or so True Lords. Greetings, Child of the Void, the Eastern Wing Lord immediately said respectfully. Although the Child of the Void was also a perfect demon True Lord, with control over the Void's secret realm, the strength of the Child of the Void was entirely above all other perfect demon True Lords. For the Eastern Wing Lord and the other True Lords, the Child of the Void was no different from the 10th stage evil gods. Speak. The majestic figure formed by the will of the Child of the Void looked on with a calm gaze. Yes. The Eastern Wing Lord quickly delineated the recent few hundred years of events, especially highlighting the disappearance of TNG True Lord, expressly indicating a major problem arose. The Taiyan Sovereign? The martial Dao cultivation system? The Child of the Void was momentarily stunned, then revealed a trace of a smile. Interesting, I have never heard of the name Taiyan Sovereign. Even the great Child of the Void has not heard of it? The Eastern Wing Lord was slightly taken aback, assuming that the Taiyan Sovereign had accidentally fallen into the deepest part of the Void's secret realm, and cultivated to the 9th stage perfection there, so there had been no traces left in the boundless void. But if even the Child of the Void did not know of the Taiyan Sovereign, this possibility no longer stood. You wish to inquire about TNG? I shall question TNG's life-preserving incarnation now. The Child of the Void dispatched a wisp of will, descending to the deepest area of the Void's secret realm, arriving at the location of TNG True Lord's life-preserving incarnation. The Child of the Void's brow raised slightly, displaying a look of surprise. The Child of the Void's look of astonishment was not concealed and similarly caught the eyes of the Eastern Wing Lord and the other Divine Masters. Great Child of the Void, what happened to TNG? How is he? The Eastern Wing Lord inquired cautiously. TNG has fallen into slumber, even his life-preserving incarnation is asleep. With a thought from the Child of the Void, TNG True Lord's life-preserving incarnation was transferred from the deepest area of the Void's secret realm right before the eyes of the numerous demonic Divine Masters. Asleep? The Eastern Wing Lord could not comprehend. TNG True Lord himself had strategically plotted every move to encircle and kill the Taiyan Sovereign, and just when he was about to take action, he fell into slumber. If this wasn't coming from the mouth of the Child of the Void, the Eastern Wing Lord would never believe it. It was too absurd. He didn't fall into slumber on his own, he was forced into slumber. The Child of the Void closely observed TNG True Lord's life-preserving incarnation and said, "Slumber involuntarily." Eastern Wing Lord and Lord Divine Eye, as well as the other demonic Divine Masters, exchanged glances, feeling a chill in their hearts. TNG True Lord is a perfect demon True Lord. In the vast boundless void, who could put TNG True Lord into an unresisting slumber, to the point where not even a message could get out? How interesting, how interesting. I didn't expect something so interesting to happen in less than 10 billion years of slumber. The Child of the Void murmured to himself. Although TNG True Lord was not good at direct confrontation, making him fall into slumber quietly was something that even the Child of the Void needed to borrow some power from the Void's secret realm to achieve. I'll awaken TNG and ask him, then I'll know what's going on. The consciousness of the child of the void began to seep into the body of TNG True Lord's life-preserving incarnation. TNG True Lord was forced into slumber and could not wake up by his own power. But it was possible to awaken him through external stimulation, and of course, only the child of the void, who mastered the entire void secret realm, could do this. Tianqing World. Deep within the martial hall, 50 years of arduous cultivation and enlightenment. Lin Yuan was now infinitely close to the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm. The Milky Way of space-time was rippling over Lin Yuan's body, like a miniature river of space-time. Your exceptional understanding has deepened your comprehension of the secret skill, Milky Way, and the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Your exceptional understanding has deepened your comprehension of the secret skill, Milky Way, and the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Your exceptional understanding has deepened your comprehension of the secret skill, Milky Way, and the spatio-temporal fusion rule. In a trance, Lin Yuan felt the world before his eyes change. The vast boundless void suddenly became extremely simple, consisting only of time and space. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's mind surged with a tremendous amount of enlightening insights, almost breaking into the domain of the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm. And at this moment, inside his world, TNG True Lord, who had been immersed in the grand illusion woven by Lin Yuan, suddenly opened his eyes. Am I awake? Have I escaped the illusion? Before TNG True Lord had time to look around, his physical body and soul rapidly disintegrated. Noisy. Lin Yuan merely glanced at the spot where TNG True Lord was within his inner world and continued his enlightenment. As he was at a critical time transitioning into the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm, Lin Yuan naturally did not allow any instability to arise within his inner world. Since TNG True Lord had woken up at this time, regardless of what power he was relying on, direct eradication was the option. Space-time. How beautiful! Lin Yuan immersed his whole heart and soul into the comprehension of the essence of space-time. Deep within the void secret realm, under the gaze of the towering figure of the child of the void and the Eastern Wing Lord, as well as the other demonic divine masters, TNG True Lord suddenly opened his eyes, not yet reacting before his expression dramatically changed. Because he felt his true body had perished. Child of the void. Seeing the towering figure looming over him, TNG True Lord immediately said respectfully, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" The child of the void asked directly, his interest in TNG True Lord's predicament growing. Over the long years as the master of the void secret realm, he had never felt any unexpected presence, everything was under control. Yet now, from TNG True Lord's behavior, the child of the void felt a curiosity that had disappeared for who knows how long. Yes, TNG True Lord dared not defy the child of the void. In fact, he had no intention to conceal the truth and immediately revealed everything he knew. The Taiyan sovereign is not the mastermind behind the scenes. The spread of martial Tao is driven by the martial ancestor. The Taiyan sovereign is just the one pushed to the front by the martial ancestor? Without any reply from the child of the void, the Eastern Wing Lord and the other demonic divine masters nearby were stunned first. For them, the Taiyan sovereign was already strong enough, but behind him stood the martial ancestor whose strength was even greater than the Taiyan sovereign's. Even TNG True Lord stood no chance against that martial ancestor. Indeed, I incarnated into the Tianqing world, and after a brief investigation, I learned that in that world, the heavens, the earth, and the spirits all worship the martial ancestor. They all revere the martial Tao. The TNG True Lord nodded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed any of this. The great child of the void, that martial ancestor, is unbelievably powerful. It is estimated that he is infinitely close to the 10th stage. Apart from you, child of the void, there is no other evil god in the boundless void who could resist him. The TNG True Lord said respectfully to the towering figure. Even in the face of the martial ancestor, his own true body could not manage to flee, being directly suppressed, forced into slumber, leading the TNG True Lord to develop an inexplicable fear of the martial ancestor. Infinitely close to the 10th stage? The child of the void's expression remained calm. To him, as long as it wasn't a 10th stage evil god, there was nothing to fear. With the void secret realm under his control, he could sweep away all before him. Since that is the case, I shall go and see this martial ancestor for myself. The child of the void spoke immediately. Yes. The TNG True Lord felt a slight relief within his heart. As long as the great child of the void took action, no matter how powerful that martial ancestor was, the outcome was already determined. The boundless void, in front of a large world. The forms of the child of the void and many other perfect demon true lords appeared. Child of the void, this world is one of the many worlds occupied by the Taiyan sovereign. The Tianqing world, where the martial ancestor presides, lies in that direction. The TNG True Lord immediately spoke. His memory of the Tianqing world was indelibly deep, there was no chance of error. I understand. The child of the void's presence was like an ocean, as he nodded slightly. In that case, we will start with this world. Although the child of the void was very confident that no matter how powerful that martial ancestor was, he would not be his opponent. The description of the martial ancestor by the TNG True Lord still made the child of the void refrain from underestimating him. Now that the child of the void had just awakened, the vast majority of his power was still slumbering, not yet fully revived. Thus, he planned to eliminate the worlds occupied by the martial Tao one by one on his way to the Tianqing world, taking the opportunity to end his dormant state and suppress the martial ancestor with his full glory. You go and draw out the Taiyan sovereign first. The child of the void commanded. Beyond wanting to meet the martial ancestor, he also wanted to have a look at this Taiyan sovereign. Since the Taiyan sovereign was a powerful figure brought into the light by the martial ancestor, he must be able to reveal some of the martial ancestor's techniques. Understood. Lord Divine Eye nodded and immediately manifested himself, arriving outside that large world. Taiyan sovereign, come out. Lord Divine Eye's voice traveled along space and time, and at that moment, all beings within the large world heard these words. Taiyan sovereign, come out. The terrifying sonic waves, mixed with the fluctuations of space and time, made all the beings within the world tremble from the depths of their souls. At the same time, the child of the void was covertly observing the beings within the world, especially the cultivators of the martial Tao. Not bad. The child of the void gave a slight nod, expressing approval. He had already learned from the TNG True Lord about the threat and potential of the martial Tao cultivation system. Yet, upon personally seeing the cultivators of martial Tao and observing the martial Tao they practiced, the child of the void was still somewhat surprised. Evil gods could grow to a height where they destroy heavens and earth because of their intrinsic foundation and heritage. But what of the myriad beings, the insects of the world? They are but food for the evil gods, or perhaps not even worthy to be called food. Consequently, the martial Tao cultivation system allowed these insects the possibility of growing into threats to the evil gods. This cultivation system, distinct from the growth path of evil gods, surprised the child of the void. What a pity. The conclusion is already determined. The child of the void shook his head slightly. As long as he controlled the void's secret realm, these cultivators of martial Tao could not make significant waves. The great child of the void, that Taiyan sovereign has not shown himself, reported Lord Divine Eye as he returned and respectfully addressed the child of the void. Forget it, just destroy this world directly. The child of the void spoke. Having observed for a brief time, his power had recovered a large part, already capable of mobilizing the full power of the void's secret realm. There was no need to waste more time here. Okay. Lord Divine Eye approached the world once again, spreading with martial Tao, and opened his large mouth. Space and time began to distort, intending to swallow the world whole. 7th stage and 8th stage evil gods needed time to devour a world bite by bite, but for a 9th stage perfect demon true lord like Lord Divine Eye, it only took one mouthful to engulf the world before him. Rumble, rumble. The world began to tremble. The beings within the world watched as a gaping maw appeared outside their world, biting down towards the entire world. Suddenly, at that moment, Lord Divine Eye's expression changed, and instantly he ceased the swallowing motion, allowing the about-to-be devoured world to slowly shift back to its place. There, Lord Divine Eye gazed intently in a certain direction, precisely the one that TNG True Lord had pointed out earlier, the Tianqing world where the martial ancestor was stationed. At this moment within the sight of Lord Divine Eye's perception, ripples of space and time continuously spread from that direction, swiftly covering a large part of the boundless void. Not just Lord Divine Eye, all of the other perfect demon true lords were also simultaneously focusing on the source of the spatio-temporal fluctuations, their expressions extremely solemn. Such a change affecting the entire boundless void was almost unprecedented for most of them. Child of the Void, the TNG True Lord was the same, but he was the first to react, turning his head towards the Child of the Void standing by his side. However, the Child of the Void was no longer standing in his original place. TNG True Lord looked around and found that, at some unknown point, the Child of the Void had already positioned himself in front of all the demon True Lords, gazing in the direction of the Tianqing world, seemingly peering at the presence of some existence. The Child of the Void's gaze was solemn like never before, as if facing a formidable enemy. The heavens, the earth, and the spirits all honor the martial Tao. What a martial ancestor of martial Tao! The Child of the Void stood towering, silently observing the direction of the Tianqing world. Even now, having mostly recovered his powers and able to mobilize the entire Void secret realm. With just a thought, he could suppress everything in the boundless void. Yet, the Child of the Void focused intently on the source of the temporal fluctuations, his mind filled with doubts and speculations. Behind him, the perfect demon True Lords were similarly engaged, among them ancient beings whose existence spanned even beyond that of the Child of the Void, tracing back to before the Void secret realm was formed. This current temporal fluctuation seemed to have sparked a memory in the oldest of the demonic divine masters. A flicker of fear crossing their faces. Countless epochs had passed since the birth of the boundless void, with many demonic divine masters dominating their realms. But even the perfect demonic divine masters of the ninth stage could not fundamentally shake the boundless void. Historically, there had been 3 instances of such significant impact on the entire boundless void. The first was when the boundless void birthed its first 10th stage evil god, merging seamlessly with the rules of the boundless void, majestically mighty. The second instance was when this 10th stage evil god founded the void secret realm, fundamentally altering the boundless void with its creation, leaving a profound impact. The third instance was when the Child of the Void became the new ruler of the void secret realm, unleashing its power and causing temporal fluctuations throughout the boundless void. And now, there was a fourth instance. The temporal fluctuations originating from the Tianqing world hinted at engulfing the entirety of the boundless void. There was a common factor in all 4 instances, they were related to the 10th stage. During the third instance, the Child of the Void had assumed control of the Void secret realm. Although not yet stepping into the 10th stage himself, the Void secret realm had been painstakingly established by a being of the 10th stage. It was closely linked to the 10th stage, this temporal fluctuation? Is it the 10th stage? Has the boundless void birthed another 10th stage existence? Yes, this feeling reminds me of the time when the founder of the Void secret realm stepped into the 10th stage. The effects on spacetime were similar to now. The perfect demon True Lords were shocked. They had thought that the Child of the Void, the next to ascend to the 10th stage in the boundless void, had, after all, the Child of the Void controlled the Void secret realm, which was fully created by the previous 10th stage evil god. Being constantly in tune with the very essence of the Void secret realm, the Child of the Void had a greater likelihood of stepping into the 10th stage than any other perfect demon True Lord. But now, the Child of the Void stood right before them. Did this mean that someone else had entered into the 10th stage? Could it be that martial ancestor from Tianqing world? TNG True Lord felt a chill. The sources of the temporal fluctuations were blatant, with no intent to conceal, perceivable to any 9th stage demonic divine masters. TNG True Lord had personally visited Tianqing world, estimating that the source of the fluctuations was near there. With the martial ancestor stationed in Tianqing world, it was difficult for TNG True Lord not to speculate about him causing these vast temporal disruptions within the boundless void. Martial ancestor? 10th stage? TNG True Lord was fraught with fear. He had, not long ago, gathered a group of evil gods to attack Taiyan Sovereign, even venturing into Tianqing world to spy on the martial ancestor's stronghold. Looking back, it seemed a perilous venture. Great Child of the Void, what should we do now? Lord Divine Eye mustered his courage and asked cautiously. He had nearly swallowed that world whole but stopped abruptly due to the temporal fluctuations. The shock was evident. Lord Divine Eye's inquiry turned everyone's gaze toward the Child of the Void. What should we do? the child of the void remained silent. Unlike the other evil gods who only sensed the source of the temporal fluctuations, the child of the void, controlling the void's secret realm, perceived much more acutely. With the power of the void secret realm, his gaze had even fallen onto Tianqing world. If not for the rich presence of space-time powers within Tianqing world, which made him wary, the child of the void might have even considered a forceful investigation. "Let's go and see," the child of the void slowly proposed. Regardless of whether the martial ancestor had achieved the 10th stage, he would make the journey. If the martial ancestor truly became a 10th stage existence, the child of the void would certainly lead the demonic divine masters to demonstrate their allegiance. Inevitably, as the ruler of the void's secret realm, the child of the void was acutely aware of the terror a 10th stage being could inspire. Admittedly, with the aid of the void's secret realm, the child of the void believed he could exhibit the combat power of the 10th stage. But to contend with a true 10th stage being, the child of the void had no assurance. If he couldn't contend, then he must offer his submission. In the realm of the evil gods, the law of the jungle dictated the weak serve the strong. If the martial ancestor had not ascended to the 10th stage, the child of the void had no intention of being hostile. This visit would be to ease relations with the martial ancestor. The current temporal fluctuation, even if not indicative of an ascension to the 10th stage, hinted at something akin to handling relics comparable to the void's secret realm, a legacy of a 10th stage being. Just as the child of the void controlled the void's secret realm. Under such circumstances, even if the child of the void gave it his all, he was powerless against the martial ancestor. It was better to turn warfare into a peace offering. At the level of the child of the void, in the vast and boundless void, what he truly sought was to step into the 10th stage. Anything else was illusory. "Let's go." The child of the void glanced at the many demonic divine masters and directly used the power of the void's secret realm to begin a long-distance shift, heading towards the Tianqing world. Tianqing world. Deep within the martial hall. Currently, thick spatio-temporal fluctuations filled the air, as Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The volatile force of space and the abstruse force of time were, in his presence, like docile kittens, manipulated at will. "So, this is the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm?" A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he had completely stepped into the sixth realm of the space-time fusion rule in his understanding, rising to the level of the mighty. Of course, this was just the understanding of space-time. He had barely reached the level of the mighty in terms of power. In terms of actual strength, the gap between him and the mighty was still like a chasm. If the understanding of the space-time fusion rule is likened to a sort of skill, then the factors affecting strength, besides the skill, would also be the power itself. Under the same level of skill, one party has the strength of 100 pounds while the other 100 tons. Both sides engage in combat. It would certainly be a one-sided crush, and the sixfold realm of space-time fusion is merely the threshold of the mighty in the realm of space-time fusion. Aside from this fusion rule, the mighty masters many other fusion rules, and even transforms a certain pillar rule into a pathway corresponding to themselves. The sixfold realm of space-time fusion rule signifies a qualitative change, involving the power to break free from the constraints of the river of space-time. Lin Yuan observed the vast space-time and many insights came to him. Why is the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rule acclaimed as the domain of the mighty? It is because at this height of space-time fusion, one has begun to form a miniature river of space-time. Lin Yuan did not doubt that he now had the capacity to strike at the ultimate realm if he was willing. The commonly held belief among the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky that only at the 11th rank peak one could strike at the ultimate is because lifeforms at the 11th rank peak have barely reached the threshold to make a strike at the ultimate. But Lin Yuan? Although he was only at the 10th stage, there was no difference between him and those 11th rank peak lifeforms, and in some aspects, he was even stronger, such as in the understanding of space-time fusion rule, and the index of his mental willpower, etc. Of course, Lin Yuan could indeed make a strike at the ultimate, but whether he could succeed was another matter. However, at the very least, even if Lin Yuan were to directly attempt to strike at the ultimate now, he would have a greater chance of success than those legendary beings like the four divine kings, and in this, the understanding of the space-time fusion rule up to the sixfold realm and the index of mental willpower are very important. My inner universe. Lin Yuan's will descended upon his inner universe. The greatest impact of reaching the sixfold realm of spacetime fusion rule on Lin Yuan was reflected in his inner universe. Within the inner universe, space and time began to merge, and a miniature version of the river of spacetime formed faintly. Even if it was just an embryonic form, the emergence of the miniature river of spacetime transformed the aura of the inner universe. It's a pity that my inner universe has still not broken through its upper limit, surpassing 2.3 billion li in diameter. Lin Yuan felt some regret, but he quickly accepted it. Among the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, many powerful beings are confined by the upper limits of their racial bloodlines, and the ultimate size of their inner universes typically ranges between 10 million li to several tens of millions. Lin Yuan's inner universe, having reached 2.3 billion li in diameter, has far surpassed any life in the main universe, including those unique and unparalleled special lives. With my current understanding of the spacetime fusion rule, if I strike at the 11th rank, and withstand the chaos void origin infusion, could I break the shackles of my inner universe? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Normally, an 11th rank peak making a strike at the ultimate realm and undergoing the chaos void origin infusion would undergo a substantial leap in the essence of life, breaking free from the constraints of the river of spacetime, with the inner universe evolving towards a universe within. All aspects of the inner universe would break the original shackles, and the inner universes of the mighty would start from tens to hundreds of thousands of light years in diameter. This is why, even after realizing the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm, Lin Yuan has no thoughts of rivaling the mighty. The gap is too vast. How vast must be the force wielded by an inner universe ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands of light years? I'll find out when I push for the 11th rank. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then no longer dwelt on it. His current conditions were completely unprecedented, not to mention human civilization, even among the entire 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, not to speak of the lengthy cosmic eras before, no forerunner can be found. Receiving chaos void origin infusion when striking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank? Comprehending the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rule at the 10th stage. Exceeding 24 million points in the index of mental willpower when at the 10th stage. Having an inner universe with a diameter reaching 2.3 billion li. And so on. Each of the aforementioned conditions, if placed on any being, would dominate a single or even several cosmic eras. And now all of them are concentrated on Lin Yuan? The future is completely unpredictable. Outside the Tianqing world, the child of the void and many perfect demonic divine masters emerged one after the other. Is this the source of the spatio-temporal fluctuations? That existence, who is suspected to have entered the 10th stage, is actually residing in such a small world? It's unbelievable. One perfect demon true lord after another muttered, for normally, the more powerful a life form is, the higher its requirements for its spatial environment. Like these perfect demon true lords, most are either roaming the boundless void or dwelling long in the void secret realm. As for cowering within a single world, that would be too stifling. Tianqing world. The child of the void carefully observed the Tianqing-colored world in its original location. Intense fluctuations of space-time were almost overflowing, and under such fluctuations, the child of the void was entirely unable to obtain any slight information about the Tianqing world. Unable to reverse time to glimpse the past of the Tianqing world. Is it truly entering the 10th stage, or like me, becoming the keeper of some 10th stage legacy treasure? The child of the void did not reach a conclusion. Although whichever possibility it was, he would no longer oppose the martial ancestor. He decided the child of the void's final attitude towards the martial ancestor. Great child of the void, should I go inform that martial ancestor that we are right outside? Lord Divine Eye glanced and tentatively asked. Inform the martial ancestor? The child of the void glanced at Lord Divine Eye. Even if it was not possible to determine right now which possibility the martial ancestor actually was, even if it was the lowest possibility, he was still in existence at the same level as the child of the void. Under such circumstances, go inform the martial ancestor? The child of the void naturally wasn't foolish, facing weaker ones. He was naturally absolutely domineering, but facing at least an equal existence like the martial ancestor, who might even surpass him. The child of the void knew what to do. We just wait here. The child of the void said indifferently. With the martial ancestor's strength, he must have already noticed their arrival. If he wanted to meet, he would naturally appear. If he didn't want to meet, even if Lord Divine Eye went to inform, they wouldn't be able to meet. Yes. Lord Divine Eye steadied his spirit, and also knew that his previous words were inappropriate. Tianqing World. The appearance of the Child of the Void and many demonic divine masters, although they tried as much as possible to conceal their aura, and were waiting quite far away from the world. Still, it influenced the creatures within the world. There was no help. The suppression coming from the demonic divine masters was simply too strong, especially the cohort of perfect demonic divine masters, as well as the existence of the Child of the Void, who governed the Void secret realm. At this moment, any demonic divine master standing outside the world possessed the strength to easily swallow the entire Tianqing world. Those demonic divine masters. Great Priest Qingyao briefly connected mentally with the ancestral demon tree, sensing the vague outlines of the Child of the Void and many demonic divine masters, and her spirit trembled uneasily. The intense fluctuations of space-time originating deep within the martial hall, in the eyes of the perfect demonic divine masters, appeared as conspicuous as the great sun in the sky, but to the creatures within the world, they were completely imperceptible. The gap in levels was simply too vast. The ordinary beings couldn't even perceive the basic spatial fluctuations, not to mention the fusion of time and space. However, although Great Priest Qingyao couldn't discern the changes coming deep within the martial hall, she distinctly felt, at this moment outside the world, the terrifying contours of each demonic divine master. The aura revealed by any demonic divine master's contour could destroy the Tianqing world hundreds to thousands of times, as remembered by Great Priest Qingyao. It's over. Great Priest Qingyao felt completely hopeless. Hundreds of years ago, facing the invasion of the Magic Eye and myriad tentacle stream, she still had the courage to resist or even undertake a fight to mutual destruction. But now, the indescribable contours of the demonic divine masters outside the world stifled even the thought of resistance in Great Priest Qingyao. The only thing Great Priest Qingyao couldn't understand was why those inexpressibly powerful demonic divine masters were now quietly standing outside the world, showing no hint of making a move. Deep within the martial hall, Lin Yuan carefully sensed the changes within himself, as a miniature formation of a river of space-time began taking shape inside his internal world, causing his internal world to begin transforming, which in turn greatly elevated Lin Yuan's physical and soul capacities. As for the will of the heart, the body nurtures the soul, and the soul nurtures the will of the heart. Logically, the transformation of the internal world would also affect the will of the heart. But Lin Yuan's will of the heart was now incredibly strong, having reached an all-encompassing level, thus barely undergoing any change. Lin Yuan's current strength of will, he estimated, would only be impacted when attempting to break through the 11th stage, or perhaps directly during the ultimate breakthrough. The stronger the will of the heart, the more difficult it is to enhance, especially reaching 10 million points, which can't be improved just by experiencing the passage of time. Before reaching 10 million points in the will of the heart index, the longer one lives, the greater the impact on the will of the heart, but once past 10 million points, this impact rapidly diminishes. Those demonic divine masters have come. Lin Yuan scanned outside the world. With his current level, he had already sensed the presence of those demonic divine masters, including the Child of the Void within his perception. For Lin Yuan, the existence of the Child of the Void was quite special. He was connected with that Void secret realm, able to resonate at any moment between the two. Never mind, let's deal with them first. Lin Yuan stood up, took a step forward, and appeared outside the martial hall. Martial Ancestor. Seeing Lin Yuan, Great Priest Qingyao immediately spoke with utmost gravity. Many powerful demonic divine masters suddenly appeared outside. No matter. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "They are here to pay respects to me." Ah, Great Priest Qingyao was somewhat slow to react. Those indescribably terrifying demonic divine masters were here to pay respects to the martial ancestor? To pay respects? Outside the world, the Child of the Void and many demonic divine masters quietly waited. Including the Child of the Void, no demonic divine master revealed any signs of impatience. At that moment, whoosh, an intangible wave of space-time arrived, appearing before all the demonic divine masters, as a perfectly formed young man congealed, his eyes calm as the ocean of time and space, gazing at the many demonic divine masters. The body Lin Yuan was inhabiting was formed through 10,000 years of cultivation by the ancestral demon tree using the origin source of the Tianqing world, naturally reaching a perfectly flawless state in all aspects, not a single flaw to be found. Martial ancestor has come. The moment all the demonic divine masters saw Lin Yuan, their level of nervousness escalated to the highest, incredibly cautious and earnest. Beyond this world, in the boundless void, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his gaze serenely observing the many demonic divine masters. And all demonic divine masters likewise cautiously surveyed Lin Yuan. Lord Divine Eye, Eastern Wing Lord, and other perfect demon true lords faintly sensed an endless surge of the power of space-time emanating from Lin Yuan's body, observing the martial ancestor as if observing the immense boundless void. The majestic power of space-time poured continuously towards the deep recesses of the spatial layers, thereby affecting the surrounding time and space, condensing out its own home field advantage. It was just like the relationship between the child of the void and the void secret realm. The difference was that the void secret realm of the child of the void came from the realm's creator, while Lin Yuan relied entirely on his own influence. This scene made the hearts and minds of all demonic divine masters on the field tremble, and in the end, they didn't even dare to continue their furtive observations. The aura of the martial ancestor is too terrifying. In front of him, I can't even muster up the courage to strike, thought one perfect demon true lord after another. Thankfully, the great child of the void has no intention of engaging with the martial ancestor, otherwise wouldn't we just be cannon fodder? As perfect demon true lords with mastery over numerous bizarre abilities, death was difficult even if they sought it, but once involved in a fight related to the 10th stage, they could only resign themselves to fate. Too powerful, many times stronger than what my incarnated spirit saw decades ago. TNG True Lord's scalp exploded, subconsciously moving back. It feels like even the great child of the void is somewhat inferior. I wonder if the martial ancestor has really stepped into the 10th stage. Thinking this, TNG True Lord instinctively glanced at the child of the void. Whether the martial ancestor had stepped into the 10th stage, these perfect demon true lords couldn't tell. For both TNG True Lord and Eastern Wing Lord, they could only feel the martial ancestor's strength, and it would require no effort to kill them. That was all. And this, the child of the void could achieve by leveraging the power of the void secret realm. Therefore, the many demonic divine masters had no way to know exactly what level the martial ancestor was at. To judge the martial ancestor's true power, only the child of the void, holder of the void secret realm, could be certain. The child of the void also observed the martial ancestor closely in the void. There's no aura of any treasure left by existences of the 10th stage. The child of the void thought to himself. In fact, as soon as he felt that spatial temporal fluctuation, he believed that the possibility of the martial ancestor stepping into the 10th stage was greater than that of the martial ancestor coming into possession of treasures left by existences of the 10th stage. Thus far, the only known 10th stage existence in the boundless void was the creator of the void secret realm. The child of the void, as the new holder of the void secret realm, did not believe that the creator had left behind any treasures comparable to the void secret realm. Even if the martial ancestor fulfilled all sorts of prerequisite conditions for becoming the possessor of a 10th stage legacy treasure, there wouldn't be a 10th stage legacy treasure available to him. But until seeing for himself, everything was unknown. The child of the void only speculated those two possibilities. I have seen the martial ancestor. The child of the void bowed slightly toward Lin Yuan. Without any aura of a treasure left by the 10th stage, it meant that the degree of the power of space-time Lin Yuan emitted was completely on his own. That is to say, the martial ancestor had indeed stepped into the 10th stage, becoming the second 10th stage powerhouse in the history of this boundless void. Such an existence was worth the veneration of this bow from the child of the void. I have seen the martial ancestor. I have seen the martial ancestor. I have seen the martial ancestor. Seeing this, the other many perfect demon true lords did not hesitate to follow the child of the void in bowing to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan swept a glance at the many demonic divine masters, with no surprise whatsoever. In the face of absolute power, any rebellion is meaningless. The more powerful the demonic divine master, the clearer this truth is. Therefore, the submission of the many demonic divine masters, in Lin Yuan's heart, was completely expected. In fact, Even if these demonic divine masters didn't submit, it wouldn't affect Lin Yuan at all. He would simply annihilate all those who didn't submit. And wouldn't all the remaining be those who submitted? The martial ancestor wishes to spread martial Tao, and I am willing to cooperate. The Child of the Void immediately declared its position. Since Taiyan Sovereign was put forth as a publicly recognized powerhouse by the martial ancestor, that meant that the spread of martial Tao must originate from the martial ancestor himself. Under such circumstances, the Child of the Void naturally expressed its stance in a timely manner. Although saying so, the spread of martial Tao would enable the beings within worlds regarded as food by the demonic divine masters to grow further in strength, potentially having the capacity to rival demonic divine masters in the future. But the Child of the Void was clear in its heart: if they were to prevent the spread of martial Tao, it was likely that the demonic divine masters wouldn't have a future, as they would be slaughtered cleanly by the martial ancestor. Perhaps the Child of the Void, by harnessing the power of the Void secret realm, could hide in the deepest recesses of the realm and cling on to life, but for other demonic divine masters, it was less certain. At least the boundless void outside of the Void secret realm would completely become the domain of martial Tao cultivators, and even a large portion of the Void secret realm itself would be occupied by the martial ancestor. So, the Child of the Void simply chose to cooperate with the martial ancestor, because even the worst outcome would not be as bad as standing in complete opposition to the martial ancestor. To spread martial Tao, ceding half of the domains within the boundless void and the Void secret realm will suffice. Lin Yuan slowly spoke, stating his demands. Actually, with Lin Yuan's strength, even if he completely occupied the boundless void, neither the Child of the Void nor the numerous demonic divine masters would dare to say anything. However, doing so would not be beneficial for the development of martial Tao itself. Without the oppression of the foreign evil gods, within the many worlds of the boundless void, those martial Tao cultivators would lack pressure, and the probability of high-level martial Tao cultivators being born would greatly decrease. Not everyone possesses Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, able to smoothly break through with just a simple closed-door cultivation. The vast majority of martial Tao cultivators will be trapped before certain shackles for most of their lives. Without external stimulation, they may never step into the next realm in their entire lifetime. Of course, such actions from Lin Yuan would lead to the increased casualties of martial Tao cultivators, with countless martial Tao cultivators perishing in the struggle against the evil gods. But is Lin Yuan a nanny? To fight for half the territory of this boundless void for all beings that are considered food, and then be responsible for their safety? From beginning to end, Lin Yuan had only one goal. That is to spread martial Tao, to let as many living beings practice martial Tao as possible, and to give birth to more high-level martial Tao cultivators. The importance of the latter even surpasses the former. In Lin Yuan's heart, as long as one 5th rank or 6th rank martial Tao cultivator can be born, it is worth the death of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 4th rank or 5th rank martial Tao cultivators. Even if the evil gods in the boundless void could not practice martial Tao, Lin Yuan would be more willing to shelter the evil gods. After all, with their average talent and aptitude, once they practiced martial Tao, their starting point would be far beyond what the living beings within the world could compare to. Just taking away half of the boundless void and the Void secret realm. Apart from providing enough pressure for martial Tao cultivators, stimulating martial Tao to develop more vigorously. Lin Yuan also had another purpose, which was to maintain the balance between the evil gods and martial Tao cultivators in the boundless void as much as possible. Once the spatio-temporal fusion rule reached the 6th realm, Lin Yuan could see through the essence of this boundless void at a glance. That is the origin of the evil gods. Evil gods are nurtured from the boundless void, meaning the evil gods are endless. Even if Lin Yuan had the ability to slaughter all evil gods, after tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years, a new batch of evil gods would still be bred. These evil gods are inherently powerful, even capable of reaching the 8th stage or 9th stage in a short period by devouring their own kind. By then, the newly born evil gods, finding that most of the outer space is occupied by weak beings, will inevitably stir up a new war. And Lin Yuan cannot be residing permanently in this boundless void, even though every descent only consumes 1/3 of a strand of world-breaking origin force. But it would still be painful if done many times, therefore. Leaving half of the territory to these evil gods would save Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. At least, the evil gods and martial Dao cultivators can maintain balance, and as the long years pass, under the oppression of the evil gods, martial Dao cultivators will gradually become stronger, and the evil gods themselves also have their own territories. Naturally, they won't recklessly fight to the death with martial Dao cultivators. No problem. The Child of the Void didn't even think about it and agreed directly. Half of the territory of the Boundless Void, half of the territory of the Void Secret Realm. It seems that the entire evil god clan would lose half of their growth space, but in reality, as long as they can stabilize Martial Ancestor, a 10th stage existence, it's not really a cost at all. There is another matter. Lin Yuan looked at the Child of the Void and spoke again. Please speak, Martial Ancestor. Don't say one matter, even if there are 10 or 100, I agree. The Child of the Void put up a very low stance, almost obliging any request. It's just this one thing. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was merely a passerby in this world. As long as the legacy of martial Dao didn't perish, that would be enough. Why would he have 10 or 100 matters? The deepest space of the Void Secret Realm should contain the remnant items of the realm's creator. I plan to take a look, Lin Yuan said, looking at the Child of the Void. Once the spatio-temporal fusion rule reached the 6th realm, many secrets of this boundless void unfolded before Lin Yuan, including the one about the creator of the Void Secret Realm. The deepest space of the Secret Realm? The Child of the Void was stunned for a moment and then immediately nodded. No problem. The deepest space of the Void Secret Realm indeed contained traces of the realm's creator, but the Child of the Void, having observed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, still did not understand. Lin Yuan wanted to go and see. Naturally, the Child of the Void didn't dare refuse. Then I will send Martial Ancestor in now, the Child of the Void immediately said. The deepest space of the Void Secret Realm could only be entered by him, the holder of the realm, and no other powerful beings could enter. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No need? The Child of the Void was somewhat puzzled. Didn't he say he wanted to go in and take a look? Why not now? I can go in by myself. Lin Yuan stepped out and disappeared on the spot. Once Lin Yuan, who reached the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rule, was within this boundless void. He could be anywhere his mind wished to be. The boundless void is vast and immense, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, with a mere thought, he could appear anywhere. This is an ability that comes with attaining a certain mastery over space and time. Lin Yuan, in the sixfold realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules, has already stepped into the threshold of the mighty. The Void Secret Realm lies deep within the multi-layered spatial layers of the boundless void, surrounded by spatial temporal mazes. Even for Sect Master Duan Xie, who is at level 11 perfect, he would need to rely on a scroll token to enter. But these spatial temporal mazes cannot stop Lin Yuan. When he was in the 5-layered realm of space-time fusion rules, Lin Yuan could already forcefully enter the Void Secret Realm. Now, in the space-time fusion rules 6-fold realm, the entire Void Secret Realm, inside and out, every single area, holds no secrets before Lin Yuan. It's like his own backyard. Even if Lin Yuan wished to, he could completely create a new, Void Secret Realm. One that is even more perfect and grander than the original. The 10th stage evil gods of the boundless void, to a certain degree, have also just barely reached the 6th realm in their understanding of space and time. But such 6th realm is based on innate talent. Unlike Lin Yuan, who comprehended the 6-fold realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules from scratch entirely through his against heaven's understanding. There is still a significant gap in that respect. Enter by myself? The Child of the Void is utterly astonished. The Void Secret Realm is the result of its creator's painstaking efforts. Even if Lin Yuan stepped into the 10th stage, forcefully entering the Void Secret Realm isn't doubted by the Child of the Void. However, to think of descending into the core area of the Secret Realm without his permission. Do they really think that the painstaking efforts of the Secret Realm creator are mere paper? But the next moment, the Child of the Void, the holder of the Secret Realm, vaguely felt the presence of the martial ancestor descending into the deepest area of the Void Secret Realm and appearing without warning at the core. In that process, many spatio-temporal barriers and traps in the Secret Realm, in front of the martial ancestor, didn't even have the chance to be activated, as if the martial ancestor and he himself were both masters of the Void's secret realm. The child of the Void's face slightly pales. In fact, even when the child of the Void knew that the martial ancestor had stepped into the 10th stage, he still was somewhat confident. If the martial ancestor's demands were truly excessive, such as planning to completely enslave him, or having thoughts of killing him to seize the Void's secret realm, the child of the Void would definitely refuse. He could just hide in the core area of the deepest part of the Void's secret realm, where even a being of the 10th stage would not forcibly enter. This was also one of the few pieces of information left to him, the heir of the secret realm, by its creator. The creation of the Void's secret realm was based on the boundless void. Unless one completely surpasses the creator in the understanding of space and time, another being of the 10th stage couldn't entirely occupy the Void's secret realm. But now, the child of the Void realized just how laughable his final trump card was before the martial ancestor. If it weren't for his still retained control over the Void's secret realm, the child of the Void almost thought the realm had changed hands. Fortunately, I didn't say too much earlier. The child of the Void greatly relieves inwardly, thankful that he hadn't immediately agreed to the martial ancestor earlier, instead choosing to use the secret realm as his last resort to negotiate terms with the martial ancestor. Otherwise, the ending waiting for him probably wouldn't have been good. The child of the Void has no doubts the martial ancestor would kill Hema among such mighty beings, who doesn't reign supreme. Before the martial ancestor, the previous holders of the Void's secret realm did the same. Did the martial ancestor not notice me? TNG True Lord greatly relieved. Among the numerous evil gods at the scene, he had the biggest connection with the martial ancestor. Not only did he send an incarnation to infiltrate the Tianqing world and was suppressed on sight by the martial ancestor, but he also planned many evil god true lords to ambush the Taiyan sovereign. And given the relationship between Taiyan sovereign and the martial ancestor, it would be only too normal for the martial ancestor to kill TNG True Lord. Perhaps in the eyes of the martial ancestor, he has never truly acknowledged me. TNG True Lord doesn't know whether to be glad or disappointed. He considers his wisdom significant, but before such absolute power of the martial ancestor, even the greatest wisdom is pale and weak. In the deepest area of the Void's secret realm, Lin Yuan is idly observing the surroundings. Before reaching the 6th realm of spacetime, the Taiyang divine spirit often ventured within the realm, yet still unable to break through several barriers deep in the realm. But now, Lin Yuan just stepped in with a stride. The 10th stage evil gods, in mastering the power of spacetime, are about the same as the 6th realm, but they are lacking in the finer details compared to the 6th realm. Lin Yuan concluded after observing the Void's secret realm for a while. This is the difference between relying on innate talent and solely on one's own capabilities. In the early stages, evil gods could overpower martial Dao cultivators. But as the strength and realm continue to increase, this gap will quickly narrow and eventually turn in favor. But where exactly did that creator of the secret realm go to? Lin Yuan is slightly curious, a 10th stage evil god, existing between level 11 perfect to level 12 in the main universe. Such a mighty life form, even placed in the main universe, could lie from the creation to the collapse and destruction of the universe, completing an entire cosmic era. This boundless void has clearly not yet experienced destruction and collapse, as the legends of the secret realm's creator still exist, and the Void's secret realm is also present, so theoretically, the creator of the secret realm should still be alive. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that the creator of the secret realm was hidden in some corner, asleep, but after stepping into the 6th realm of spacetime fusion rule, Lin Yuan searched the entire boundless void but could not find any trace of the creator of the secret realm. Here, Lin Yuan looked around. He was now at the core area of the deepest part of the Void's secret realm, which was a vast desert environment. Lin Yuan was standing in the middle of the desert. In front of him stood several huge stone pillars. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over those huge stone pillars, which retained some information left by the creator of the secret realm, simply instructing the future controllers of the secret realm on some matters. Regarding the methods of refining control of the Void's secret realm, and allowing the future controllers of the secret realm to continue to open the secret realm, to elevate the spiritual wills of many evil gods in the boundless void, and so on. This creator of the secret realm is rather benevolent. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The creation of the Void Secret Realm offered virtually no benefits for the 10th stage creator. The beneficiaries were all those evil gods of 8th and 9th stage. After all, killing the void creatures within the secret realm can genuinely enhance one's own spiritual will. And the evil gods are already full of various kinds of madness. With strong spiritual will, they are even more likely to maintain their sanity. Soon, Lin Yuan had looked over all the stone pillars, and his gaze fell back on the first stone pillar. This stone pillar had no specific information, only a complex pattern, which Lin Yuan initially didn't pay much attention to. A pattern that connects to a hidden space. Lin Yuan closely observed and finally used the power of spacetime to activate the power of the pathways. Buzzing, a faint suction enveloped Lin Yuan. With Lin Yuan's strength, a single thought could break free from this suction force, but he didn't. Swoosh! Lin Yuan appeared on a mountaintop, and sitting on a boulder in the distance was a figure. The figure wore a gray robe, only 4 to 5 meters tall, and at first glance seemed lifeless like a dry wood, also without ears or nose, having only 5 eyes and a mouth. You must have also stepped into the 10th stage to have discovered this hidden space, the gray-robed figure slowly spoke. So, is this the creator of the secret realm? Lin Yuan looked at the gray-robed figure, realizing it was only a residual image, similar to the programs in the main universe human civilization, triggered by any life form entering it. I do not know what era it is now, but in my boundless void, the emergence of a second 10th stage being is a good thing, a fortunate event, the gray-robed figure continued. The words spoken by the gray-robed figure were not a language but mental vibrations, comprehensible to any living being. A second 10th stage? Lin Yuan's expression was unchanging. After stepping into the 10th stage, I could feel the suppression from the boundless void, and also a fear from distant ages hence, I will die, if not now, then later. The gray-robed figure said. Lin Yuan listened silently. Even in the main universe, as long as one has not made the ultimate leap to free oneself from the shackles of the river of time, even the most powerful life forms will die. It's not a matter of lifespan, but when the universe collapses and destroys, the river of time will also collapse, and then all lives within it, unless they have broken free from the river's shackles, will be destroyed alongside it. The fear of death that the creator of the secret realm felt likely came from the end of this boundless void and the river of time entering destruction in a distant future. My intuition tells me, if I want to continue to live, I must attempt that step. The gray-robed figure said, his tone revealing a slight fluctuation of anticipation and fear. That step. Lin Yuan pondered internally, which probably meant the ultimate leap, but as there were no predecessors in this boundless void, the gray-robed figure had no idea what realm he was actually trying to break into. So he referred to it as, that step. Attempting that step, I feel it's extremely dangerous, but without attempting, I'm sure to die, so I have no choice, the gray-robed figure continued to speak. It likely failed, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Now he finally understood why he could not find any trace of the creator of the secret realm throughout the entire boundless void. Attempting the ultimate would take one's everything, including the life marks imprinted in this void, completely out of the river of time. And if it failed, one would totally disappear without leaving any trace. If the creator of the secret realm had succeeded in the leap and become ultimate, he definitely would have returned to the boundless void. Now, after such a long time without any news of him, it can only mean failure. So, before attempting the leap, I decided to leave something for this boundless void, spent my energy to create this void secret realm, and penned away the interstitial life forms outside the void. And the gray-robed figure looked at Lin Yuan. I have also prepared a gift for you, consider it a congratulatory gift. The gray-robed figure gradually dissipated. Lin Yuan stood there, plunged into silence. Attempting the ultimate, if it fails, means complete destruction without any trace left. The creator of the void secret realm, a 10th stage evil god, had a foundation even above those level 11 perfect legendary life forms of the main universe, but he too failed in the ultimate attempt. All his everything disappeared, leaving only a solitary void secret realm. Will I also end up like this in the future? Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was different from the creator of the void secret realm, who had no one before him and had to forge ahead by himself, where failure was all too normal. Lin Yuan was backed by human civilization, with the experiences of many supreme beings and some precious means to enhance the likelihood of making the ultimate leap. The chances of success were definitely much greater than those of the Secret Realm's creator. Most importantly, Lin Yuan was currently only at the 10th stage, and when he steps into the 11th stage, his foundation will undergo another comprehensive transformation, equally enhancing the opportunity to make the ultimate leap. Utilizing his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee he would definitely succeed in making the ultimate leap. But he could definitely maximize the chances of making it. So, the creator of the Secret Realm also left a gift? Is it a congratulatory gift? Lin Yuan looked towards the boulder where the gray-robed figure was, which also contained a vast space. When Lin Yuan sent a sliver of his will to probe into it, his expression slightly changed. This gift. Lin Yuan swept his gaze over the vast space inside the huge rock, his expression slightly solemn. The gift prepared by the creator of the Secret Realm was in celebration of the next existence at the 10th stage under the boundless void. He paid great attention to this, and naturally, the gift was also very precious. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. However, in some ways, Lin Yuan could also be considered an existence at the 10th stage. Accepting this gift was only natural. Lin Yuan scrutinized every detail of the space inside the huge rock and finally nodded slightly, saying, a total of 678. Indeed. The gift prepared by the creator of the Secret Realm was precisely the Void creatures. Moreover, they were Void creature monarchs at the peak of the 9th stage, all 678 of them. At this moment, they were all neatly sleeping within the vast space of the huge rock. Void creatures are not life forms from the boundless void, but rather from outside the boundless void, between dimensions and dimensional gaps. Therefore, Void creatures are also known as gap life forms. Killing Void creatures can enhance one's spiritual will. The stronger the Void creatures killed, the greater the increase in the spirit will index. Among them, the monarchs of the Void creatures undoubtedly provide the best improvement to spiritual will. Lin Yuan still remembered when he killed his first 9th stage Void creature monarch. It directly increased his spirit will index from 12 million points to nearly 20 million points. A single Void creature monarch directly increased nearly 8 million points of spiritual will, on top of the base of 12 million points? Such an increase, even within the main universe, was unheard of by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan even speculated that if his spirit will index wasn't 12 million points but instead 1 or 2 million points. Would killing that 9th stage perfect Void creature monarch have directly soared his spirit will index to 12 or 20 million points? The higher the spirit will index, the more difficult it is to improve. From this, one can see how valuable a 9th stage Void creature monarch really is. Unfortunately, 9th stage Void creature monarchs are too rare. Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit had ventured through the Void Secret Realm for hundreds of years and had only encountered that one. Now, with Lin Yuan's fusion of time and space insight reaching the 6th realm, he can see through the entire Void Secret Realm at a glance. And so far, he has only discovered 4 Void creature monarchs. 2 of them are only at the 8th layer, and the other 2 are at the 9th stage. These 4 Void creature monarchs are all hidden in extremely secretive locations within the Void Secret Realm. Locations that even the perfect demon true lords might not discover for tens of billions of years. But now a full 678 Void creature monarchs, quietly sleeping within the space of the huge rock. And these 678 Void creature monarchs, all at the 9th stage, and at the peak of the 9th stage at that. Any one of them is enough to significantly elevate Lin Yuan's spiritual will over the only one he had ever killed. Such a grand gesture. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. So many Void creature monarchs. It's likely that since the creation of the Void Secret Realm to date, all the existing Void creature monarchs combined wouldn't match this number. Even the child of the Void, the controller of the Void Secret Realm, has never seen so many Void creature monarchs. Otherwise, he would not have become the creator of the Secret Realm, presenting a congratulatory gift to a 10th stage existence of later generations. At least in the creator's eyes, so many Void creature monarchs could have a significant effect on a 10th stage existence. That's right. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, his expression pensive. The original creator of the Void Secret Realm had gathered many gap life forms from beyond the boundless void, and he definitely kept on hand the highest quality batch of those gap life forms. And this accounts for the hundreds of ninth-stage perfect void creatures currently inside the huge rock. With my current strength, I can also briefly escape the boundless void and touch the gaps between different dimensions to capture those gap-life creatures. Lin Yuan touched his chin, thinking to himself. After reaching the sixth realm of fusion of time and space insight, he felt that he could break free from the shackles of the boundless void, following the void's secret realm to the dimensional gap areas. Never mind. It's too time-consuming. Lin Yuan quickly abandoned the idea. Originally, for the creator of the secret realm to capture so many void creatures, it took countless years, far beyond hundreds of billions, with an average of tens of millions of years needed for a single void creature monarch. Lin Yuan's current strength, indeed, is somewhat stronger than that of the secret realm's creator, but not much stronger. To spend tens of millions of years capturing a void creature monarch? In tens of millions of years, Lin Yuan doesn't even know to what heights he could evolve. The creator of the secret realm did so because he had reached a dead end. But Lin Yuan has no such need, with that time, even if he allows his spiritual will to grow slowly. It would be much faster than capturing void creature monarchs. So many ninth-stage perfect void creature monarchs, I wonder how much they can elevate my spiritual will index. Lin Yuan looked at the many void creature monarchs in the space inside the huge rock, his face showing anticipation. According to Lin Yuan's original plan, within this boundless void, his spiritual will's upper limit would be around 25 million points. Because the number of void creatures is limited, there just aren't that many for Lin Yuan to kill. Especially after passing 20 million points, only by killing the monarchs among the void creatures could he make some progress. But now, looking at the many void creature monarchs inside the space of the huge rock, Lin Yuan also has some doubts about his ultimate spiritual will index limit. Let's begin. Lin Yuan did not hesitate too much and immediately started to slay the void creatures within the space of the giant rock. Facing these void creatures, Lin Yuan had not a hint of pity, as they did not belong to the same species, much like how ordinary people slaughter chickens and pigs. Boundless void. Nearly 100 perfect demonic divine masters gathered, all discussing the emergence of the second 10th stage being within the boundless void. The one who entered the 10th stage is he called Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor is asking us to cede half of our territory to those weak insects? How powerful is Martial Ancestor to be so benevolent towards those insects? Do you have an opinion? Why not go and discuss it with Martial Ancestor? Forget it, I dare not. Each of the perfect demonic divine masters discussed the matter. Although some of them were quite dissatisfied with the idea of ceding half of their territory, it was only dissatisfaction. To have them argue with Martial Ancestor. Even with 10 times the courage, no demonic divine master would dare to do so. They had already grown to the perfection of the 9th stage, not like those 6th stage or 7th stage evil gods who might go mad occasionally. The 9th stage perfect evil gods were exceedingly rational, understanding what is impossible should not be attempted, and Martial Ancestor's will could not be defied. Moreover, ceding just half of the territory did not touch the bottom line of these perfect demonic divine masters, so the reactions were not so intense. While the many perfect demonic divine masters were in heated discussion, the child of the void was sitting high on his throne, watching the exchanges of the many perfect demonic divine masters below with a somewhat nonchalant gaze. Martial Ancestor has disappeared from the void secret realm? When Lin Yuan entered the core area of the deepest part of the void secret realm, his aura disappeared within the void secret realm, also noticed by the child of the void. Not a trace of Martial Ancestor's aura in the entire void secret realm? The child of the void sensed carefully, speculating in his mind, could it be that there are secrets within the void secret realm that I am unaware of? The child of the void has presided over the void secret realm for countless years, believing he understood it extremely well. But now, the sudden disappearance of Martial Ancestor's aura inevitably led to other speculations. Of course, the child of the void did not harbor other thoughts, for throughout the long years, he had been unable to uncover any secrets, and even if given 10 times 100 times more time, he still would not be able to discern anything. It's about time. The child of the void glanced below, where many of the perfect demonic divine masters were almost done arguing. In fact, giving up half of the territory did not affect the child of the void. It mostly depended on how much territory the perfect demonic divine masters decided to cede. Does martial ancestor protect those insects because they can cultivate martial Tao? The child of the void silently thought, when I have time, I too should try whether I can cultivate martial Tao. Martial ancestor valued martial Tao so highly that the child of the void became curious about it and planned to try it personally. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years went by. Void secret realm hidden space. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged on that giant rock. Invisible mental will spread in all directions, twisting space-time, forming a spiritual storm that surged mightily and continually throughout this hidden space. My mental will has finally reached its peak. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, as his formidable mental will began to swiftly retract. After 10 years of absorption and continuously slaying one void creature after another, Lin Yuan's mental will had reached its peak. To reach the peak means the enhancement of one's own mental will nearly grinds to a halt even if continuing to kill those void creature monarchs. My current mental will index should be between 33,300,000 and 33,400,000? Lin Yuan assessed himself and estimated. This range of mental will index? Is it 33,333,333.33? As for how much the mental will index was, Lin Yuan could not be sure. Even in the main universe's human civilization, which could measure mental will, it was still a rough estimate. Especially now, Lin Yuan's mental will index was too high to be measured precisely. He could only rely on his own experiential senses to judge. And the range of 33,300,000 to 34 million made Lin Yuan think of the number 33,333,333.33. In the main universe, Lin Yuan had encountered this number several times before. The number of insights needed for the evolutionary path of magic in the Magic Jade Tower. The number of silvery white characters in Void Interpretation. And the initial time needed to accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force at the Myriad Realms Gate. And now, reaching the limit of mental will index once again, it was also close to this number. This number, there must be a great secret. Lin Yuan thought to himself, and then he put this doubt to the back of his mind. No matter what secrets there might be, they were too far away from Lin Yuan at the present. He would need to make the ultimate leap before he had the ability to explore and study them in detail. Over 33 million points of mental will index, even among the strongest, that's not considered weak, is it? Lin Yuan quickly thought. 18 million points of mental will index is the threshold for the strongest. Only after life makes the ultimate leap and resides permanently on the shore, would one's mental will swiftly cross this line. And over 33,330,000 points of mental will index, surpassing that threshold by nearly a step. Probably even those who have just entered the 12th stage of the ultimate wouldn't be able to reach it immediately. Enhancing mental will by a factor of 1 is many times more difficult than enhancing physical strength by a factor of 1. There are 203 more void creature monarchs left. Lin Yuan glanced again at the void creature monarchs within the space of the giant rock. Lin Yuan's spiritual willpower index has already reached its limit. Continuing to kill these void creature monarchs no longer yields any improvement. Just as Lin Yuan's spiritual willpower index exceeded 10 million points, killing those ordinary void creatures also failed to produce any effect. What a pity, these void creatures originate from the dimensional gaps and cannot enter other dimensions, otherwise they would vanish into thin air. Thinking to himself, Lin Yuan had discovered this rule early on when the Taiyang divine spirit first entered the void secret realm and killed the first void creature. That is, void creatures can't enter the boundless void. Strictly speaking, the void secret realm is a net formed from the boundless void towards the dimensional gaps and is essentially still within the dimensional gaps. Thus, void creatures can survive in the secret realm, simply unable to leave. But that's all there is to it. Any void creature that truly enters the dimension of the boundless void will irreversibly perish, no matter what method or means of isolation are used. This is also why Lin Yuan has never seen these void creatures outside of the void secret realm. And if they can't even enter the boundless void, let alone the chaos void where the main universe is located, this makes Lin Yuan quite regretful. You see, killing these void creatures directly and significantly enhances the strength of spiritual willpower. Such an event in the main universe would be nothing short of a fantasy. At least, with Lin Yuan's current status in human civilization, he has never heard of such treasures. There are means to enhance spiritual willpower, But a significant enhancement? And such a straightforward significant enhancement without any theoretical basis. That is to say, if Lin Yuan could bring these void creatures to the main universe, even if he does not wish to aid enemies, merely exchanging within human civilization, he could obtain unimaginable merit points and 12-star treasures. There's no doubt, those 10th and 11th stage evolvers of human civilization would spare no expense to enhance their spiritual willpower, even just a little bit. As for the amount of world-breaking origin force needed to bring void creatures from the boundless void back to the main universe, as long as the gain is substantial enough, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind spending the world-breaking origin force to do so. Essentially, the world-breaking origin force is a type of resource, and this resource is renewable. Unfortunately, void creatures can't survive in any dimension, which means Lin Yuan's idea of trading between two realms is directly thwarted. Even if Lin Yuan cannot bring void creatures to the main universe, he has ways to let the human evolvers of the main universe enjoy the most direct enhancement of spiritual willpower by killing void creatures. That is to directly bring them to the boundless void, enter the void secret realm, and then kill those void creatures. The Myriad Realms Gate can transport physical bodies, and can also carry items from the main universe. Naturally, it is also capable of bringing other life forms to the traversed worlds. It's merely a question of how much world-breaking origin force is consumed. Since void creatures cannot leave, then let human civilization evolvers from the main universe come here. But this method is very risky and can easily expose the secret of the Myriad Realms Gate. Means of traversing different dimensions, even those beings close to a perfect time being cannot achieve it directly, and Lin Yuan easily did it, and brought someone along? The Myriad Realms Gate is Lin Yuan's biggest trump card, far surpassing Xuanwang's secret realm, Demon Jade Space, and others. It absolutely must not be revealed even a bit. That's why, even though this method is highly feasible and the potential gains are immense, relying on Lin Yuan's connection with the Tianqing world, bringing one human civilization evolver over and consuming at most a couple strands of world-breaking origin force is possible. And the gains might be the vast majority of that evolver's lifetime savings. But Lin Yuan absolutely wouldn't take such a risk. Even in the future, when Lin Yuan becomes the ultimate being, he won't proceed with such an action. If able to step into the ultimate realm, Lin Yuan might choose to reveal the Xuanwang secret realm, but the Myriad Realms Gate? Better not. The remaining void creature monarchs can stay here. Lin Yuan finally glanced at the space inside the boulder, then took a step and disappeared on the spot. Next, Lin Yuan began to traverse the void secret realm, carefully experiencing every detail of this realm. With his sixth realm of temporal sensation, Lin Yuan could see through everything in the void secret realm at a glance, but seeing through doesn't mean it's not helpful. With the aid of the void secret realm, Lin Yuan could observe the path taken by the realm's creator. Although that creator failed in their attempt to reach the ultimate, reaching the 10th stage means potential is not an issue. Failing to reach the ultimate cannot deny this point. After all, failing to reach the ultimate involves various factors, and bad luck is very likely. After spending 5 years, Lin Yuan explored every corner of the void secret realm. He then began exploring the entire boundless void. Compared to the void secret realm, the boundless void is much simpler, but it drained more of Lin Yuan's energy. After all, the void secret realm is artificially created. Even if it contains the path of a 10th stage existence, it can't compare to the boundless void itself. 5 years passed again. Lin Yuan traversed the entire boundless void. Then and there, Lin Yuan casually chose a place to sit cross-legged, observation coming to an end, now pausing to reflect deeply and convert everything he had seen and felt into his own gains. At this moment, in a corner of the vast boundless void, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, sorting through his own insights. Having naturally observed spiritual epiphanies occurring, and after 10 years of observation, all of everything converged in his chest, he quickly comprehended using his against heaven's understanding. Your understanding is against heaven. Observing the void has greatly increased your comprehension of the life and death samsara rule. Your understanding is against heaven. Observing the void has greatly increased your comprehension of the great destruction rule. Your understanding is against heaven. Observing the void has greatly increased your comprehension of the causality fluctuation rules. In the boundless void, the vast majority of regions are incomparably desolate. At a certain moment, a tiny figure floated along with the ever-present tidal currents of the void. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced around the void, a surge of emotion welling up inside him. Wandering the void's secret realm for 5 years, drifting through the boundless void for another 5. In the end, he chose to sit in meditation, to digest and comprehend. Before he knew it, 20 years had passed. For these 20 years, Lin Yuan arbitrarily chose a spot, not using any power, just drifting with the ebb and flow of the void. 20 years of Tao comprehension. I've made significant gains in other fusion rules, but the spatio-temporal fusion rule? Still stuck in the 6th realm, not even close to the peak. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself, not too surprised either. The space-time fusion rule's 6-fold realm was already the domain of the strongest beings. As for reaching the peak of the 6th realm or even venturing into the 7th, 8th, or 9th realms. Even with his confidence, Lin Yuan didn't think he could fathom them within the 10th layer. You have to understand, even His Majesty Zhan Huang, who traverses the chaos void, has only reached the 9th realm in his comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Nevertheless, when the 6-armed figure recounted these matters to Lin Yuan, it did so with pride. Clearly, beyond the 6th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, even the strongest beings find each step excruciatingly hard. Let's set aside the spatio-temporal fusion rule for now, Lin Yuan silently resolved. The reason he could reach the 6th realm of spatio-temporal comprehension so quickly was mainly due to the insights contributed by the powerhouses of the myriad tribes within the white paper, from a 2-dimensional world. Without these insights, even with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, reaching the 6th realm would have taken 10 or even dozens of times longer. Though the myriad tribes' powerhouses' insights into spatio-temporal laws had not touched upon the 6th realm, the numerous insights from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th realms provided Lin Yuan with an extremely solid foundation, and only with the help of the secret skill, Milky Way, could he step into the 6th realm within a mere few hundred years. The comprehension of spatio-temporal fusion rule is sufficient for now. Even if I reach the 11th tier, it's unlikely to hit the 7th realm. Without reaching the 7th realm, the gap between the 6th realm and its peak isn't that significant. Lin Yuan thought, what I need to consider now is how to comprehend the chaos rule. The chaos rule is the origin of all rules, encompassing even the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Before attempting the ultimate breakthrough, if one can comprehend the chaos rule, it would greatly increase the odds of advancing to the 12th tier. However, comprehending the chaos rule is much harder than reaching the 6th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. In fact, it's vastly more difficult. The chaos rule reigns supreme over all other rules, with only the strongest beings potentially touching upon it, and that's just a possibility. In reality, the vast majority of the strongest beings have not comprehended the chaos rule. At least among the 9 strongest of human civilization, none have comprehended the chaos rule. Something the strongest cannot do? It's basically impossible for beings below the strongest. But Lin Yuan still plans to try, at least there is some hope. Lin Yuan doesn't intend to fathom the chaos rule at the 10th tier. It's only necessary to understand it before making the final push. How exactly does one comprehend the chaos rule? Lin Yuan felt somewhat vexed. The method to understand it is simple. Just fuse all the rules together, but easier said than done. The execution is as hard as scaling the heavens. How to fuse? In what way to fuse? All these are problems. Just the fusion of time and space has already taken so much time and energy from Lin Yuan. To merge all the rules, Lin Yuan feels that he still falls far short. Lacking in many aspects. Take it slowly. Perhaps at the 11th tier, I'll find the direction. Lin Yuan reflected silently. The rule fluctuations perceived by a being at the 10th tier versus those at the 11th tier are entirely different. Standing taller allows one to see further, and it's not just about the perspective, but involves many other aspects. And with against heaven's understanding, as Lin Yuan's realm elevates, it will play an even more unbelievable role. The remaining time of stay. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal panel in the lower left of his vision. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: Keeper of the Myriad Realms Gate. Innate talent: Against heaven's understanding, divine skills, blood rebirth. Divine skills: Mountain moving, divine skills, enhance. Divine skills: Elemental body, divine skills, world. Current state. Consciousness descending. Remaining stay duration. 101 years. Unknowingly, he has been descended in the boundless void for 500 years. With the premise of a total resident time of 600 years, Lin Yuan has 100 years remaining. It's about time. It's time to go back and wrap up some loose ends. Lin Yuan slowly stood up. This descent into the Tianqing world had fully met his expectations in terms of strength enhancement. Whether it was the fifth type of physical body divine ability or the comprehension of various rules, there had been sufficient progress compared to before the transition. Aside from the enhancement of strength, Lin Yuan also needed to pay attention to the spread of the martial arts evolution system, which not only affects his charge towards the ultimate but could also have a considerable impact on successfully becoming one of the strongest beings, depending on how widely the martial arts evolution pathway is disseminated. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped out in one stride. In an instant, he appeared within the Tianqing world. Standing before the martial hall, martial ancestor. High Priest Qingyao immediately rushed over to pay her respects. How are the preparations? Lin Yuan looked towards High Priest Qingyao. Having meditated in silence for 20 years in the void, Lin Yuan wasn't solely in reclusive cultivation for enlightenment. Occasionally, he would also issue commands to High Priest Qingyao through the ancestral demon tree. Actually, not just in the Tianqing world, but also in the dozens of worlds already occupied by the Taiyin primordial spirit, Lin Yuan's commands held sway. Everything is ready, High Priest Qingyao immediately said. To her, the words of the martial ancestor were more important than her own life. Commands issued by the martial ancestor were naturally to be fulfilled by High Priest Qingyao at any cost. 265 billion martial Dao cultivators are all standing by, with even more martial Dao cultivators being recruited. High Priest Qingyao spoke up. These 265 billion martial Dao cultivators were at least above the third realm in the martial Dao system, having already made some progress in the martial Dao cultivation system. They are the elite forces of the martial Dao in the Tianqing world. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. The reason he had High Priest Qingyao prepare so many martial Dao cultivators was to accelerate the spread of the martial Dao cultivation system. How to spread the martial Dao cultivation system at the fastest speed? Naturally, it involves sending a group of cultivators who have already achieved something in the martial Dao to worlds where the martial Dao is just starting to sprout. In the boundless void, there are countless worlds. Even if Lin Yuan were to take over just half of these territories, the number of worlds he would own is unimaginable. Want to spread martial Dao in so many worlds? Relying solely on the Taiyin primordial spirit and the Taiyang divine spirit would not suffice, even to the point of exhaustion. In the previous centuries, the Taiyin primordial spirit only occupied dozens of worlds. Part of the reason was to keep a low profile and not draw the attention of other evil gods. But even if the Taiyin primordial spirit spared no effort in spreading martial Dao, the number of worlds it could influence in a few hundred years would probably only amount to several hundred or 1,000. Spreading the martial Dao is not as simple as just occupying a world. It also requires a lot of time to influence and assimilate. The latter is particularly time-consuming. Most of the time that the Taiyin primordial spirit spends occupying and spreading martial Dao in various worlds is used for this purpose. When Lin Yuan initially took over the Tianqing world, his true body also spent a lot of time on this. Therefore, the best way to spread the martial Dao is to let the martial Dao cultivators spread it themselves. This is also why Lin Yuan, in the first few hundred years of his arrival, did not quietly stay in the Tianqing world to cultivate, but instead had the Taiyin primordial spirit occupy one world after another. Only with more occupied worlds and a broader base of martial Dao cultivators will the speed of spreading martial Dao be faster in the future. Otherwise, relying only on the martial Dao cultivators from the Tianqing world alone, the efficiency is still somewhat low. Next, I will send these martial Dao cultivators to different worlds, Lin Yuan spoke up. Naturally, this task was not for his true body to carry out, but for the Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit. Transporting a large number of martial Dao cultivators to different worlds is not a difficult task for both primordial spirits. With a common understanding of the rules, Lin Yuan has perceived the space-time fusion sixfold realm. Both primordial spirits have also perceived the sixfold realm of space-time, and being in this boundless void, wherever their thoughts go, they can arrive in an instant. Add to that his vast internal world, and the task of transportation couldn't be simpler. Sending to different worlds. High Priest Qingyao's heartbeat quickened, and even she was vaguely aware of this possibility, but upon actually hearing the martial ancestor say so, her excitement was still hard to conceal. If it is as the martial ancestor says, wouldn't the martial Tao have the potential to become the dominator of this expanse of void in the future? Next, Lin Yuan went to the other dozens of worlds in turn, these dozens of worlds personally occupied by the Taiyan primordial spirit, even if in the future the martial Tao spread across the boundless void, could still be regarded as one of the origins of the martial Tao. After all this, Lin Yuan took another step, appearing deep within the void's secret realm. Martial ancestor. The child of the void was startled and immediately bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. At this moment, his location was no longer the most central area of the void's secret realm but belonged to the second-tier regions. Ever since he perceived the martial ancestor's ability to freely enter and exit the most central area of the void's secret realm, the child of the void never entered there again, subconsciously treating the core area as the martial ancestor's place. He took the initiative to retreat here. How are things arranged? Lin Yuan asked directly. Almost done. Most evil gods have already retreated to the domains divided for them. The child of the void immediately said. Decades ago, the child of the void had divided the boundless void and the void's secret realm into two parts. One side for the domains of the evil gods, one side for the domains of martial Tao cultivators. And had submitted this division for Lin Yuan's review. At the time, Lin Yuan had agreed, after speaking with the child of the void for a while. Lin Yuan's figure vanished once more. In the hidden space of the void's secret realm, Lin Yuan's figure appeared and he sat down cross-legged. Let's continue to close up cultivation for another 100 years. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and slowly closed his eyes. The two primordial spirits constantly transported numerous martial Tao cultivators to other worlds. And as for his true self, he was here comprehending the Tao. Time sped by swiftly. Before long, 100 years had passed. Remaining resident time. 1 year, in the hidden space of the void's secret realm, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a boulder, opened his eyes, and looked at the illusory text in the lower left of his field of vision. I need to go back. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as his descent into the boundless void for 600 years was about to conclude. Unless Lin Yuan expended 1/3 of a strand of world-breaking origin force, once the resident time elapsed, he would automatically return to the main world. 1/3 of a strand of world-breaking origin force, to Lin Yuan, was essentially nothing. Exchanging it for 600 years of quiet cultivation was worth it. Buddha in the last 20 years, Lin Yuan had already felt the limitations of this vast universe on him. Simply put, the efficiency of comprehending rules was gradually diminishing. To put it more simply, the boundless void had been emptied out by Lin Yuan. The world, depending on its size, contains different profundities of rules. For example, the rule of time in the main universe, compared to the central earth world and spirit realm that Lin Yuan had previously traversed. The former is many times more vast than the latter. Thus, the potential of the main universe far exceeds that of the central earth world and the spirit realm. Because the creatures within the latter worlds innately cannot perceive more complex and profound rules. Now, the boundless void to Lin Yuan was somewhat on the same principle. Continuing to cultivate in the boundless void, unless completely abandoning the comprehension of rules, was essentially meaningless and merely a waste of time. Even if Lin Yuan could step into the 11th or 12th level, the profundity of the rules he comprehended would probably surpass the boundless void. At that time, if Lin Yuan descended into the boundless void again, it would be the boundless void trying to leech off Lin Yuan's rule comprehension. Maybe the long years ago, the reason that the secret realm creator failed to reach the ultimate wasn't just insufficient foundation and bad luck, but also because of the boundless void itself? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, at least thus far, no 12-level ultimate beings have ever emerged from the boundless void. The only one who attempted to breach the 12th level ultimately failed, and all traces of his existence were erased. However, this has no effect on me. Lin Yuan remained calm. If the boundless void can no longer aid his comprehension of rules, then he would return to the main universe to continue. If someday, even the main universe can no longer aid his rule comprehension, Then he would utilize the myriad realms gate to venture into higher dimensional spaces for insight. For nearly all beings, their limits are predetermined by the world. But Lin Yuan is different, he has no such constraints. 100 years of arduous cultivation, although the last 20 years have slowed down, the overall progress is still satisfactory. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. During these 100 years, Lin Yuan devoted most of his energy to comprehending rules, with a small part on refining his martial ancestor golden body. Leveraging the resources of the entire boundless void, Lin Yuan had cultivated the Xuanwang physique of the martial ancestor golden body to the level 10 perfect. The reason he invested so much into the martial ancestor golden body was because Lin Yuan had long considered it as his permanent physical presence in this boundless void. Although the boundless void could not provide much help in rule comprehension, cultivation wasn't just about comprehending rules. If Lin Yuan planned to rest later, not delve into any rules, the boundless void would indeed be a good choice. And with the martial ancestor golden body, he could directly take charge upon arrival, saving a lot of time. After all, refining the Xuanwang physique to a perfect level used the resources of the boundless void, and did not cost Lin Yuan anything personally. Origin clock. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and a palm-sized golden clock floated in front of him. Upon descending into this boundless void and taking over the martial ancestor golden body, Lin Yuan immediately summoned this weapon, which he had nurtured from the beginning. After 600 years of continuous nurturing, coupled with the continuous provision of massive resources, the power of the origin clock was no less than any other 11th level secret treasure. If used by Lin Yuan, the power it could exert was hard to estimate. After all, the origin clock was nurtured by Lin Yuan from scratch, perfectly integrated with him. Lin Yuan could unleash all its power with just a thought. The same strike. Other secret treasures need 100% of power to drive, but the origin clock only needs 1%. This was also why Lin Yuan planned to pulverize those exotic items obtained from the two-dimensional world into primal force, to nourish the origin clock. As long as the origin clock reached the 12th level, it would be more helpful to Lin Yuan than 10 or even dozens of other 12th level weapons. Weapons that suit oneself are exceedingly rare, let alone one as perfectly matched as the origin clock. Many rules. Lin Yuan's eyes were profound. During this traversal, Lin Yuan's greatest gain was in his own spirit and will. Before arriving, Lin Yuan's spirit will index was only a few 100,000, but now, the index had reached over 3,033,000. The improvement in spirit will is not as simple as mere multiplication. The further one goes, the more difficult it becomes. The threshold for the strongest spirit will index is 18 million points. And those at level 11 perfect legendary beings generally all surpass 10 million points. Could it be that the strongest spirits have only slightly more than 1.8 times the spirit will of those level 11 perfect legendary beings? Beyond spirit will, the greatest improvement for Lin Yuan was in rule comprehension. Especially after comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule sixfold realm, nearly 100 years had passed, during which he contemplated numerous other pillar-level fusion rules, allowing Lin Yuan to advance by leaps and bounds. There are 83 kinds of pillar-level fusion rules that have reached the sixfold realm. Specifically, they include the life and death samsara rule, the great destruction rule, the causality fluctuation rules, the spatio-temporal fissure rule, the endless stars rule, the cosmic river rule, the void tide rule, the cosmic rift rule, the five-element cycle rule, and the spatial collapse rule. The spatio-temporal fusion rule sixfold realm belongs to the domain of the most powerful beings. For the other pillar-level rules under this, reaching the 7th realm is required to achieve the ultimate level. Out of the 83 pillar-level fusion rules, none have reached the realm of ultimate beings, and all are at the peak of the sixfold realm, but their quantity is vast. Even for the most powerful beings, it would probably be very difficult to comprehend so many pillar-level fusion rules at the same time and elevate all to the peak of the sixfold realm. The time of the ultimate beings is still time, and they need to devote more of their cognitive energy to understanding their own paths. In fact, with Lin Yuan's comprehension abilities, if he focused on any one pillar-level fusion rule, it would be entirely possible to elevate one or two of them to the 7th realm within 100 years. However, it wouldn't be very meaningful, since without comprehending the spatio-temporal 6th realm, Elevating a certain pillar-level fusion rule to the 7th realm would indeed greatly enhance Lin Yuan's strength. But with the basis of already having the spatio-temporal 6th realm, an additional 7th realm pillar-level fusion rule? Even if it could enhance Lin Yuan's strength, the improvement wouldn't be very significant. In comparison, comprehending more pillar-level fusion rules at the peak of the 6th-fold realm would be more helpful to Lin Yuan. It is also in preparation for eventually comprehending the chaos rule. Although he doesn't know exactly how to comprehend the chaos rule, according to the information Lin Yuan has so far, the more rules comprehended, the better. Without a sufficient number of rules comprehended, one cannot ultimately condense everything, return to the origin, and transform into chaos. Besides the pillar-level fusion rules, Lin Yuan has comprehended a large number of ordinary fusion rules, amounting to hundreds or even thousands. These ordinary fusion rules were basically not intentionally contemplated by Lin Yuan, but rather realized by chance, as a side discovery while studying other pillar-level fusion rules. Thinking about it now, my 10th rank compared to that of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky's 10th ranks. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For 10th rank evolvers of the main universe's human civilization, as well as those from other myriad clans, comprehending one pillar-level fusion rule is an A-grade 10th rank, and advancing that pillar-level fusion rule to the 2nd realm would allow one to strive for level 11. But Lin Yuan? The 2nd realm? Not to mention reaching the spatio-temporal fusion rule 6th-fold realm. Just for the pillar-level fusion rules, there are already 83 kinds that have reached the 6th-fold realm. In terms of pure rule comprehension, even those level 11 perfect legendary beings can't catch up to Lin Yuan. My strength has improved a lot now compared to 100 years ago when I first comprehended the spatio-temporal 6th realm. Lin Yuan felt good. The combined power of the many pillar-level fusion rules, each at the peak of the 6th-fold realm, coupled with control over the spatio-temporal 6th realm, exceeds the power of a single spatio-temporal 6th realm. After examining himself, Lin Yuan also looks towards the boundless void. With Lin Yuan's current comprehension of space and time, by just concentrating a little, he could sense the brilliant glow emanating from all the beings practicing martial Tao. For the past 100 years, the two primordial spirits have continually transported numerous martial Tao cultivators to other worlds, and now the number of martial Tao cultivators in this boundless void has indeed surpassed the martial arts evolutionaries of the main universe. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The size of the main universe's human civilization far exceeds the boundless void. Even the territories of the human civilization alone surpass the boundless void by much. But now the entirety of the boundless void is under Lin Yuan's dominion, and after 600 years of propagation and development, the number of martial Tao cultivators surpassing martial arts evolutionaries is not beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. Within human civilization's territory, countless citizens have many choices, such as the other 9 supreme evolutionary paths, as well as more suitable paths for their own evolution, and so on. Sometimes, an evolutionary path that suits oneself is more critical than a more powerful one. But in the boundless void, martial Tao is the only, the supreme. Hence all beings naturally practice martial Tao if they can, and even if they cannot, they still attempt to practice martial Tao. It's a pity there aren't many high-level martial Tao cultivators. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. This is also an inevitable result caused by the rapid development of martial Tao today. Any cultivation system takes a long time to produce high-level practitioners. Lin Yuan can only spread martial Tao wider. But high-level martial Tao cultivators? There is too much he cannot intervene in, unless he ceases his own cultivation and personally emerges to enlighten those martial Tao cultivators. That would be putting the cart before the horse. At any time, personal cultivation is the foundation. As for spreading martial Tao, essentially it's also for one's better cultivation in the future. There's only 1 year left. Lin Yuan pondered, thinking if there was still anything that needed to be wrapped up. Suddenly, just at this moment, Lin Yuan felt something, a surge of temporal and spatial fluctuations, magnificent and sweeping in all directions. A trace of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Has an evil god stepped into the 10th stage? After a brief sense, Lin Yuan clearly understood that the evil god who had stepped into the 10th stage was the Child of the Void. Child of the Void has been trapped at the perfect 9th stage for tens of billions, hundreds of billions of years, never able to take that step. Yet shortly after Lin Yuan's arrival, he broke through. Lin Yuan speculated that the Child of the Void's breakthrough might have something to do with him. Many bottlenecks and shackles required a change of heart to overcome. Nolan, the deputy tower master of the main universe's human civilization, was able to break through to the 11th stage because he lost to Yuan, who was still at the 9th stage, in their most proficient competition of the rule of time. Interesting. Lin Yuan stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared from where he was. Deep within the Void secret realm. The aura of the Child of the Void was terrifying, with spatial temporal fluctuations sweeping in all directions. All the demonic divine masters who had reached the 9th stage of the boundless void sensed it. 10th stage. I have finally stepped into the 10th stage. Tears filled the eyes of the Child of the Void as he had been at the perfect 9th stage for far too long. If not for the existence of the Void secret realm, he would have doubted whether the boundless void had ever given birth to a 10th stage evil god. Now, I am also standing at the pinnacle peak throughout the history of the boundless void. The Child of the Void exuded spatial temporal aura wantonly, with ambition surging in his eyes. That martial ancestor, I need not be too wary of him anymore. Stepping into the 10th stage, the Child of the Void's self-confidence was greatly enhanced. In his view, even if the martial ancestor was also a 10th stage evil god, and even stronger than any other 10th stage evil god he knew of, according to the message left by the creator of the secret realm, ordinary 10th stage evil gods were not capable of treating the Void secret realm as nothing. But no matter what, he was now on the same level as the martial ancestor. The Child of the Void had no intention of fighting against the martial ancestor. Rarely did 9th stage evil gods kill one another, let alone at the 10th stage? Strong beings are not fools. Why would they risk their lives against beings of the same level after cultivating to such a realm? However, in terms of status, the Child of the Void felt that he should still strive for it. At the very least, he believed he did not need to grovel as he had before. At the same time, the spatial temporal fluctuations caused by the Child of the Void's ascension to the 10th stage also alarmed the many perfect demon true lords. Spatial temporal fluctuations? Has another powerhouse stepped into the 10th stage? Is it the great Child of the Void? Has the Child of the Void broken through to the 10th stage? One after another, the perfect demon true lords were initially incredulous, but then they became invigorated. Indeed, these years, under the oppression of the martial ancestor, they had been living quite stiflingly. The martial ancestor was too strong and influential. Not a single perfect demon true lord dared to defy him, not even dared to speak ill of him in secret. But now, the Child of the Void has also stepped into the 10th stage. Unlike the martial ancestor, at least the Child of the Void was the leader of all demonic divine masters. Before the martial ancestor stepped into the 10th stage, many perfect demon true lords were following the orders of the Child of the Void. Compared to the martial ancestor, whose temperament was unknown, naturally, many perfect demon true lords preferred the Child of the Void to step into the 10th stage. Let's go. Let us go congratulate the Child of the Void now. The great Child of the Void is destined to remain great forever. All the perfect demon true lords immediately set off toward the Child of the Void's location. A spacious grand hall. The Child of the Void sat high upon the throne, with the perfect demon true lords standing below. Great Child of the Void, your ascension to the 10th stage means your brilliance will surely envelop the boundless void. All life submits under your light. One after another, the perfect demon true lords congratulated the Child of the Void with utmost reverence. The Child of the Void sat quietly on the throne. He had heard such praises countless times before, but now that he had stepped into the 10th stage, it felt different. Great Child of the Void, from today on, we evil gods no longer need to cater to the whims of that martial ancestor. That's right. These few hundred years, I've really been living in trepidation, for fear of offending the martial ancestor one day. Now it's fine, with the great Child of the Void here, the martial ancestor won't dare to go too far. Many perfect demon true lords quickly mentioned the martial ancestor, which was inevitable. Before the Child of the Void's breakthrough to the 10th stage, the martial ancestor had been the dominator of the boundless void. Even the Child of the Void had to look up to him, but now, everything was different. At least, the boundless void had two more dominators. Of course. The many perfect demon true lords present did not really expect the child of the void to strain relations with the martial ancestor for their sake. That's unrealistic, but at least he could serve as their solid backing, causing the martial ancestor to be apprehensive and elevate the status of the perfect demon true lords. Rest assured, the child of the void replied, a confident expression on his face, now that I have stepped into the 10th stage, I will surely not let you suffer any grievances. The child of the void had not yet finished speaking. The spatial temporal surroundings fell into an eerily silent stillness. This silence, thorough and complete, made even an evil god of the 10th stage like the child of the void unable to sense any spatial temporal fluctuation, as if he had been brought back to the 9th stage, no, the feeblest 1st stage. Swoosh. A figure appeared silently. He looked exceedingly ordinary, without any aura emanating, but in this completely silent spatial temporal environment, he seemed out of place, as though all of time and space were under his feet. This figure was Lin Yuan. Merely appearing, he silenced the entirety of time and space. The aura of the child of the void, which was like a boundless ocean, now seemed like a toothless tiger, struggling to even sit on his throne, beads of cold sweat forming. Martial ancestor. The child of the void looked up at the martial ancestor standing high above. At this moment, how could he not realize that the changes around were all because of the martial ancestor, and that he had thought after stepping into the 10th stage, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? But now it seemed, it was just a joke. Without even making a move, the martial ancestor was already almost too much for him to bear. Was this what it meant to be on an equal footing? I've seen that you've stepped into the 10th stage. Lin Yuan glanced down at the child of the void and said in a calm tone. So I've come over, planning to congratulate you. Thank you, martial ancestor. Martial ancestor, you have troubled yourself. The child of the void forced a smile, speaking in an utterly respectful manner. The many perfect demon true lords below were also aware of the completely silent spatial temporal reality. However, compared to the change in space and time, the dialogue and postures between the child of the void and the martial ancestor at this moment made all the perfect demon true lords tremble with fear. As if plunged into an icehouse. All right. This time, besides congratulating you on reaching the 10th stage, there is another matter. Lin Yuan glanced at the numerous evil gods below, as well as the child of the void drenched in cold sweat. With a thought, he restored the surrounding space and time. To Lin Yuan now, whether the child of the void had reached the 10th stage or not made little difference, neither posed a significant challenge to him. When Lin Yuan first grasped the 6th realm of time and space, his combat power had already surpassed a 9th stage evil god, let alone after a century of arduous cultivation? 100 years ago, the child of the void was no match for Lin Yuan, and 100 years later, the gap between them only grew wider. Even if the child of the void fortuitously ascended to the 10th stage, it was far from sufficient to bridge the divide. Of course, Lin Yuan thought it could not be bridged, but perhaps the child of the void didn't see it that way. Therefore, upon Lin Yuan's arrival, he directly exerted his authority to make the child of the void realize his position. Now, it seemed the effect was quite satisfactory. Martial ancestor, please speak. The child of the void immediately said respectfully. Freed from the suppression of the stillness of space and time, the child of the void felt significantly more relaxed, but inside, it was as if he was in a dream. Having stepped into the 10th stage, the child of the void thought he would achieve a corresponding status, but now, it seemed no different from before his breakthrough. You and the other evil gods must take an oath to not initiate an attack on any martial Tao cultivator within the next 100 billion years. Lin Yuan spoke. With his return imminent, Lin Yuan naturally intended to eradicate any final hidden dangers. That was to prevent these foreign evil gods from harboring any other notions after his departure. While the ancestral demon tree could still seek Lin Yuan's assistance, it would still be a waste of world-breaking origin force. This descent not only solved the crisis of the Tianqing world and considerably spread martial Tao but also brought enormous improvements to his own cultivation. It could be said to be a full harvest, but a future descent would not yield such gains. To minimize any chance of mishaps, Lin Yuan naturally made preparations, compelling all evil gods to take the corresponding oaths. An oath, as referred to in the spirit realm, is known as a heart oath in the boundless void. It is made to resonate with the laws of the Tao through the vow, thereby binding oneself. Lin Yuan compelled these foreign evil gods to take oaths, rather than killing them to eliminate future troubles, as this would exert sufficient pressure on martial Dao cultivators. Under pressure, there will be motivation, and martial Dao can develop more vigorously. Why the restraint of 100 billion years? If, after 100 billion years, martial Dao still fails to produce a cultivator who can match a 9th-stage evil god, then Lin Yuan would indeed have to ponder whether the issue lies with the martial Dao system he created. And even after 100 billion years, given Lin Yuan's deterrence, it's highly likely the Child of the Void wouldn't dare make a move. After 100 billion years, even considering the 600-fold difference in the flow of time between the boundless void and the main universe, millions of years would have also passed there. If Lin Yuan hasn't successfully assaulted the ultimate border by then, he probably would have failed and perished along the way. Under such circumstances, the fate of the martial Dao cultivation system is no longer Lin Yuan's concern. Good. The Child of the Void agreed without any hesitation. The other perfect demon true lords also showed no doubt. What a joke! Even without the restraint of the oath, with martial ancestor Lin Yuan overseeing them, these evil gods wouldn't dare touch a martial Dao cultivator no matter how bold they were. Soon, all the evil gods took their oaths before Lin Yuan, invoking a response from the boundless void. Finally, Lin Yuan gave one last look at the many evil gods and vanished without a trace. Long after Lin Yuan's departure did the Child of the Void dare to straighten up and look around. Has the martial ancestor left? The Child of the Void let out a huge sigh of relief internally. Martial ancestor. What level of power does he truly possess? The Child of the Void swallowed nervously. When he hadn't broken through to the 10th stage, facing the martial ancestor already required enduring immense pressure. But now that he had reached the 10th stage, facing the martial ancestor felt even more pressure than prior to his breakthrough. Could it be the 11th stage? The 12th stage? The Child of the Void rapidly speculated in his mind, as the power displayed by Lin Yuan was nothing short of divine wrath compared to that of an ordinary 10th stage. The Child of the Void, in addition to reaching the 10th stage himself, also had access to detailed descriptions of the 10th stage left by the founders of ancient secret realms. After stepping into the 10th stage, the Child of the Void felt that he fitted the founders' descriptions well, but Lin Yuan? The Child of the Void was at a loss for understanding. Great Child of the Void. Just as the Child of the Void was lost in turbulent thoughts. A perfect demon true lord below couldn't help but tentatively speak up. They had all come to congratulate the Child of the Void on entering the 10th stage, to bask in the presence of the martial ancestor. However, judging by the recent scene, all hopes harbored by the evil gods were likely to be unfulfilled forever. You all may leave. The Child of the Void said listlessly, feeling that he might have been better off not breaking through to the 10th stage. Before reaching the 10th stage, at least there was a goal in his mind, to view the martial ancestor as a target to pursue. But after the breakthrough, upon sensing the martial ancestor's presence, he realized he had no hope to catch up. From hope to despair, it was not a pleasant feeling. Yes. The many perfect demon true lords exchanged glances and respectfully withdrew. The shock in their hearts was immense, as the strength of the martial ancestor simply shattered the long-standing perceptions of the boundless void. Could there really exist such a formidable being in this world? Wait. The Child of the Void seemed to have thought of something and spoke. We must abide by the words of the martial ancestor just now, and we must not violate them. Oaths could only restrain but could not outright prevent. Should a perfect demonic divine master go mad and disregard everything, the oath would not be able to constrain them. Therefore, the Child of the Void once again warned the many perfect demonic divine masters that they must not violate the martial ancestor's command at any time. Yes. The great Child of the Void, we are not fools. One after another, the perfect demonic divine masters immediately promised. The power of the martial ancestor exceeded their imagination, and even without the Child of the Void's words, no one would dare to violate them. With these demonic divine masters here, martial Dao will have at least 100 billion years of development time. Within the boundless void, Lin Yuan's figure appeared as he silently thought. The boundless void would continuously give birth to new evil gods. The evil gods of later generations, not having experienced Lin Yuan's strength, might act against the beings within the world. But now, those perfect demonic divine masters, as well as the 10th stage Child of the Void, had witnessed Lin Yuan's methods. With their restraint on the new evil gods that would be born in later generations, the situation in the boundless void would remain stable for a long time. This was also the reason Lin Yuan did not slaughter all those powerful demonic divine masters. The fear those demonic divine masters had for Lin Yuan would be more deterrent than an oath. Tianqing World. Before the martial hall, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Martial ancestor. The high priest Qingyao immediately came forth to pay her respects. For 100 years, Lin Yuan's true form remained in seclusion for arduous cultivation, but his two primordial spirits would often appear, transporting many martial Dao cultivators to other worlds. The journey to more worlds from now on will be up to you. Lin Yuan spoke. 600 years of nurturing had brought the strongest batch of martial Dao cultivators in Tianqing World to the 7th stage. This was the result of Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits taking some time to personally train them. These 7th stage martial Dao cultivators were rapidly promoted by Lin Yuan through certain means, with little chance for further advancement. The purpose of forcefully nurturing these 7th stage martial Dao cultivators was to ensure the spread of martial Dao after his departure. A 7th stage martial Dao cultivator could already traverse the void and could completely find new worlds on their own to spread martial Dao. Of course, compared with the protection afforded by Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits, the subsequent spread and development of martial Dao would be much slower, but it had the advantage of time. Alright. High Priest Qingyao nodded before cautiously asking, "Do you have matters to attend to, martial ancestor?" Although Lin Yuan's tone was calm all along, High Priest Qingyao still sensed something more in his voice. "Next, I will enter seclusion, and it may be a very long time before I emerge," Lin Yuan spoke. The so-called seclusion meant returning to the main universe, and if nothing unexpected happened, Lin Yuan might not return to the boundless void until after a long passage of time. And it was uncertain whether there would indeed even be such a day. If martial Dao could maintain its development without facing a crisis of broken succession, Lin Yuan might never descend again. "Yes." High Priest Qingyao reverently responded. "Martial ancestor." High Priest Qingyao wanted to say something more, but she found that the martial ancestor had already vanished from in front of her. "I wonder how long this seclusion of the martial ancestor will last." High Priest Qingyao thought to herself, then immediately busied herself once more. As the origin world for martial Dao, Tianqing World now had too many matters to handle every day with the rapid spread of martial Dao. Boundless void. Lin Yuan lay back casually, letting the tides of the void ebb and flow, carrying him to other regions. He spent the last year also in cultivation and understanding, and while he had reached the limits of his perception of the rules of the boundless void, forcing further understanding was not without gains but would be much less efficient. Time passed by. A year went by in a blink. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already inside the ancestral demon tree of Tianqing World. His mind and will returned, and this martial ancestor golden body naturally could not be cast aside but was placed in the safest location. For the next descent, this safest place was naturally the interior of Tianqing World's ancestral demon tree. In terms of strength, the ancestral demon tree was not powerful, and it could not compare to a 9th stage evil god. However, the ancestral demon tree was Lin Yuan's beacon within the boundless void, able to connect with Lin Yuan's true form in the main universe at any time, thereby summoning the descent. This was where the ancestral demon tree's greatest power lay. "The time for my stay has come." Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Deep in his mind, that majestic and grandiose myriad realms gate suddenly shone brightly. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "I'm back." Feeling the immeasurable and vast rule fluctuations of the main universe, a smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. In the final 20+ years in the boundless void, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the laws had made slow progress. One of the main reasons was that the sea of laws in the boundless void was too shallow. You could see its limits at a glance, but the main universe? Lin Yuan saw the hope of a significant improvement in law comprehension. In the boundless void, reaching the 6th realm of space-time is already the limit. The 7th realm is theoretically impossible to achieve. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Indeed, the 6th realm of space-time was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The reason why creators of secret realms and children of the void could step into the 10th stage was due to their innate endowment and talents, but now, Lin Yuan felt the even more vast and profound fluctuations of spacetime beyond the 6th realm. Of course, feeling it was one thing, and whether one could comprehend it was another matter altogether. Just like how ordinary people see a towering mountain in the distance, seeing and reaching it are entirely different concepts. After comprehending the 6th realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan did not delve deeper. Apart from the limitations of the boundless void, it was also because his own level was too low. Comprehending the 6th realm at the 10th stage? At least within the main universe, there were no known precedents, certainly none from before. As for comprehending the 7th realm, Lin Yuan has no such ambition at the moment. The spacetime of the cosmic starry skies is also too vast. At this moment, Lin Yuan's understanding of the cosmic starry skies had undergone a significant change compared to before his travels. Before his 10th interdimensional travel, Lin Yuan's realm in spacetime was only at the 2nd realm, but now he has reached the 6th realm, with every detail of spacetime clearly visible. It's so vast and spectacular, Lin Yuan carefully observed, feeling awestruck within. If the boundless void is considered a narrow space of several square meters, Lin Yuan would only need to take one step, or a few steps, to reach any point within it. But the entire cosmic starry skies is like a football field. Even with the comprehension of the 6th realm, he couldn't achieve the same, think and you are there, as in the boundless void. This is the difference in the breadth of spacetime between the main universe and the boundless void. In the cosmic starry skies, not to mention that Lin Yuan's mere comprehension of the 6th realm of spacetime, even a level 12 supreme being couldn't achieve, think and you are there. Within the vast territories of the main universe, there are occasionally dangerous spatial temporal locations. There exist layered spatial temporal mazes. Even with the comprehension of the 6th realm, one cannot traverse directly. But with my current control over spacetime, plus the 9 steps of spacetime, unless a strong being personally pursues me, I'm essentially invincible. Lin Yuan was certain in his heart. Even if he couldn't be omnipresent like he was in the boundless void, he had far surpassed his previous capabilities of spatial traversal in the main universe. Together with the 9 steps of spacetime, not to mention beings beneath the supreme level, Lin Yuan had a feeling. Even if a level 12 supreme being wanted to catch up to him, they would probably have to wait until the 5th or 6th step. Or possibly only have a chance after the full 9 steps. The profound Xuanwang lineage's survival secret technique, 9 steps of spacetime, was undoubtedly unmatched in terms of escape speed. This was a Tao-protecting secret skill created specifically for the descendants of the profound Xuanwang lineage by Xuanwang, who roamed the chaos void. Although Lin Yuan was confident that supreme beings could not guarantee catching up to him within 9 steps during an escape, he would not foolishly provoke a supreme being. For a supreme being who wants to kill a being below the 12th stage, why would they need to personally chase them down? A single soul attack would be sufficient. Now my strength. Lin Yuan began to assess himself. Before his 10th travel, Lin Yuan's estimation of his combat strength was at the 3rd or 4th tier of level 11. But now, even for legendary beings at level 11 perfect, such as the 4 divine kings, if they did not make use of supreme weapons, Lin Yuan could easily suppress them with a flick of his hand. The 6th realm of spacetime compared to the 5th realm is practically an overwhelming crush. If the combat strength of a level 11 perfect being is 10, and evil gods in the boundless void's 10th stage are between 15 to 20, then Lin Yuan's combat strength is around 100. And for a level 12 supreme being, setting this as a standard, their strength would be in the hundreds of millions. Although Lin Yuan still could not compare to a level 12 supreme being, he had also surpassed the normal level 11 perfect legendary beings. In the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan used the environmental constraints of the two-dimensional world to crush those level 11 perfect legendary beings. In reality, though, he was taking advantage of the situation. But now, Lin Yuan's real combat strength had indeed surpassed level 11 perfect legendary beings completely. Here, surpassing completely refers to those legendary beings relying purely on their own strength. Compared to the 10th stage evil gods of the boundless void, the level 11 perfect legendary beings in the main universe have a tremendous advantage. That is weaponry. The four divine kings could integrate a supreme weapon to greatly level up their combat strength. Other level 11 perfect legendary beings also have hopes of acquiring a supreme weapon. Most level 11 perfect legendary beings in the main universe were backed by peak clans or a supreme being. In order to improve the chances of reaching the ultimate level, peak clans or supreme beings would bestow a supreme weapon to allow the legendary being to pre-comprehend the power of the 12th level. This supreme weapon is only lent temporarily. If the recipient successfully enters the level 12, it won't be taken back, but if they fail, the weapon would return to the clan's possession. The reason the four divine kings have such a big reputation among the many level 11 perfect legendary beings in the main universe is because of the supreme weapon they own, which is very compatible with them. A weapon that perfectly fits oneself is not only capable of perceiving more power of the 12th stage but can also deeply explore the might of this ultimate weapon. Unfortunately, the ultimate weapon of the four divine kings, along with the departure of white paper, was completely lost in the two-dimensional world, resulting in the loss of core spiritual will. This caused the four divine kings to fall from the top echelon of level 11 perfect legendary beings in one fell swoop. There's no need to elaborate on how an ultimate weapon enhances combat capabilities. Even if a level 11 perfect legendary being gets an ultimate weapon that is not quite suitable for them, when fully activated, it can still unleash the might of hundreds of times its battle strength. The activation here relies solely on one's own strength without any backups from a transcendent being left in the ultimate weapon. On the basis of a level 11 perfect legendary being's combat power of 10, to explode with the might of hundreds demonstrates the deterrence of an ultimate weapon. 10 to hundreds. This certainly does not mean a mere tenfold increase. A level 11 perfect legendary being wielding an ultimate weapon can easily sweep away a group of legendary beings without such weapons. Of course, a level 11 perfect legendary being, when wielding an ultimate weapon, can explode with might far beyond their own limits. But similarly, the energy expenditure to activate the ultimate weapon is also enormously terrifying. With the foundation of a level 11 perfect legendary being, it's impossible to wield the ultimate weapon more than a few times. Ultimate weapons. I have many of them. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and the Taiyang divine spirit entered the Xuanwang secret realm. In the cosmic starry skies of the main universe, when it comes to the number of ultimate weapons, Lin Yuan is unrivaled below the 12th stage. No one dares to claim second place. The number of curiosities collected by Lin Yuan in his journey to the two-dimensional world is close to 100. Even if most of these 100 items are 12-star rare materials, the number of ultimate weapons still exceeds 30. 30 ultimate weapons? Although it may not be as rich as the treasure vault of a peak race, it's enough to make any level 11 perfect legendary being look up to them. In fact, they can't even look up to them. Nearly all level 11 perfect legendary beings' ultimate weapons are temporarily borrowed from their race. Swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure appeared at the deepest part of the Xuanwang secret realm. This is also where many curiosities are stored, ultimate weapons. With a thought, 32 ultimate weapons appeared before Lin Yuan. The 32 ultimate weapons were neatly arranged, including knives, spears, cauldrons, towers, and a variety of others. Now I can actually pick a few ultimate weapons. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Previously, Lin Yuan did not choose an ultimate weapon because he wanted to refine them. Even preliminary refining requires the understanding of the fusion of time and space at the fifth realm. Without reaching the fifth realm of time-space understanding, it is impossible to activate the vast time-space inside the ultimate weapon, let alone refine it. That is to say, to refine an ultimate weapon, one must start at the 6th tier of level 11, and in reality, most owners of ultimate weapons are at the 6th tier. That is, level 11 perfect legendary beings. Before Lin Yuan's 10th spatial traversal, his understanding of spacetime was only at the 2nd realm, so naturally, he had no thoughts of refining ultimate weapons. But now? Lin Yuan's understanding of spacetime has reached the 6th realm, allowing him not only to refine ultimate weapons but also to do it much faster than those level 11 perfect legendary beings. Moreover, a higher understanding of spacetime is also very helpful in unlocking the power of ultimate weapons. An ultimate weapon, in the hands of a transcendent being, can display the might of hundreds of thousands and even millions in battle strength. But in the hands of a level 11 perfect legendary being, it can merely exert hundreds, The exploration of ultimate weapons by level 11 perfect beings is not even considered trivial. Let's take a look. Lin Yuan carefully selected among the 32 ultimate weapons, which required serious contemplation. Although in Lin Yuan's heart, the most suitable ultimate weapon would be the origin clock, it is still far from transforming into an ultimate weapon. Before that happens, Lin Yuan doesn't mind using a few ultimate weapons as a stopgap. Even if these ultimate weapons are not very suitable for him, their inherently high-quality nature can still significantly enhance his combat capability. This iron staff. Lin Yuan looked at a pitch-black iron staff. This iron staff was the first offensive weapon Lin Yuan obtained in the two-dimensional world. Even when confined within the two-dimensional world and subject to dimensional suppression, the staff's revealed aura was extremely powerful, filled with an overwhelming sense of weight. Once freed from the two-dimensional world and arriving in the main universe, the staff's innate power began to partially recover. Picking up this iron staff, the energy Lin Yuan would expend could probably lift tens of thousands of stars. Let's see if it feels right. With a thought, Lin Yuan moved to the high skies of the Xuanwang secret realm. In the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan used the pitch-black iron staff numerous times, but that staff in the two-dimensional world was completely different from the current one. With the restoration of 12-stage power, the staff in Lin Yuan's hands felt like it could crush the stars themselves. Whoosh! Lin Yuan held the pitch-black iron staff and casually swung it forward. A terrifying dark shadow emerged, and a black spatial crack tens of thousands of miles long was fiercely torn through the void of the Xuanwang secret realm. Before an initial refining of an ultimate weapon, if one has a high enough understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, it is possible to unleash some power of the ultimate weapon in advance. However, compared to after preliminary refining, the power would be much lower and the energy expenditure even greater. However, for Lin Yuan, this was naturally not a big deal. He didn't fully activate the might of this supreme weapon, just trying it out to see if it felt right in his hands. Rustle, rustle. One after another, black spatial rifts appeared. Everywhere they touched, everything was annihilated. In the distance, a six-armed figure looked on with curiosity, not knowing what Lin Yuan was up to. As the spirit of the Xuanwang secret realm, the six-armed figure had an inkling that something was amiss with Lin Yuan's arrival, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Until Lin Yuan, holding a pitch-black iron staff, casually swung it, tearing a black rift tens of thousands of miles long. This particular black rift set the six-armed figure's heart trembling and mind fogging. Compared to the main universe, the space within the Xuanwang secret realm was much more stable. To tear space within the Xuanwang secret realm, one would at least need the strength of the 9th stage peak. But even at the 9th stage peak, the number of spatial layers torn in an instant would only be up to several hundreds of thousands at most. Even those special 9th stage beings from the myriad heavy realm, at their full strength, wouldn't exceed this number when tearing through the spatial layers. Level 10 and level 11 powerhouses were almost the same. If they were in the Xuanwang secret realm, the number of spatial layers they could tear in an instant wouldn't exceed 10 million. However, the spat of that iron staff from Lin Yuan had caused black spatial rifts to form. Normally, spatial rifts would mostly appear gray-hued. Black rifts indicated that one was close to tearing through all the spatial layers. In other words, Lin Yuan's strike was so powerful that it could very well have pierced through the Xuanwang secret realm. How could the six-armed figure not tremble at heart? The Xuanwang secret realm was opened by Emperor Xuanwang himself. Even if the internal defenses were not as robust as the external, piercing through the realm was no easy feat. At least the level 11 perfect legendary beings are far from capable of it, even with a supreme weapon in hand. It's very difficult to tear the spatial layers to this extent instantaneously. Just Lin Yuan? The six-armed figure watched Lin Yuan nonchalantly tear through rifts tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles long, and its heart violently trembled. Master! How could he demonstrate such a level of power with a supreme weapon? The six-armed figure could hardly believe it. He also saw that Lin Yuan's ability to open the black spatial rifts originated from that iron staff supreme weapon in his hand. But to activate a supreme weapon, one needed sufficient understanding of space-time, especially since Lin Yuan had yet to refine those supreme weapons. Even if he could activate them, the power he could demonstrate would be extremely limited. But Lin Yuan? How did he manage to do it? The six-armed figure actually had a guess in his heart, which was that Lin Yuan's comprehension of spacetime was very high, perhaps reaching the 12th level, but this young master of the Xuanwang secret realm was only at the 10th level. High above the Xuanwang secret realm, Lin Yuan casually swung the pitch-black iron staff, feeling the power it exerted. With my current strength, at full power, plus initial refinement of this supreme weapon, I can create an eternal spatial rift within the Xuanwang secret realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The condition for creating an eternal spatial rift was to tear through all spatial layers. Currently, with a supreme weapon in Lin Yuan's hand, even without initial refinement, he could release a strength of over 1,000 battles. The number of spatial layers in the Xuanwang secret realm was far fewer than in the main universe, hence he could hope to tear it open completely. Of course, Lin Yuan could only achieve this feat within the Xuanwang secret realm. In the main universe, to create an eternal spatial rift would require a strength capable of million battle might. That was the threshold strength of the 12th level. Only with such strength could one tear through all the spatial layers of the main universe. This iron staff, it still doesn't suit me. After trying for a while, Lin Yuan gave up the idea of refining the iron staff. The power of the staff was indeed great, but it was different from Lin Yuan's fighting style. Moreover, in the two-dimensional world, in front of the powerhouses of the myriad clans, Lin Yuan had used this supreme weapon several times. If he now chose to refine this pitch-black iron staff, as soon as he used it in the outside world, it would surely be recognized by the powerhouses of the starry sky races. The conclusion would then be drawn that human evolver named Shuiyu, from the two-dimensional world, was Lin Yuan. Supreme weapons are not unique, but there are only so many in number, and there are few choices for staff-shaped supreme weapons. Next, Lin Yuan continued to try out the other 31 supreme weapons. Ultimately, for offensive supreme weapons, he chose a silver-white battle saber. This silver-white battle saber embodied a complete space-grade Dao, which is space-grade Dao, not space rules. With one slash, its sharpness reached an extreme. As for defense, regarding physical defense, Lin Yuan chose a golden armor, one of the finest physical defensive weapons among the 32 supreme weapons. And for soul defense, Lin Yuan's choices were very limited, because among the 32 supreme weapons, there was only one that was a supreme weapon for soul defense. It was a deep cyan bead, 3 supreme weapons, 1 offensive and 2 defensive. Fully armed to the teeth, other level 11 perfect legendary beings would find it extremely difficult to obtain one supreme weapon bestowed by their tribes, yet Lin Yuan was equipped with 3 at once. What a pity, with my understanding of spacetime, even if I could refine the supreme weapons quickly, the energy needed to activate them dictates that I can hold at most 3. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If possible, he naturally wanted to refine all the supreme weapons. But it was unrealistic, not being a supreme being. The burden of activating supreme weapons was great. Even if Lin Yuan stepped into the 11th level, it was not possible to activate too many supreme weapons at once. This will be the 3, time to start refining them. Lin Yuan once again appeared at the deepest part of the Xuanwang secret realm, picked up the silver-white battle saber, and his will began to penetrate as he quickly started the refining process. Refining a supreme weapon was no simple matter. Normally, for level 11 perfect beings to initially refine a supreme weapon, it would take thousands to tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan, however, was much faster, able to refine one in just a few years at most. Refining the strongest weapon is naturally a task for the Taiyang divine spirit. Lin Yuan's true self shares with the 2 major primordial spirits' wills. No matter which one refines it, the other 2 can enjoy the benefits. Essentially, the true self and the primordial spirit belong to the same person. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged. In a few more months, I can step into the 11th layer. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Now, he has reached the extreme in almost every aspect. The only choice left is to step into the 11th layer. In fact, with Lin Yuan's current accumulation, let alone at the 10th layer, even within the 11th layer, it is unprecedented. To this day in this universe, no 11th layer being has ever comprehended the 6th realm of spacetime. But now, maybe I could try becoming a ranked disciple of the Magic Jade Tower? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The disciples, or rather, the members of the Magic Jade Tower, are divided into 4 types. Ordinary disciple, member. Core disciple, member. Ranked disciple, member. Direct disciple, member. According to Lin Yuan's current choice to join Magic Jade Tower, the first condition to become a ranked disciple is to thoroughly comprehend all the demonic evolutionary paths within that strongest body. The second condition is to be a being below the 12th layer. To become an ordinary disciple of the Magic Jade Tower, one needs to comprehend 3,333 demonic evolutionary paths. To become a core disciple of the Magic Jade Tower, one needs to comprehend 33,333 demonic evolutionary paths. And to become a ranked disciple, one must comprehend all the demonic evolutionary paths. That is the condition for Lin Yuan to become a ranked disciple. The ranked disciples of the Magic Jade Tower are already considered the elite foundation of the Magic Jade Tower. According to the suggestion of statue Shenji, if Lin Yuan could become a ranked disciple, he would be authorized to take over that demon jade space. But becoming a ranked disciple is too difficult. Even Shenji, who has witnessed many miracles, doesn't believe Lin Yuan has a chance. Comprehending all the demonic evolutionary paths? And restricted to beings below the 12th layer? Beings below the 12th layer wanting to comprehend the demonic evolutionary paths from within the body of the strongest being? Even though this strongest being has fallen, it's almost impossible to achieve. When Magic Jade Tower was at its peak, most beings that became ranked disciples chose to cultivate a particular demonic evolutionary path and perfect it. As for the few that comprehended the demonic evolutionary paths wholly, they also relied on the heritage keystones in Magic Jade Tower that specifically carried the demonic evolutionary paths for enlightenment. Directly comprehending the demonic evolutionary paths from the body of the strongest being? Nearly impossible. The interference from the body of the strongest being itself is too great, and the omnipresent will pressure greatly increases the difficulty of comprehending the demonic evolutionary paths. But now Lin Yuan is considering giving it a try. Primarily because the rewards of becoming a ranked disciple of Magic Jade Tower are quite tempting to Lin Yuan. And taking over the demon jade space would allow Lin Yuan to enjoy the benefits of being a ranked disciple to the greatest extent. The last is the confidence Lin Yuan gained from the 10th traverse to comprehend all the demonic evolutionary paths. Virtual world. Space for contemplating the demonic evolutionary paths. The phantom of that strongest body still floats above the sky. Countless evolvers from human civilization have come and gone and come. Up until now, among the many evolvers of human civilization who have cultivated and supplemented demonic evolutionary paths to become ordinary members of Magic Jade Tower, there is only an evolver named Yuan Cheng. The more one cultivates, the more one can feel the unfathomable depth of the strongest being's level. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged on the mountain peak, looking up at that body. Even though Lin Yuan has already reached the 12th layer in certain aspects, there is still a vast gap compared to a true strongest being. Not to mention anything else, but the universe inside the strongest being, which spans tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. How vast must the flesh and soul birthed in such a colossal internal universe be? Lin Yuan's internal world has already broken the restrictions and shackles of the main universe, yet it only spans 200 to 300 million miles in radius. Compared to the internal universe of the strongest being measured in light years, it's not on the same level at all. Let's start by comprehending the demonic evolutionary paths. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and he carefully observed the body above the sky. Before performing the 10th traverse, the greatest obstacle Lin Yuan faced in contemplating this body was the omnipresent mental will pressure originating from within the body. This mental will pressure constantly interfered with Lin Yuan's contemplation of the demonic evolutionary paths. Most crucially, compared to when the mental will index was below 100,000, this mental will pressure could still polish one's own mental will. Once the mental will index surpasses 100,000, the polishing effect of this mental will pressure is almost non-existent. Having lost the use of polishing the mental will and constantly disturbed by the mental will pressure, even Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, doesn't see a hope of comprehending all the demonic evolutionary paths in a short time. The mental will pressure originates from the strongest beings, and all lifeforms beneath the strongest beings experience disturbances. The more evolution pathways of demons one comprehends, the greater the disturbance received. But now, The reason Lin Yuan has the confidence to fully comprehend all demonic evolution pathways is that he is confident in resisting this mental will pressure interference. The 10th traversal brought Lin Yuan the greatest help, which was not achieving the 6th realm of space and time, but raising his mental will index to 33,334,000. Achieving the 6th realm of space and time would have been possible for Lin Yuan even outside the boundless void, but such an immense increase in mental will? Lin Yuan had never anticipated that before traversing. A mental will index of 30 to 40 million not only reaches the level of the strongest, but also isn't low among them. Facing the mental will pressure emanating from the bodies of strongest beings of the same level, it is not to say he can completely ignore it, but resisting it wouldn't take much effort. As long as the interference from this mental will pressure is lost, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, fully comprehending all demonic evolution pathways is just a matter of time. Your against heaven's understanding observed the mysterious body, comprehending 10 kinds of demonic evolution pathways. Your against heaven's understanding observed the mysterious body, comprehending 50 kinds of demonic evolution pathways. Your against heaven's understanding observed the mysterious body, comprehending 200 kinds of demonic evolution pathways. As Lin Yuan predicted, during this comprehension of the body, the mental will pressure that previously caused him great disturbance now feels like a spring breeze, no longer affecting him at all. In just half a day, Lin Yuan had comprehended thousands of demonic evolution pathways. To fully comprehend all demonic evolution pathways, relying solely on the body projections in the virtual world might not be sufficient. At the necessary moment, I need to comprehend the body itself. While Lin Yuan was comprehending, he still had the capacity to think about reliance. The bodies that all human evolvers are comprehending are those where several strongest beings of human civilization jointly replicated part of that body's essence and then projected it into the virtual world. As for why not to comprehend the body itself, it's because the influence and contamination from the body itself are too great. Even 11th tier evolvers dare not come too close, let alone comprehend. As for evolvers below the 11th tier, if they dared to directly comprehend the body of the strongest, they would probably be burst by the immense information contained within the body of the strongest in an instant. Even if not burst, they would quickly collapse under the massive mental will pressure originating from the body of the strongest itself. But for Lin Yuan now, the aforementioned problems are no longer issues. With Lin Yuan's current mental will index, even if facing a living strongest being, he would stand fearless in terms of mental will, let alone a deceased strongest being. That segment of the strongest being's body must be kept in the human civilization treasury. Given Lin Yuan's current status in human civilization, if he wants to directly comprehend that segment of the body, he just needs to mention it to Sha Qin and other strongest beings. After all, it's just comprehending, not taking away that body segment. Lin Yuan divided a sliver of mental will to comprehend the numerous demonic evolution pathways within the body. Meanwhile, his true self still sat on the Milky Way main star, adjusting his state to perfection as much as possible. Before stepping into the 11th layer, I still need to meet a strongest being. Lin Yuan thought, remembering the terrifying disturbance caused by the chaos void origin infusion when he stepped into the 10th layer. Now stepping into the 11th layer, the disturbance would only be greater, so Lin Yuan naturally wanted to inform the strongest beings beforehand. Provoking the chaos void origin infusion couldn't be concealed. Rather than having the strongest beings notice it during his breakthrough, it's better to openly mention it now. At least it would prepare several of the strongest beings of human civilization, so they needn't worry about movements from other races. As for the strongest beings of human civilization, Lin Yuan believed he could trust them. As long as he was a human evolver, he would receive support. Buzz. Thinking this, Lin Yuan again split off a sliver of will, entering the virtual world. Sha Yu virtual world. Sha Qin, the strongest being, sat on the throne and suddenly opened his eyes. Galaxy Master is looking for me? Sha Qin's expression grew slightly solemn. Is it about discussing advancing to the 11th tier? Since knowing that Lin Yuan had comprehended the spatio-temporal fusion rule at the 10th layer, he had no doubts about Lin Yuan advancing to the 11th tier. The pillar-level fusion rule's second realm allows entry to the 11th tier, and comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule also enables entry to the 11th tier. In terms of difficulty, the latter is many times harder than the former. In this era of human civilization, a genius of this caliber is born. Sha Qin felt quite emotional after agreeing to Lin Yuan's entry. The 10th layer comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule? Sha Qin had only heard a few pieces of information about such monstrous entities from inheritances outside the universe. As for within the universe, at least Sha Qin, the Galaxy Master, had never known of such unparalleled geniuses being born. After not much time, Sha Qin saw Lin Yuan's figure appear. Since it was within the virtual world, whether it be Sha Qin or Lin Yuan, both were condensed from a sliver of mental will. Galaxy Master. Sha Qin smiled and was about to ask Lin Yuan what was the matter. But the next moment, Sha Qin could not smile anymore. He looked at Lin Yuan somewhat incredulously, sizing him up repeatedly, almost doubting his own senses. Why do I feel like I'm facing another ultimate being? Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, was shocked. This was the perception of the Supreme Beings, emerging only when facing existences of the same level. When Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, interacted with 8 other Supreme Beings, this perception emerged. It also came forth when negotiating with other ultimate alien races. But now, Lin Yuan, a young lad who has just entered the 10th rank? Could it actually give Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, a similar feeling? If it weren't for Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, experiencing this himself, he wouldn't believe it at all. It's ridiculous. What's the reason? Spiritual will? Galaxy Master's spiritual will surpasses the threshold of 18 million mind will index points. No, it's not just surpassing, it is far beyond. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being's mind operated incredibly fast, immediately speculating the most likely reason. Firstly, this is the virtual world, whether it be Lin Yuan or Sha Qin, the Supreme Being. It is all a manifestation of a trace of spiritual will. Secondly, this place is the personal world of Sha Qin, the Supreme Being. Without permission, even other Supreme Beings can't use any power here. That is to say, the feeling Lin Yuan gives to Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, originates entirely from the intensity of spiritual will. Only when one's spiritual will steps into the level of Supreme Beings can it give Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, such a feeling. But Lin Yuan? Spiritual will strength of a Supreme Being? Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, suddenly didn't know how to describe it. A 10th rank life form? Possessing the spiritual will strength of a Supreme Being? Can that still be called a 10th rank life form? Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, fell silent. Supreme Being? Lin Yuan also noticed Sha Qin, the Supreme Being's repeated scrutinizing gaze. Under normal circumstances when he came to visit Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, the latter would have already started asking what the matter was. It seems he has felt my spiritual will strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It was inevitable given that Lin Yuan's spiritual will had reached the 12th rank, but ultimately, he was still at the 10th rank and could not perfectly conceal it in front of a Supreme Being. Even if he hadn't come to visit Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, before the breakthrough to the 11th rank, the Supreme Being incarnation would discover it when it descended. Your spiritual will, has it surpassed 20 million index points? After a moment of silence, Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, began to ask directly. Spiritual will indexes, once they exceed 10 million points, become very difficult to quantify specifically. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, only felt that Lin Yuan's spiritual will index had definitely reached the 12th rank level, and it wasn't just at the basic entry level. About. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, his spiritual will index had reached 33,340,000 points, but that too falls under the category of surpassing 20 million. Having received confirmation from Lin Yuan, Sha Qin, the Supreme Being didn't know how to respond. A monstrosity. Absolutely monstrous. Merely at the 10th rank, yet in the domain of spiritual will, stepping into the 12th rank, can a human evolver really achieve this? Compared to other talents and aptitudes, spiritual will is the least susceptible to shortcuts. The unique special lives in the universe, with their exceedingly noble bloodlines, what about spiritual will? It still requires starting from scratch. A powerful physical soul, the spiritual will it cultivates will indeed be stronger, but certainly not with as much advantage as in the physical soul domain. I had a seclusion some time ago, where I gained some insights in spiritual will. Lin Yuan offered the reason he had prepared. The enhancement of spiritual will, aside from its gradual increase through extended age, can also be boosted in a short time through epiphanies. Here, epiphanies are the sudden insights into the operations of the universe and all things within it. However, such events are rare and, since the creation of the universe, have not occurred frequently, and even when they do, it is usually among life forms of lower ranks. For example, a fourth rank or fifth rank life form occasionally has an epiphany, and their spiritual will index jumps from a few hundred to a few thousand. Certain native lives on barbaric wilderness planets, without undergoing any evolutionary cultivation, have a spiritual will index nearing 10,000? But for someone like Lin Yuan, after an epiphany, to have the spiritual will index directly surpass 20 million points, probably has never happened before. Epiphany. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, once again fell silent, vaguely guessing that the significant rise in Lin Yuan's spiritual will was probably not as simple as an epiphany, because the increase was too substantial. Nevertheless, that was Lin Yuan's own secret, and Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, would not interfere. Since Lin Yuan stepped into the 10th rank, causing the chaos void origin infusion, and thereafter tearing open a cosmic rift measured by light years. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, knew Lin Yuan had his own remarkable encounters. Regarding these, Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, wouldn't even ask. Spiritual will. The stronger, the better. After much thought, Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, slowly began. The higher the rank of the evolver, the more they could feel the importance of spiritual will. Evolutionaries from the 1st rank to the 5th and 6th rank probably don't even know about spiritual will. But starting from the 7th rank, especially when breaking through to the 8th rank, one of the prerequisites is that the spiritual will index reaches 10,000 points. Only then can one confidently surpass the heart demon tribulation. From the 8th rank onwards, the influence of spiritual will grows continuously. By the 11th rank, when striking for the ultimate, it necessitates a spiritual will index of 10 million points. In fact, the importance of spiritual will goes far beyond this. Whether it be human civilization's 11th rank evolvers or other alien races' 11th rank powerhouses, their physical souls will no longer decay. But why do they still seek to extend their lifespan by slowing down the flow of time? Theoretically, the physical and spiritual existence of a level 11 life should have no limitations on lifespan. However, in reality, the longer one lives, even if there are no problems with the physical and soul aspects, mental and spiritual will can still become distorted. Once the spiritual will becomes distorted and insane, true death is not far away. At this moment, the importance of a strong spiritual will is manifested. The stronger the spiritual will, the more it can counteract this distortion and insanity. Currently, with Lin Yuan's strength of spiritual will, he could easily live through an entire cosmic era. Even if it were not for the destruction of the universe and the collapse and depletion of the river of time, which ensures the death of all lives within the river, Lin Yuan would be able to live through multiple cosmic eras. Additionally, a strong spiritual will has profound impacts on many aspects. Especially in terms of soul defense, a strong spiritual will in place is more helpful than any soul defensive artifact. Supreme Being, I have come this time to prepare for my breakthrough to level 11. Lin Yuan mentioned the main issue, which was also one of the reasons he came to meet Sha Qin Supreme Being. Breakthrough to level 11? Sha Qin Supreme Being immediately grasped the situation. He had long guessed that Lin Yuan was here for this purpose. However, just at the beginning of their meeting, he was so shocked by Lin Yuan's terrifying spiritual will that he has not yet recovered. When are you planning to make the breakthrough? Sha Qin Supreme Being asked seriously. In a few months, Lin Yuan answered. For a breakthrough, one must choose the best state of condition. With Lin Yuan's current rate of adjustment, a few months should suffice. No problem, Sha Qin Supreme Being nodded. At that time, I will call them to be your protectors. Sha Qin Supreme Being's expression turned slightly solemn. Them naturally refers to the other 9 Supreme Beings of human civilization. 200 to 300 years ago, when Lin Yuan broke through to level 10, the disturbance was far beyond what Sha Qin Supreme Being had anticipated. If it were not for forcibly borrowing the power of the Supreme Beings and the assist from the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being next door, it might have alerted other alien Supreme Beings with just Sha Qin Supreme Being's own avatar's power alone. But this time, Sha Qin has learned his lesson and directly called in the other 8 Supreme Beings of human civilization. With the power of 9 Supreme Beings, even protecting during the ultimate impact for level 11 will be more than sufficient. Thus, Sha Qin Supreme Being believes that he is well prepared this time. Rest assured, my true form will continuously watch over the Milky Way main star. You can proceed with your breakthrough without worries. Sha Qin Supreme Being added another sentence. The true forms of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization are all stationed at crucial nodes of the territory, deterring other alien supreme beings. After all, the true form of a supreme being represents the highest battle power in the universe. But for Lin Yuan's breakthrough this time, Sha Qin Supreme Being is ready to mobilize his true form at any moment. Ensuring that Lin Yuan successfully steps into level 11 is currently the most crucial task for human civilization, and it's acceptable even to pay some price for it. Besides, even if Sha Qin Supreme Being deploys his true form, it's highly unlikely that the alien races will make any excessive moves unless they wish to provoke a full-scale war. Otherwise, a certain balance is generally maintained. Thank you, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said. This is the advantage of having the support of a powerful force, being smooth sailing before fully growing up unless one intentionally seeks challenges to train themselves. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's natural talent, he wouldn't have to divert any attention to anything other than his breakthrough. No need to thank me, Sha Qin Supreme Being shook his head slightly. If other peak races in the universe knew that a monstrous talent like Lin Yuan was born within human civilization, they would probably go mad with envy. With your current strength, you should consider aiming for the ultimate. The ultimate leap of a level 11 life. External forces might help, but they certainly won't play a dominant role, Sha Qin Supreme Being rarely reminded. Human civilization indeed possesses artifacts and methods to assist in the ultimate breakthrough, like that source of the universe. But to step into level 12 and become a supreme being, it largely depends on oneself. Lin Yuan nodded, understood. Currently, the most crucial artifact that Lin Yuan possesses for the ultimate impact is the heart of spacetime. This is prepared by the demonic Jade Tower Master for his own direct disciple, allowing one to escape the bindings of the river of time during the ultimate leap phase. Compared to the source of the universe, the heart of spacetime has much greater effects. Good that you understand, Sha Qin Supreme Being nodded. Actually, these words are usually meant for 11th level perfected evolvers. For 11th level perfected evolvers, stepping into the ultimate is just one step away, and receiving such reminders is more than normal. As for a level 10 like Lin Yuan, he is completely an exception. Supreme Being, there's one more thing. Lin Yuan spoke lowly after discussing a few more things with Sha Qin Supreme Being. Go ahead, Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. I want to comprehend that segment of the level 12 physical body itself. Lin Yuan stated. Within the virtual world, that segment of the body is ultimately just a projection. To thoroughly understand all demonic evolutionary paths, one must directly comprehend the physical body itself. If this were before the 10th traversal, Lin Yuan definitely would not have easily done this. Facing the remnant body of a creature of level 12 is highly risky for any being below level 12. That segment of the body, well, you should be fine. Sha Qin Supreme Being was just about to comment on whether Lin Yuan could withstand the psychic pressure from the body itself. But then immediately thought of Lin Yuan's supreme level spiritual will. The psychic pressure from the remnant body at the same supreme level poses no threat to another supreme being. This has also been repeatedly confirmed by the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. Even the supreme being Sha Qin also comprehended that severed body for a while, understanding most of the demonic evolutionary pathways. Unfortunately, the conditions for supreme beings to join the demonic Jade Tower are completely different from those of 7th and 8th layer beings. Even if a supreme being comprehends all the demonic evolutionary pathways within the severed body, they cannot become the most ordinary disciple of the demonic Jade Tower. Compared to 7th and 8th layer beings comprehending the demonic evolutionary pathways, it is too simple for a supreme being. Moreover, when the demonic Jade Tower recruits beings of the supreme level, there is another set of standards for assessment, personally presided over by the Moyu Tower Master. However, the Moyu Tower Master has long since disappeared for several cosmic eras, making it basically impossible for supreme beings to join the Moyu Tower. Still, be cautious. Once you detect any anomaly, withdraw immediately. After repeated deliberation, the Supreme Being Sha Qin confirmed that there were no risks for Lin Yuan and nodded in agreement. "Alright," Lin Yuan responded. "I've already granted you the access, you just need to head to the 13 Sirius grounds, someone will take you there." The Supreme Being Sha Qin closed his eyes and after a moment, he opened them and looked at Lin Yuan. "Human civilization has 22 Sirius grounds, that body comes from the Chaos Void Force demonic Jade Tower, highly valued by the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, specifically placed within the 13 Sirius grounds." 13 Sirius grounds. Lin Yuan nodded. Previously under the guidance of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, he went to a majestic palace, in front of several supreme beings. That place was the number 3 Sirius ground of human civilization. "How many merit points do I need to pay?" Lin Yuan asked. Such comprehension of 12-star level artifacts required merit points. Lin Yuan's black star in the guiding space, entering once requires 1 billion merit points. 12 guiding spaces, around totals 12 billion merit points. The upper limit of the guiding space is the 4th realm of fusion rules, belonging to the 11th layer level. No one has comprehended that body anyway, you comprehending it won't affect anything, no merit points are needed. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, waved his hand. Actually, merit points can also be collected, but on such minor matters, with the authority of Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, he could choose to collect or not. Those merit points were too insignificant for Sha Qin to care about. So he simply chose not to bother collecting them. "Thank you, Supreme Being." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude again, understanding that this was Sha Qin looking out for him. After chatting a few more words with Sha Qin, Lin Yuan brought up his departure. Watching Lin Yuan disappear into his individual world, Sha Qin, Supreme Being, sank into contemplation. Shortly after, a figure condensed out of thin air. It was the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. "Sha Qin, are you crazy? Actually allowing the Galaxy Master to comprehend that body?" The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being frowned. The authority for Lin Yuan to go to the 13 Sirius grounds and comprehend the body was transmitted through the virtual world. And as the creator of the virtual world, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was naturally the first to know, hence she appeared immediately. As a Supreme Being, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being clearly knew the impact of that severed body on life forms below the 12th layer. This can be seen from the fact that until now, no 11th layer evolutionary dared to comprehend that body. Those lesser 7th and 8th layer guys only comprehend a projection of the true body. The mental and willpower pressure they withstand is far less than directly facing the body itself's despair. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being couldn't imagine why Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, would make such a decision. The Galaxy Master is the most talented genius in the history of human civilization, potentially becoming the 10th Supreme Being, allowing such a genius with limitless potential to comprehend that body? The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being couldn't understand. "Feather Butterfly, don't worry." Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, looked at Feather Butterfly, the Supreme Being, and explained, "The talent of the Galaxy Master is even beyond our expectations. Talent is talent, the Galaxy Master is only at the 10th layer now. Even if he is hopeful to withstand the source mind and willpower pressure of that body, it would be after stepping into the 12th layer. Have you thought through the consequences of letting him comprehend it now?" The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being said. "The Galaxy Master is an evolutionary of Sha Yu Evolution Tower. It's reasonable for Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, to decide how to guide. But the Galaxy Master's talent is too terrifying. As an evolutionary of human civilization, Feather Butterfly wouldn't allow Sha Qin to ruin such an exceptional human genius." After the 12th layer, Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, looked strange and finally shook his head. "No need to wait that long, they can resist it now." "What do you mean?" Feather Butterfly, the Supreme Being, was slightly stunned. The mind and willpower of the Galaxy Master has already reached the level of the 12th layer. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, didn't keep it a secret and said directly. Mind and willpower at the 12th layer level. Feather Butterfly, the Supreme Being, was also silent. She sent a strand of mind and willpower, through the virtual world authority, began to lock onto the mental will incarnation Lin Yuan had just condensed. Indeed, over 18 million points of mind and willpower index, to be precise, at least over 20 million points. Feather Butterfly, the Supreme Being, pupils sharply contracted, somewhat in disbelief. Right? Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, looked at Feather Butterfly, the Supreme Being, quite pleased, as if he was looking at his former self. A 10th layer life, how can it have such strong mind and willpower? Feather Butterfly, the Supreme Being, muttered to herself, if Lin Yuan's mind and willpower is so strong, then there should be no problem comprehending that body. After all, it is only a part of a body, it has fallen for who knows how many eons, being able to retain some residual mind and willpower pressure is already quite impressive, coupled with the suppression by the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. Lin Yuan only needs to withstand the mind and willpower pressure, then there would be no hidden dangers. Who knows? Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, shook his head, his face showing the look of anticipation. But now I'm even more curious, to what heights this little guy can reach in the future. My current mental will is too strong. Even the strongest beings can sense it with just a slight perception, thought Lin Yuan as he sat cross-legged on the Milky Way main star. This was one of the drawbacks of a rapidly improving mental will. His realm had yet to catch up. However, once I step into the 11th rank, things should get much better. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. After stepping into the 11th rank, Lin Yuan's physical soul body's inner world would undergo another significant leap forward. At that time, it's estimated that he could barely withstand the pressure of over 33 million units of mental will. Unless Lin Yuan made a full effort and deliberately exposed himself, it would be tough for even the strongest beings to detect any anomalies in his mental will. Virtual world. Lin Yuan met with his parents, casually chatting. Xiaoyuan, your sister and brother-in-law also came over. Lu Chang, his mother, received the news and looked at Lin Yuan. Let them come over, Lin Yuan nodded. Ever since his sister Lin Yi married Sha Karen, he seldom saw them. Soon, Lin Yi and Sha Karen appeared. Greetings, Galaxy Master. Facing Lin Yuan, Sha Karen was still extremely respectful. Since marrying Lin Yi, Sha Karen had clearly felt his status within the Sha family rise more than just a notch. Originally, Sha Karen was just an ordinary direct descendant of the Sha family. With the scale of human the Sha family, there were at least hundreds of thousands, if not a million such direct descendants. They had a certain status and no worries about food and drink, but that was all. With the identity of a direct descendant of the Sha family, Sha Karen could lead a carefree life, but the possibility of reaching a high position was virtually non-existent. Who knew how many were in line ahead of him? But merely by being with Lin Yi, Sha Karen received a summons from that 11th rank old ancestor of the Sha family. After the two married, Sha Karen was directly admitted into the core of the Sha family and even had the hope of becoming the next head of the Sha family. The head of the Sha family was a significant figure in human civilization, of great importance. This was a position Sha Karen did not even dare to dream of before. However, Sha Karen had a very clear understanding of himself. All of his current changes in status and identity originated from the Galaxy Master. Without the Galaxy Master, he Sha Karen would have been just one of the numerous, insignificant direct descendants of the vast human the Sha family. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Sha Karen. At the very least, the man was truly sincere towards Lin Yi. With Lin Yuan's current privileges as a level 9 citizen, Sha Karen had almost no privacy in front of him. The family chatted for a while, then Lin Yuan stood up and left. The outside world says that the Galaxy Master has the highest talent in our human civilization. But who knows that apart from cultivation, the Galaxy Master has no other interests. It was not until Lin Yuan left that Sha Karen finally relaxed a bit. He didn't know why, but every time he saw the Galaxy Master, he was incredibly nervous, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. Virtual world, that segment of the body still hovered above the sky. Lin Yuan slowly emerged from the state of contemplation. These 3 months, I have thoroughly understood over 2 million demonic evolutionary pathways, and there are no more for me to deduce. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The body he was contemplating at the moment was just a projection after all, naturally not containing as much information as the actual body itself. Well, I should make a trip to the 13th Forbidden Zone. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and split off a strand of mental will, forming an avatar that immediately disappeared on the spot. With Lin Yuan's current mental will strength, Even a temporarily conjured avatar could easily wield 11th rank battle power. This is the advantage of strong mental will. An avatar of the strongest being can also exert battle power far above the 11th rank. Whoosh! The avatar Lin Yuan conjured up left the Milky Way star region in the blink of an eye. Spacetime. The strong mental will meant that this avatar could utilize most of Lin Yuan's rule perception, including the sixth realm of spacetime. Therefore, when it came to traveling, it was undoubtedly the fastest existence beneath the strongest beings in current human civilization. Of course, this fastest is based on the premise that other human civilization evolvers do not rely on external forces for travel. Relying solely on his own power and rule perception, Lin Yuan believed that no 11th level perfected evolver could exceed this avatar of his. 1 month later, Lin Yuan smoothly arrived at the 13th Forbidden Zone. As a critical location of human civilization, any citizen entering this place would need to undergo strict checks. Lin Yuan, with the authority delegated by the powerful Sha Qin, naturally encountered no obstructions along the way and directly reached the depths of the Forbidden Zone. This Forbidden Zone is also a terrifying ultimate weapon. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, sensing a faint pressure. Very soon, Lin Yuan arrived in front of a grand hall. After passing the identity soul determination, Lin Yuan smoothly entered the hall. From the outside, the hall didn't appear very large, only a few dozen miles in radius. But once Lin Yuan entered, he found himself in a vast world. That is, at first glance, Lin Yuan saw a body placed at the center of this world. Compared to the projection in the virtual world, this body was even more realistic and detailed, with even the textures clearly visible. At the same time, a surging, ocean-like spiritual will came crashing down on Lin Yuan like a deluge. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. This spiritual will was far more powerful than the projection inside the virtual world, strong enough to destroy the will of a level 11 evolver in a short time. Even a level 11 perfected evolver wouldn't last long in front of this body, and might even incur some irreversible damage afterwards. But Lin Yuan? It was no more than a spring breeze on his face. With 334 million points of spiritual will index, not to mention just a body, even if this ultimate being were to come back to life, Lin Yuan was confident he could withstand it without using any other powers as long as they didn't use any other powers. The body of an ultimate being? Lin Yuan approached within 10 meters, the best distance for observing the body. Inside the virtual world, Lin Yuan could only see vague parts of the projection, but now, he could clearly see every detail within the flesh and blood of this body. The skin of this body was crystal clear, with a faint layer of black membrane on the surface. Lin Yuan observed deeper, magnifying the flesh and blood by 1,000,000 times, only to find that the body was like a vast universe, each cell a vast star domain, with countless rules and essences flowing through the flesh like black demonic jade. Are these traces of cultivating the demonic jade immortal body? Lin Yuan was shocked. After becoming a core disciple of the magic jade tower, Lin Yuan could choose one secret technique from many, including the demonic jade immortal body. However, in the end, Lin Yuan chose illusionary reality, allowing his two primordial spirits to be no longer ineffective and possess strength close to his true body. Lin Yuan made this choice not because the demonic jade immortal body wasn't strong, but because he needed the secret technique, phantasm reality, even more at that time. The cultivator of the demonic jade immortal body has fallen? Lin Yuan thought to himself that as a 12th level body refining secret technique, the demonic jade immortal body was probably at the same level as the body of Xuanwang, known for its life-preserving capability. Even so, this ultimate being still perished. Even after perishing, the demonic jade immortal body within the flesh was broken through. Otherwise, those few ultimate beings in the universe wouldn't have been able to dismember this ultimate being so easily. Perfecting the body of Xuanwang to the 12th level, one could withstand the collapse of the universe. The demonic jade immortal body was estimated to be almost at the same level. Even if the demonic jade immortal body wasn't perfected, it shouldn't be easy for a few ultimate beings to tear apart the flesh so effortlessly. Chaos void. Lin Yuan's expression became grave. Within the universe, ultimate beings were absolutely invincible, and since the beginning of the universe, No ultimate being had been known to completely perish. Even in the most brutal wars, they would at most be badly injured. But outside the universe, in the chaos void, ultimate beings could die. Probably only beings as powerful as the Xuanwang or the Moyu Tower Master could traverse the chaos void with impunity. Contemplate. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, and as he faced this body directly, insights that were once stagnant flooded into his mind again. Your understanding defies the heavens. By observing the mysterious body, new demonic evolution pathways have been comprehended. As Lin Yuan continued to contemplate, a large number of new demonic evolution pathways were revealed. Can I try directly comprehending the demonic jade immortal body? In the midst of contemplation, the idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Having the demonic jade immortal body placed alongside illusionary reality, its level of preciousness need not be stated. Since there were traces of demonic jade immortal body cultivation left in this body, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it was entirely possible to comprehend a part of it. Even if he couldn't comprehend the complete demonic jade immortal body, just comprehending a part of it would be immensely profitable. Virtual world. Lin Yuan casually chatted with evolvers like the Black Star Lord, Lustrous Star Master, and others. Preceding his breakthrough to the 11th level, Lin Yuan primarily focused on adjusting his state, with cultivation being secondary. How is your cultivation going recently, Galaxy Master? The Black Star Lord asked Lin Yuan with a smile. As a grade at 10th rank, the Black Star Lord had taken the initiative to establish a good rapport with Lin Yuan before he stepped into the 10th rank, showing great regard for the Galaxy Master. Not bad. Lin Yuan responded. Black Star Lord has already comprehended the second realm of pillar-level fusion rules and is probably soon to challenge for level 11, interjected the Lustrous Star Master, who couldn't help but speak. After comprehending the second realm of pillar-level fusion rules, one could challenge for level 11 in as little as 10 years or at most a few hundred years. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately offered his congratulations. For any 10th rank evolver, advancing to level 11 was the most significant achievement, without exception. After all, becoming a 12th rank ultimate being, for almost all 11th rank evolvers, was an unattainable ultimate goal. Ha ha ha. The Black Star Lord's face lit up with a smile. Looking at Lin Yuan, he said, Galaxy Master, with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you step into level 11. I'll just break through ahead and wait for you at level 11. Black Star Lord was emanating a vibrant vigor. As a level 10 of Tier A, who wouldn't long to comprehend pillar-level fusion rules of the second realm? Then step into level 11, from then on standing at the peak of the cosmic starry skies, above countless lives and just beneath the mightiest. Although it's said that there are differences among level 11, from 1st tier to 6th tier, the gap is very significant. But at least they are at the same realm. Lustrous Star Master sat beside, her face showing envy. Hundreds of years ago, when Nolan had advanced further, she had discussed with Black Star Lord about when she could also step into that realm. Yet in the blink of an eye, Black Star Lord had taken that step ahead, which left a bitter taste in Lustrous Star Master's heart. For a level 10 of Tier A to realize the pillar-level fusion rules of the second realm, it requires the right time, place, and people. Nolan and Black Star Lord are undoubtedly lucky. It's just unknown if she, the Lustrous Star Master, could also be fortunate. Level 11. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, his step into level 11 would also be in the near future. For any being, stepping into level 11 is a major transformation, second only to striving for the ultimate. For Lin Yuan, who can endure the infusion of the chaotic origin, it is immensely more significant than the transition from level 9 to level 10. The worlds inside his physical and soul body have become many times stronger. The chaos void origin he can withstand is naturally even more terrifying. Whether enduring infusion from the cosmic origin source or the chaos void origin, both represent unprecedented great opportunities. The group continued to discuss for a while, and Black Star Lord even advised Lin Yuan not to be anxious, just to proceed steadily. Compared to other level 10 of Tier A, Lin Yuan is still young and has plenty of time to try. Most level 10 of Tier A face the limit of their lifespan and tend to be anxious. And the more anxious they are, the less likely they are to break through. Rumor has it, our human civilization plans to open a new battlefield of different races. The topic shifted away from level 11, and lustrous Star Master seemed to recall something and spoke up. I've also heard about it. The new battlefield being developed is said to surpass any of the previous ones, including those over 100 large-scale battlefields of different races. Black Star Lord immediately spoke up. He also received related insider information. The development of battlefields touches too many aspects, it's hard to keep a secret. And this time, the human civilization, in joint effort with other Peak Clan forces, plans to develop a battlefield. It's impossible not to have any whispers coming out. New battlefield. Lin Yuan listened on the side, his expression somewhat solemn. He was also aware of this matter and even knew more details than Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master. It was Sha Chen, a most powerful being, who mentioned it to him casually in a chat. The new battlefield developed by human civilization, to be precise, opened in collaboration with other Peak Clan forces, is a super large-scale battlefield of different races. Whether in terms of direct size of the battlefield or the stability of the spatial suppression, it surpasses any large-scale battlefield of different races. One reason to develop a super large-scale battlefield of different races is something various Peak Clan forces have long intended to do. As time passes, more than 100 large battlefields have gradually become unable to sustain the skirmish among various peak-level beings. After all, many powerful beings in the main universe, from the starry sky races, possess the doppelganger skill. This results in it being very difficult for them to die completely, especially level 11 beings, who can decelerate their own time flow, not only making it difficult to perish but even to just die naturally. If high-tier beings do not perish, the lower-tier beings will gradually evolve into high-tier beings. This is the main reason for the development of a super large-scale battlefield. In fact, according to the exploration and understanding of past cosmic eras by human civilization, even without the doppelganger skill, as time passes, the universe's powerful beings are generally increasing. Until the end of a cosmic era, that's when the universe is at its most prosperous peak. But right after prosperity comes destruction. With the end of the cosmic era, the universe collapses, and even level 12 supreme beings need to die at least half or even most to escape. And how many beings below the supreme beings can survive, depends on the tiers of the supreme beings. Beings below level 12, if they want to survive the destruction of the universe, must transfer their life imprints from the cosmic timeline to the timeline of the universe inside the body of a supreme being. However, the number of life imprints that the universe inside a supreme being can sustain is limited. This means that 99.9% of beings below level 12 will perish with the destruction of the universe. The secondary reason for developing large-scale battlefields was due to the recent successive destruction of two large-scale battlefields. A polar aurora outside the universe destroyed one large-scale battlefield, and white paper downgraded another large-scale battlefield. The disappearance of two consecutive large-scale battlefields hastened human civilization and many Peak Clan forces to formally proceed to the implementation stage of developing a super large-scale battlefield. Even without the collapse of these two large-scale battlefields, developing a super large-scale battlefield was just a matter of time, only delayed by a few 100,000 or a million years. The new battlefield developed this time will have a very high limit, capable of accommodating level 11 perfect beings wielding supreme weapons to fight freely. Black Star Lord said gravely. In past large-scale battlefields of different races, level 11 beings rarely took action, mainly level 10 beings fought. A powerful level 10 of Tier A was sufficient to affect the outcome of a local battle zone. Only when the intensity of the war escalates to a very high level will a large number of level 11 beings, up to level 11 perfect beings, take action. Before the white paper descended, the large battlefield of different races where Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit was already brewing a highly intense battle, with an assembly of level 11 powerhouses. Even the strongest warriors of the Star Alliance, to ensure victory, mobilized the four divine kings fused with the most powerful weapons, hoping to use them as the final trump card to settle the outcome. Such situations were extremely rare, not necessarily occurring even once in a million or 10 million years. But if a super-dimensional battlefield is successfully established, clashes among level 11 powerhouses would become the norm, and the suppressive forces would become those holding the most powerful weapons at level 11 perfect. Even ultimate existences will intervene. However, it doesn't have much to do with us. The lustrous Star Master expressed this with ease, as if saying that while a large battlefield belongs to level 10 powerhouses, a superdimensional battlefield is the stage for level 11 powerhouses. And as a level 10, the lustrous Star Master would most likely still be stationed on a large battlefield. I have a premonition that at the start of this new battlefield, an extremely brutal war will inevitably break out. The Black Star Lord spoke solemnly. Whether it's a small, medium, or large battlefield, at their inception, the intensity of war tends to be terrifyingly high. Many peak race forces are all striving to secure the dominion over the battlefield. The superdimensional battlefield is no exception, and compared to past large battlefields, the brutality of war in a superdimensional battlefield is estimated to reach a horrifying level. After finishing the casual conversation with the Black Star Lord and other Class A Level 10 warriors, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the Star Lord's Great Hall. Superdimensional battlefield of different races. Lin Yuan's gaze was deep. The establishment of a superdimensional battlefield had an extremely profound impact, as many peak race forces including human civilization would go all out, which is very likely to spark clashes between the strongest warriors. It's about time for a breakthrough to level 11. Lin Yuan felt that all aspects had reached an optimal state, contemplating quietly in his heart. At this moment, a slight movement stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. His gaze looked distantly in the direction of the 13th most important location of human civilization. Who would have thought that I would become a Demon Jade Tower member before the breakthrough to level 11? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised inside. The conditions to be a Demon Jade Tower member are to thoroughly understand all demonic evolution paths. And the life level is capped below level 12. Originally, Lin Yuan planned to advance to level 11 first and then go all out to strike for the status of a Demon Jade Tower member. After all, moving from a core member to a listed member is not like storming through levels, where the more potential demonstrated, the richer the reward. One just needs to meet the predetermined conditions. But now, this goal seems to have been accomplished prior to the breakthrough to level 11. The 13th most important location of human civilization. Inside a grand hall at its depth, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In the depths of his soul memory, various demonic evolution pathways seemed to reach a certain qualitative change, beginning to converge into that Demon Jade Tower core member mark. Buzzing sounds emanated. The magic Jade mark was rapidly transforming. So, the number of all demonic evolution pathways is 33,333,333? At this moment Lin Yuan finally knew the specific quantity of demonic evolution pathways contained within his body. When he first observed that body in the virtual world, Lin Yuan only felt that the evolutionary paths contained within its flesh were as vast as a sea of smoke. But now, this vast sea of smoke finally had a definite upper limit. With a mental will capable of easily resisting the spiritual pressure within the body, Lin Yuan's understanding of demonic evolution pathways was as fast as 1,000 li per day would not be an overstatement. In just a few months, he had far surpassed the results of hundreds of years of contemplation. The demonic Jade Immortal Body. I have also successfully comprehended the first tier chapter and second layer chapter. As for the 12th tier chapter, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After all, this body was ultimately incomplete, and since the demonic Jade Immortal Body had already been deciphered, the traces left by the 12th tier chapter were completely just scraps. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even scraps could allow him to comprehend the whole picture. However, level 12 was ultimately too far beyond Lin Yuan's current realm, and even if he could comprehend the demonic Jade Immortal Body of level 12, it would take a lot of time. The first tier chapter and second layer chapter are enough for me. Lin Yuan thought to himself, currently unaware of when he will attempt the breakthrough. The demonic Jade Immortal Body of the second layer chapter is already sufficient for a long time to come. The demonic Jade Immortal Body of the first tier level still brings a significant enhancement to my physical body. Lin Yuan, in the moment of comprehending the demonic Jade Immortal Body, up to the 10th layer chapter and 11th layer chapter, is equivalent to having cultivated it to perfection, save for the fact that his physical strengthening has yet to catch up. In truth, after Lin Yuan cultivated the Xuanwang physique, to the 10th layer perfect level, nearly all other body refining methods held little benefit for him. After all, the Xuanwang physique could already be termed perfect. At the 10th layer level, the areas that could be tempered and elevated had been virtually all tempered and elevated. Other body refining methods simply couldn't perform better, and even if they were cultivated to the realm of perfection, they would be overshadowed by the Xuanwang physique, with a negligible effect on the enhancement of the physical body. But what about the demonic jade immortal body? This method of body refinement was entirely distinct from the Xuanwang physique, if it could also reach the level of perfection. Lin Yuan believed his physical body would be able to advance even further. As Lin Yuan contemplated, deep within his soul, that magic jade mark finally completed its transformation. At the same time, a deep and hoarse male voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Upon fully comprehending all demonic evolutionary pathways, automatically become a Demon Jade Tower member. Demon and Tower Sequence member? A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. Hadn't he sent an incarnation here specifically to comprehend, just for this moment? This magic jade mark. Lin Yuan immediately sensed the changes in the magic jade mark. It became more profound, more mysterious. I vaguely feel through this magic jade mark the specific spatial coordinates of that demon jade space, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As an ordinary member and core member of the magic jade tower, Lin Yuan could only descend into the demon jade space using the magic jade mark. As for more, he was not sure. But now, he could sense the specific coordinates of the demon jade space? It was known that the demon jade space, opened by the Moyud Tower Master, could only be entered by members of the demon jade tower. The outside world has no knowledge of its location. Even the members of the Demon Jade Tower are unclear about the position of the Demon Jade space. Is this the privilege of being a sequence member? Lin Yuan had an idea in his mind. If the core members of the Magic Jade Tower are the elite, then the sequence members are the pillars, the foundation. Above the sequence members lies the direct disciples of the Moyud Tower Master, those who are cultivated as future Tower Masters and Supreme Beings. The privileges of Demon Jade Tower members are substantial. They can even take over some of the rights to the Demon Jade space. That place. Too distant. Lin Yuan followed the connection of the magic jade mark and vaguely looked in a certain direction. Even though he had already learned from the statue Shenji that the Demon Jade space was not located within any universe. The moment Lin Yuan truly felt the precise location of the Demon Jade space, his heart still surged with shock. It was like an ordinary person who has never left his village looking up at the stars above the firmament, estimating the distance of the stars from himself. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan observed the magic jade mark deep within his soul for a while before stopping. The mark of a Demon Jade Tower member is many times more complex than that of a core member, but what exactly are the differences? With Lin Yuan's current level, it was hard to tell. Take another trip to the Demon Jade space. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and then split off a sliver of will, following the connection of the magic jade mark, instantaneously crossing infinite distances, descending into a certain mysterious space. Demon Jade space. As this sliver of Lin Yuan's will descended, the entire Demon Jade space seemed to detect something, trembling slightly. The surrounding gray fog suddenly dispersed, much like the weather clearing up after being gloomy for a long time. Lin Yuan glanced around and directly headed for the location of the 9-story Black Tower. Outside the 9-story Black Tower, the statue Shenji, immersed in sleep, was abruptly awakened by the tremor in the Demon Jade space. What is this? Statue Shenji could hardly believe it, and then his eyes moistened. My magic jade tower has finally birthed another sequence member? Outskirts of the 9-story Black Tower, Lin Yuan strode forward. Following the transformation of the magic jade mark, in addition to being able to sense the exact coordinates of this Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan also obtained partial authority over this Demon Jade space. For instance, if he wished, he could easily appear at any location. However, in the past when he entered the Demon Jade space, he always did so by walking to the front of the 9-story Black Tower. Lin Yuan was accustomed to this, so he also chose to walk over this time. Have you become a Demon Jade Tower member? Statue Shenji had been waiting for a long time and looked at Lin Yuan with a complex gaze. Even he had not considered the possibility of Lin Yuan becoming a tower member. This was mainly because the Magic Jade Tower's headquarters had collapsed, and the foundation carrying all the demonic evolutionary pathways had been destroyed. Under these circumstances, the only way to fully comprehend all demonic evolutionary pathways would be to deduce them from the bodies of 12-tiered Magic Jade Tower members. But this was extremely difficult. Comprehend all demonic evolutionary pathways from the bodies of 12-tiered strong ones? For those alive at the 12th tier, it was still manageable as they could contain their oppressive aura. But the remnants of the fallen at the 12th tier would still unleash the intangible pressure of their spirit and will. This kind of spirit and will pressure, to those of the 12th tier's same level, might not be anything significant, but to lifeforms below the 12th tier, it was utterly impossible to withstand. Incapable of withstanding such pressure, let alone to thoroughly comprehend all the demonic evolutionary pathways. So, even though Statue Shenji was aware of Lin Yuan's extraordinary talent, he never entertained the thought that the latter could become a tower member. This was mainly because this path had been essentially severed with the disappearance of the Moyu Tower Master. Lucky, I guess, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Lucky? Statue Shenji was speechless. Even during the Magic Jade Tower's most prosperous times, tower members were exceedingly rare. There would be no more than 100 members from the same era. Every Demon Jade Tower member possessed the potential to become 12-tiered. How could this be merely chalked up to luck? Direct disciples taken on by the demonic Jade Tower Master were being groomed to become the Supreme Strong, and likewise, tower members also held the potential to achieve that supreme status. Not to mention Lin Yuan's means of becoming a Demon Jade Tower member, which was countless times more difficult than those before him, even more challenging than becoming a direct disciple of the Moyu Tower Master. You were born in the wrong era, Statue Shenji said with a sigh after a long time. If he were in the era when the Magic Jade Tower was at its peak. Even if not at its peak, as long as a 12th-tiered strong one was present to uphold the tower, Lin Yuan would have received the tower's full support in his cultivation. But now, even though he had forcibly become a Demon Jade Tower member, what Lin Yuan received was far less than before, and he was even devoid of the various benefits that came with being a tower member. I think it's quite alright. Lin Yuan shook his head. He had already reaped many benefits from this Demon Jade space, and being in the Magic Jade Tower's heyday might not necessarily have been a good thing. Let's talk about serious matters. Statue Shenji waved his right hand, and a phantom screen appeared in front of Lin Yuan. It was the reward for becoming a tower member. Previously, when Lin Yuan became a core member of the Magic Jade Tower, he obtained the right to choose from various secret techniques. Now that he was a tower member, the rewards were even more numerous and of greater value. I'll pick later. Lin Yuan glanced over it and spoke. He was on the verge of entering the 11th tier, and the rewards on the screen weren't of much immediate help to him at the moment. It was better to save them until after he reached the 11th tier and choose based on his needs then. Currently, Lin Yuan was not sure of the extent of the transformation he would undergo after stepping into the 11th tier, so he decided it was best to wait and see. No problem. Statue Shenji nodded. Now that Lin Yuan was a tower member, his authority over this Demon Jade space was only slightly less than Shenji's. Members falling into this space also have authority, right? Lin Yuan asked after carefully sensing for a while. Yes, Statue Shenji said, you can specify the identity, racial bloodline, and so on for ordinary members descending into this space. The hierarchy of the Magic Jade Tower was strict. To the elevated tower members, the future of ordinary members was but a word away. Then I specify that only beings from my human civilization can descend into this Demon Jade space from now on, Lin Yuan immediately said. So far, no alien strong ones had become ordinary members of the Magic Jade Tower and thus descended into the Demon Jade space. But one could never be too cautious, as those alien strong ones were also contemplating the demonic evolutionary pathways in their bodies. Looking at the long-term perspective, it was possible for them to become ordinary members of the Magic Jade Tower. Thus, Lin Yuan simply cut off this possibility. If they couldn't enter this Demon Jade space, those alien strong ones, even if they became ordinary members of the Magic Jade Tower, would gain no benefits. It would be a fruitless effort. Done. Statue Shenji closed his eyes and opened them again shortly. For him, filtering the identity of ordinary members descending into this Demon Jade space was all too simple. Next, I want to try tackling the 7th level. Lin Yuan looked up at the 9-story black tower in front of him and slowly said. The 7th level of the Black Tower was something only a 12th-tiered strong one could hope to overcome. Before the 10th traversal, Lin Yuan wouldn't even dare to think about it. Grasping the spatio-temporal fusion rule at the 2nd realm? Just getting past the 6th level was tough, let alone the 7th? But now, Lin Yuan had comprehended the spatio-temporal fusion rule at the 6th realm, firmly standing at the domain of the 12th tier. In addition, his mental will strength has also entered the 12th level. Having reached the 12th level in both aspects, Lin Yuan believed he could attempt the 7th layer. The 7th layer, the humanoid statue Shen Ji fell silent again, then stepped aside and watched Lin Yuan enter the 9-layered Black Tower. Less than half an hour later, Lin Yuan withdrew from the 7th layer. It's still not feasible. Lin Yuan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. To pass through the 7th layer of the Black Tower, if one is a 12th level powerhouse, a peak understanding of the space-time fusion rule's 6-fold realm is required. If not at the 12th level, at least reaching the 7th realm in the space-time fusion rule domain is necessary to have a chance. After all, although Lin Yuan's time-space comprehension and mental will reach the 12th level, he ultimately was not a 12th level powerhouse. The requirements to pass through the 7th layer would definitely be higher than for a normal 12th level powerhouse. Completed 2/3 of the journey? The nearby statue Shen Ji remained silent. Although Lin Yuan ultimately did not pass the 7th layer, he had completed 2/3 of it, which was an inconceivable feat. A mere 10th level being completed 2/3 of the journey through the 7th layer, only achievable by a supreme being? What kind of freak is he? Thinking of Lin Yuan becoming a member of the Demon Jade Tower on the 10th level, statue Shen Ji barely managed to calm his spirit. Mental will and space-time fusion rule comprehension both completely entered the 12th level, especially the strength of mental will. Statue Shen Ji reminisced about Lin Yuan's attempts at the 7th layer, feeling waves of emotions rising in his heart again. Thus far, the talent and aptitude displayed by Lin Yuan, even in his youth, far surpassed that of the demonic Jade Tower Master. Not just surpassed, but far surpassed. The demonic Jade Tower Master had many miraculous encounters in his youth and had reached the 12th level realm prematurely in certain aspects. But at that time, the demonic Jade Tower Master was already at the 11th level. But now, Lin Yuan is only at the 10th level. Between the 10th and 11th levels, though seemingly only a step apart, it's like a chasm. What a pity. Lin Yuan took one last look at the majestic 9-layered Black Tower and sighed. Still a pity. Statue Shen Ji's lips twitched slightly. At the 10th level, he didn't pass the 7th layer and still found it a pity? Then I will take my leave. Lin Yuan bid farewell to the humanoid statue Shen Ji, and his figure disappeared into the demon jade space. Suddenly, in the vast demon jade space, only the solitary statue Shen Ji stood before the 9-layered Black Tower. Master, with your means, did you ever expect that the demon jade tower could now give birth to a member of its sequence? Statue Shen Ji murmured to himself for a while before falling back into slumber. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. First cultivate the demonic jade immortal body to the perfect level. Lin Yuan quickly took out numerous resources. Having adjusted his condition earlier, Lin Yuan had purchased a vast amount of resources, preparing to step into the 11th level and to cultivate the Xuanwang physique. Having now obtained the demonic jade immortal body at the 10th level, he naturally planned to first cultivate this body refining method to completion. When stepping into the 11th level, inducing the chaos void origin infusion, the stronger the physical and soul body's internal world, the more chaos void origin it can withstand, and the greater the benefits to oneself. Originally, Lin Yuan's physical body had already reached its peak. At the 10th level, no amount of resources, methods, or secret techniques could improve it even slightly. But the demonic jade immortal body still allowed his physical strength to continue improving, an opportunity Lin Yuan naturally grasped. Since demonic jade immortal body, Lin Yuan had already reached a perfect state. With sufficient resources, cultivating it to perfect level wouldn't take long. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Finally reached the 10th level perfect. Lin Yuan felt deep within his body, his flesh like black crystal jade, with Xuanwang colored light flowing, terrifying blood energy shaking the multiple spatial layers. Everything is ready. Lin Yuan glanced around, the Taiyang Divine Spirit and Taiyan Primordial Spirit had also arrived early. As for the originally large battlefield, Lin Yuan had long since placed an avatar there. Before his 10th traverse, Lin Yuan's mental will was just at a normal standard, and the large battlefield of different races was full of dangers, requiring the primordial spirit to oversee to ensure the accumulation of world-breaking origin force over the long term. As for the avatar was too weak, utterly incapable of handling the pressures on a large battlefield of different races. But after the 10th traversal, Lin Yuan's mental will had significantly improved, causing his avatar's combat power to also be maintained at the level 11 tier. Even though it's still not comparable to the two primordial spirits, it's more than enough to handle the dangers of a large battlefield of different races. For the most part, battles at the level 11 tier would not erupt in a large battlefield of different races. It's time to contact the Supreme Beings. Lin Yuan connected to the virtual world and spoke to Sha Qin, the Supreme Being. He then stepped forward, leaving the Milky Way main star and heading deep into a spatial layer of a location in the Galaxy Master's territory. Breaking through to level 11 would trigger the Chaos Void Origin infusion. Naturally, he couldn't break through on the main star, as the impact would be too significant. Even a slight disturbance would turn the Milky Way main star to dust. While Lin Yuan was sitting in the depths of the spatial layer, making final adjustments. In the Milky Way star region, incarnations of humanity's supreme beings descended one after the other. Sha Qin, the Supreme Being. Yudi, the Supreme Being. Ancient Power, the Supreme Being. Void God, the Supreme Being. And so on, all 9 Supreme Beings' shadowy incarnations appeared. Even the true body of Sha Qin, the Supreme Being, was paying attention to this place. By using his incarnation as a beacon, the true body of Sha Qin could arrive at any time. He's finally starting the breakthrough. Sha Qin appeared slightly exhilarated, more nervous than Lin Yuan himself, having waited for months for Lin Yuan's news. I've set up space-time domains in dozens of nearby star domains. The Void God Supreme Being spoke. His mastery in the spatial aspect was profound, relating essentially to the space-grade Tao. With the Void God Supreme Being's application of space, the space-time domains he set up were impenetrable even to a group of Supreme Beings in a short time. For this young one's breakthrough, we've all spent quite some effort. The Ancient Power Supreme Being couldn't help but speak up. In the history of human civilization, except for those at level 11 who are striving for the ultimate, they had never paid such close attention. However, given Lin Yuan's displayed talent and aptitude, it was worth it for the 9 Supreme Beings to do so. Whether it's perceiving the spatio-temporal fusion rule at level 10 or his mental will stepping into the realm of Supreme Beings. These were unprecedented in human civilization. In the eyes of the 9 Supreme Beings, Lin Yuan's assault on level 11 was even more critical than those level 11 evolutionaries striving for the ultimate. When he broke through to level 10, I wasn't present. Now I can see what kind of stir this young one will cause. Another human Supreme Being said enthusiastically. When Lin Yuan broke through to level 10, it caused a Chaos Void Origin infusion. Although not as significant as the assault, it was still unprecedented. Those Supreme Beings who missed it felt quite regretful. It should be quite the spectacle. Sha Qin guessed. Perhaps close to challenging the ultimate? When Lin Yuan reached level 10, he perceived the spatio-temporal fusion rule, greatly enhancing his internal world, coupled with the transformation of his physical and soul bodies. The Chaos Void Origin handled would definitely far exceed those from level 9 breaking through to level 10. Close to the spectacle of challenging the ultimate? The remaining few human Supreme Beings glanced at each other. Could it be that Lin Yuan already possesses a basis for a perfect level 11? How is that possible? Let's watch. Yudi, the Supreme Being, spoke. Deep in the spatial layer, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His 2 primordial spirits had long since returned inside his body. From being historically tangible to now vague, the internal worlds of the 2 primordial spirits did not shrink to millions of miles in radius, but still maintained a size of 2.3 billion miles, with the effects of the mysterious gourd still in place. Time slowly passed. Beginning the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's inner qi was perfected to his liking, while he simultaneously released the suppression on himself. Without suppression, he would have crossed into level 11 the moment he perceived some kind of pillar-level fusion rule at the second layer. As Lin Yuan completely released himself, His life essence quickly leapt toward level 11. The world's void suddenly fell into silence. Thena. Boom. Inside the territory of the Star Alliance. On a massive planet, the real bodies of the four divine kings, towering 1,000,000 miles high, sat quietly. Since the curtain fell on the two-dimensional world, white paper had escaped the cosmic starry skies. The four divine kings had been sitting here ever since. The Avatar's fall in the two-dimensional world dealt a heavy blow to the four divine kings. It was far more than just a permanent loss of a part of their spirit will. And the loss of a supremely powerful weapon suited for them. More importantly, the mental state of the four divine kings was severely stimulated. As a level 11 perfect legendary powerhouse, a unique lifeform in the cosmic starry skies. The four divine kings would not dare to claim they were the strongest among level 11, but they were certainly notable. Yet, in the two-dimensional world, being utterly crushed by the human civilizations, Shuiyu, was unbearable for the four divine kings. The evolvers of human civilization were inherently feeble. 99% of them could not even step into the first layer, starting who knows how much lower compared to special life forms. Yet, the four divine kings had been defeated by such a human evolver. If it was only a defeat, the four divine kings would not have been greatly shaken. Human civilization's evolvers might start low, but they possess a high potential, otherwise, how could they produce 9 level 12 evolvers? But the four divine kings faced a crushing defeat, or rather, it couldn't even be considered a defeat. In the eyes of that human, Shuiyu, the four divine kings were not even considered an opponent. At that moment, a voice transmitted into the planet, resonating in this spacetime. Four divine kings, the past is the past, there's no need to dwell on it. The voice of the strongest being from the Star Alliance came. Strongest being, in our universe, does there really exist such a monstrous level 11 life? The four divine kings still found it hard to comprehend. Anything is possible. The strongest being from the Star Alliance was silent for a moment and then said, that two-dimensional world, it could only completely suppress the powers below level 12. Perhaps, that human, Shuiyu, had carried some artifact that allowed him to break free from the suppression of the two-dimensional world to some extent. The strongest being from the Star Alliance slowly said. This was also the conjecture of many pinnacle race powerhouses and ultimate beings during their reassessment after white paper escaped the universe, about why that human, Shuiyu's, strength was so exceptionally high. The capability of the human, Shuiyu, to make the four divine kings tremble with merely a glance, was not something a normal level 11 could demonstrate. Hearing this, the four divine kings felt slightly more relieved inside. If it's just as the strongest being speculated, then perhaps, their defeat wasn't too disgraceful. Four divine kings, what you need to consider now is the upcoming massive battlefield. To open this massive battlefield, both the Star Alliance and other pinnacle races have paid a significant price. The strongest being from the Star Alliance looked down upon the four divine kings. As long as we can obtain the initial dominance of that massive battlefields of different races, I can make sure that the part of your spirit will that was lost will be compensated as much as possible. Any life that perishes in the two-dimensional world inside white paper will permanently lose a part of their spirit will. This part of spirit will cannot be recovered, but it can be compensated through certain means, it's just a matter of cost. Thank you, strongest being. In the forthcoming massive battlefield, I will give it my all. The four divine kings said solemnly, that's good. The strongest being from the Star Alliance nodded slightly. After this experience, once you have compensated, your foundation will be almost sufficient. You can attempt to break through to the ultimate level 12. Attempt to break through level 12? The eyes of the four divine kings slightly glimmered. For any level 11 life, the sole target is to achieve the ultimate level 12. Only by stepping into ultimate level 12, can one break free from the confines of the river of time, hoping to live through one cosmic era after another. No need to worry about that human, Shuiyu, perhaps on the path of attempting the ultimate, he might not be as good as you. The strongest being from the Star Alliance said. Yes. The four divine kings nodded, their gaze regaining confidence. You. The strongest being from the Star Alliance was about to continue saying something. Suddenly a mighty origin source aura swept across the entire universe. The expression of the strongest being from the Star Alliance turned grave, his gaze leisurely looking towards a certain direction. Is a life attempting the ultimate? The four divine kings also realized, this origin source aura was vast and boundless, even level 11 life could clearly feel it. Only the attempt at the ultimate could cause such an instantaneous arrival of the chaos void origin. Recently, a 10th rank evolver from human civilization comprehended the rule of time, attempted level 11, also inducing the chaos void origin infusion, but the disturbance was much smaller than now. Who is attempting the ultimate? The four divine kings looked towards the strongest being. They could only feel the vast and omnipresent chaos void origin aura, but as for the source, blocked by a gigantic spatial temporal maze, the four divine kings couldn't be sure. Within the territory of human civilization, the strongest being from the Star Alliance was silent for a moment, with the perception of level 12, barely penetrating the spatial temporal maze, managed to approximately locate the source of the chaos void origin near the human civilization's territory. Human civilization's territory? Is that Xueyu attempting the ultimate? The four divine kings paused, this thought unconsciously emerging in their minds. Mighty and overwhelming, the waves of chaos void origin fluctuation swept across, in an instant attracting the attention of all level 12 beings within the cosmic starry skies. Numerous level 11 powerhouses also abruptly realized. Striving for the ultimate, life is striving for the ultimate. To strive for the ultimate, one must at least grasp the fifth realm of fusion of time and space. Striving for the ultimate. I wonder if I can reach the threshold of striving for the ultimate before my lifespan ends. Since the birth of the universe, every long period of time, there have been lives attempting to strive for the ultimate, but the vast majority have failed, making many 11th level perfected evolvers quite familiar with this fluctuation. Is the source within the human civilization's territory? In the heartland of the insect race, one queen after another opens their eyes, looking towards the origin of the chaos void origin. Is human civilization likely to give birth to the 10th ultimate being? The brows of many insect queens furrow deeply. Human civilization is already strong enough. The birth of a 10th ultimate being now would likely leave the insect race struggling to breathe. Tianyu clan's territory. The ancestors all had serious expressions. Normally, 11th level perfected evolvers from human civilization, without certain assurance, would not be allowed to strive for the ultimate. After all, once failed, it means the complete loss of this 11th level perfected evolver. The death caused by failing to strive for the ultimate can't be reversed, as the life imprint would briefly shift out of the river of time. Success means completely freeing oneself from the binds of the river of time. In case of failure, all traces will be erased. Even the ultimate beings cannot be resurrected, lacking the life imprint as a marker. Ultimate beings can't find the target even if they go against the flow. So, for any peak racial power, striving for the ultimate is a matter taken with extreme caution. Unless absolutely necessary, they would rather slow down their own time flow and drag it out than rashly strive for the ultimate. Of course, those unique lives that are unaffiliated and unbound by clans are exceptions. Some special beings, having lived long enough, will still forcefully strive for the ultimate even without certainty. Milky Way star region. Deep within the multiple spatial layers, Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, after releasing the suppression on himself. He could clearly feel the universe momentarily plunging into a kind of silence. Following that, a terrifying cosmic spatial rift was torn open above his head. The aura of the chaos void origin descends, and invisible pressure begins to spread throughout the entire universe. Lin Yuan looks upwards. The terrifying cosmic spatial rift continues to expand. In just an instant it spans more than 10 light years. The profound and mysterious aura of the chaos void rushes towards him. Is that the location of the chaos void origin? Lin Yuan looks at the space above, watching the rapidly inflating cosmic spatial rift that expanded to dozens of light years outside, faintly revealing an enormous boundless space, carrying infinite might, supremely paramount. Chaos void origin infusion, the source naturally being the chaos void origin. During the crossing of major life realms, a temporary connection to the chaos void origin is formed to infuse the origin. The cosmic space continues to be torn apart, finally stopping slowly when reaching 100 light years. 100 light years? Lin Yuan immediately understands that this should be the limit of the chaos void origin infusion he can withstand this time. Compared to the 10 light year rift when breaking through from 9th level to 10th level, the current 100 light year rift seems only 10 times different, But the amount of the infused chaos void origin in the end is far more than 100 or 1,000 times more. The origin begins to infuse. The moment the cosmic space rift stops, Lin Yuan realizes that what he is about to face is the infusion of the chaos void origin. Whether it's the infusion of the cosmic origin or the chaos void origin, it is according to the life's own comprehensive conditions, such as physical strength, soul strength, internal world strength, and so forth. The higher the foundation, the larger the rift that can be opened, and the more origin it can withstand. Among them, striving for the ultimate at 11th level, life undergoing the ultimate transformation jump, the induced chaos void origin infusion, will far exceed the breakthrough from 10th level to 11th level. Only 333 seconds, during this period I must endure as much chaos void origin as possible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. This opportunity, for nearly all beings within the universe, only comes once, and that is the assault on the ultimate at level 11. Even if one smoothly transitions to level 12 afterward, transforming the internal world into an internal universe, one can only slowly absorb the chaos void origin. Like now, absorbing recklessly without limits within 333 seconds, this will never happen again. Splash! Across hundreds of light years within the cosmic rift, a profound and mysterious passageway to the lands of chaos void origin immediately begins to pour out torrential chaos void origin. Booma like the collapse of an ocean, the speed of the primordial pour is terrifyingly fast, filling the entire 100 light years with pure chaos void origin power. Absorb it all. Lin Yuan's physical body wildly absorbs, his soul is also wildly absorbing, and his internal world is likewise wildly absorbing. The chaos void origin power is extremely pure, almost needless of any refinement. As long as it is absorbed into the body, it can quickly transform into one's own energy, and then push the foundation to increase. Just 20 seconds later, Lin Yuan feels a satiated sensation in his internal world. It's clear that it has devoured enough. Continue absorbing. Lin Yuan doesn't stop. At this moment his internal world gives him a certain critical sensation, as if stepping further will break some kind of shackles. Milky Way star region. Humanity's 9 ultimate beings are somewhat stunned as they watch the cosmic space rift spanning hundreds of light years and the endless chaos void origin gushing into the depths of the spatial layers. 100 light years of space rift, it's not much different from assaulting the ultimate at level 11, right? A void god ultimate being is somewhat dazed. Assaulting the ultimate at level 11 is not something unusual for the ultimate beings. But Lin Yuan is not assaulting the ultimate, he's assaulting level 11. Right now, the only difference between Lin Yuan and those assaulting the ultimate is that he has not yet stepped out of the river of time, never undergoing the ultimate transformation. This Sha Chen ultimate being is also frightened. Before Lin Yuan's assault on level 11, he had predicted that the commotion would certainly not be small, especially since the scene during his previous level 10 assault was placed there. However, even so, Sha Chen ultimate being only dared to guess that Lin Yuan's final assault commotion would merely be close to assaulting the assault. Could it really be as thorough as it is now? Level 11 assault on the ultimate, life undergoing the ultimate transformation, can cause infusion of chaos void origin that surpasses one's own foundation. Lin Yuan hasn't undergone the ultimate transformation, yet he managed to evoke a disturbance no weaker than assaulting the ultimate. How is this possible? Humanity's 9 ultimate beings stand in the void, continuously observing that hundreds of light years rift, constantly pouring out chaos void origin. All the origin is marked with the life imprint of Lin Yuan. Even if it couldn't be absorbed, it would rapidly disperse. Compared to the shock of humanity's 9 ultimate beings, the ultimate beings of the various peak clans within the cosmic starry skies and ultimate existences are somewhat uneasy. Especially the insect race, Tianyu clan and other forces completely hostile to human civilization, absolutely do not wish to see humanity's civilization gain a 10th ultimate being. If human civilization were to give birth to a 10th ultimate being, it would have profound impacts on the subsequent war situations, especially with the imminent opening of super-large battlefields. What do we do now? Stop him. During the period of assaulting the ultimate, although one needs to withstand the backlash of the river of time, one is also under the protection of the river of time, and we, even after freeing ourselves from the constraints of the river of time, are far from being able to shake the river of time. So what do we do? Just watch as humanity gains another ultimate being. Insect race, Tianyu clan, and many other ultimate beings quickly communicate. Head to the river of time. Insect queen speaks up. Yes, the river of time. Hearing this, the other ultimate beings immediately nod. Heading to the river of time, standing by the shore, although not able to observe the many details within the river of time. But if there are beings successfully freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time, stepping into level 12, and emerging from the river onto the shore, they could still observe. The river of time flows majestically, from the ancient past towards the distant future. It seems eternally unchanging. Even the most extraordinary life forms, as long as they haven't made the ultimate leap, can only stir up a corner of the river's waves, ultimately perishing as the river runs dry. On the shore, one towering figure after another appears, carefully observing every detail around the river of time. During the ultimate phase of level 11 beings' assault, external forces cannot stop them. But once the assault is complete, successfully stepping into level 12, they must come ashore. This is also the opportunity for the insect race and Tianyu clan's strongest beings. An ultimate being that has just entered level 12 is undoubtedly at its most vulnerable. Even with the protection of 9 supreme beings from human civilization, a sudden surprise attack by them can have a significant impact. The supreme beings of the insect race and Tianyu clan do not harbor illusions of killing that supreme being from human civilization, but at least they can inflict some damage. In this way, the pressure on them later on would be much lighter. Taking advantage of the moment a level 12 being comes ashore to launch a surprise attack is a grudge that warrants relentless pursuit. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no supreme being standing on the shore would easily do this. Mainly because even a being that has just stepped into level 12 isn't so easy to kill, as the essence of life has undergone the ultimate leap, it's very difficult to completely perish. And if the attack fails, it would create an irreconcilable formidable enemy for themselves and their affiliated forces. The potential risks involved are great, even related to the end of the cosmic era, when many level 12 beings struggled to cross over to withstand the great destructive force. However, such influences are of no significance to the insect race and Tianyu clan. The civilization of humankind and theirs are already in a life or death feud. Even if they do not act, the hatred between them will not disappear. If a level 11 perfect being from the insect race or Tianyu clan manages to step into level 12 and come ashore, it's estimated that the 9 supreme beings from human civilization would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to strike. The conflict between clans has never been about the strong bullying the weak. The main reason why supreme beings of the starry sky races rarely enter the fray is that if everyone participates, it's equivalent to no one participating. And if the intensity of the war is too high, it can also affect the development of various peak clan forces. That's why the current balance is maintained. If there were an opportunity to completely eradicate the forces of other clans, it's estimated there would be no hesitation. Let's wait. We'll just watch from the shore. When that level 11 evolutionary from humanity begins to come ashore, you must not hold back. The supreme beings from the insect race, Tianyu clan, and many others exchange glances, also vigilant for traces of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. They can think of sniping at the riverbank of time. Surely, the supreme beings of human civilization have taken precautions. Now, the contest is about the foundation of their respective strengths. Milky Way star region. Deep within the spatial layers. Lin Yuan tries to draw in the endless chaos void origin into his body as much as possible. His physical soul body and inner world are like having taken a tonic, starting to rapidly increase in strength. Especially his inner world, as it feels full upon receiving chaos void origin infusion for the 20th second. With the sense of fullness comes the feeling of breaking through limitations. That's why Lin Yuan doesn't stop absorbing the chaos void origin. The 30th second, the feeling of fullness intensifies. The 40th second, the fullness reaches a certain limit. The 50th second, the fullness vanishes with a bang. At the same time, his inner world, originally spanning 2.33 billion square miles, seems to have torn through a thin layer of paper, with its area going crazy expanding again. 23 billion miles, 33 billion miles, 43 billion miles, 110 billion miles. at the 302nd of Chaos Void Origin infusion. Lin Yuan's inner world has already reached 6 trillion square miles in the area. The vast power of the world nourishes his physical soul body, and with the continuous absorption of Chaos Void Origin, Lin Yuan's strength has increased countless times compared to before his breakthrough. Soon, the 333rd second ends. The crack in the sky, spanning hundreds of light years, quickly begins to heal. The aura of Chaos Void Origin also rapidly dissipates. Under normal circumstances, a level 11 perfect being assaulting the ultimate would now make the ultimate leap, using the arrival of Chaos Void Origin and the momentary stepping back of the cosmic rules to cross that critical step. Lin Yuan ponders in his heart. With the arrival of Chaos Void Origin, numerous cosmic rule restrictions naturally disappear temporarily, making it the best time for a level 11 perfect being to assault the ultimate. Losing this opportunity, it's almost impossible to make another assault on the ultimate. Any life form assaulting the ultimate means completely breaking free from universal restrictions, and in such a case, the universe will naturally try its best to prevent it. Becoming a supreme being, breaking free from the shackles of the river of time, means potentially taking away everything absorbed from the universe. But I don't really need to do that. Lin Yuan shakes his head slightly. He still has another chance to trigger the Chaos Void Origin infusion. Although with Lin Yuan's foundation, he can entirely surpass level 11 to assault the ultimate, the risk is still too great. Lin Yuan still has a lot of room for improvement, not to mention comprehending the legendary Chaos Rule. The deeper the foundation accumulated during the level 11 phase, the greater the advantage in assaulting level 12. My inner world has now reached 8 trillion square miles. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation was reflecting within his inner world. Compared to the modest expanse of barely over 200 million miles before the breakthrough, the current inner world had strengthened by an unknown multitude. 99% of the Chaos Void Origin power. I haven't completely absorbed it, instead, I've accumulated it deep within my inner world. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Tearing through rifts spanning hundreds of light years to welcome the descent of the Chaos Void Origin, Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 10th layer created a disturbance no less significant than the impact of striving for the ultimate level 11. The Chaos Void Origin he ultimately withstood was no less than that of a level 11, making the ultimate breakthrough. Once successful, internally evolving their world to a universe, undergoing an ultimate metamorphosis of their life essence, the size of that inner universe would eventually stretch from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. But Lin Yuan's inner world came to a halt at a diameter of 600 billion miles, mainly because the vast majority of the Chaos Void Origin power was not thoroughly absorbed. Due to not undergoing the metamorphosis, a level 11 aiming for the ultimate status would swiftly absorb the accumulated Chaos Void Origin. But without the ultimate metamorphosis, those energies from the Chaos Void remained sunken deep within Lin Yuan's inner world. This is good too, all of it will become my foundation, so that when I truly make the push for the ultimate, my inner world's final size, I estimate, will surpass the range of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even more so, this accumulation of substantial Chaos Void Origin has vastly elevated his base strength, that when he truly strives for the ultimate, the Chaos Void's assessment of him will heighten, the fissures torn will be more vast, and the infusing Chaos Void Origin will reach an inconceivable level. Does my inner world still deserve to be called a world? Lin Yuan looked down upon his 600 billion mile diameter inner world, with endless Chaos Void energy pouring in, continuously metamorphosing his inner world, further unfolding more spatial layers, and so on. It lies somewhere between an inner world and an inner universe. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. His current inner world far surpassed the regular notion of an inner world, yet it didn't quite reach the magnitude of a supreme being's inner universe. Strength after the breakthrough? Lin Yuan began to focus precisely on his sensations. His physical body and soul had improved more than 100-fold compared to before the breakthrough. But the most critical was his inner world, vast at 600 billion miles in diameter. You should know, the inner worlds of other level 11 beings, depending on the nobility of their racial bloodlines, range from tens of millions to a few tens of millions of miles in diameter. And Lin Yuan? A direct 600 billion miles in diameter? In front of Lin Yuan, ordinary level 11 beings are feeble like ants. According to Lin Yuan's previous standards of assessment, if a level 11 perfect combat strength is denoted as 10. Then, Lin Yuan before his breakthrough had a strength probably around 100. Now, having stepped into level 11, his strength has already surpassed 10,000. 10,100, at first glance, seem to be just a 100-fold increase, but in practice, it's not calculated like that. 100 warriors each with a strength of 100, when combined, would be crushed by a being of strength 10,000. Not to mention 100, even 1,000 or 10,000, faced with an entity of strength 10,000, the outcome would be the same, with no capacity to resist. Simply put, with Lin Yuan's current combat strength, he can completely be regarded as a unique existence between level 11 and level 12. The gap between level 11 and level 12 seems as vast as a chasm. But the gap between level 11 and Lin Yuan is almost as insurmountable. Even a level 11 perfect legend life form wielding a supreme weapon, in front of Lin Yuan, could, at best, barely cling on to life by the merit of the weapon itself. And if that supreme weapon were not of a defensive nature but offensive instead, survival would most likely be out of reach. Now, only level 12 could pose a real threat to me, I guess. Lin Yuan thought to himself while simultaneously looking up towards a certain region. All 9 supreme beings have come. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed 9 vast presences. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yuan simply could not detect the arrival of supreme beings. It was only after being informed by the supreme being Sha Qin that he commenced the breakthrough. But now, with advancement in realm and a grasp over space and time, Lin Yuan could vaguely lock onto the auras of the supreme beings. Of course, this was because the 9 supreme beings from human civilization were incarnations, and they did not specifically conceal their aura. It's time to meet the supreme beings. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, emerged from the depths of the spatial layers, and headed toward the 9 human civilization supreme beings. Without the presence of 9 supreme beings, Lin Yuan's breakthrough would have been known by the 10,000 universe races, and those alien supreme beings would definitely interfere. Since the birth of the universe, any level 11 perfect being before making a breakthrough to the ultimate would seek a supreme being as support. The first supreme being of human civilization came to be in this way, seeking an ultimate entity, paying many prices for its protection, and finally managing to step into level 12. The river of time flows on mightily. Supreme beings from the insect race, Tianyu clan, and many others patiently wait. In the distant horizon, other supreme beings loom, their towering figures vague yet discernible. Supreme beings from the insect race, Tianyu clan, and other level 12 powerhouses intend to snipe the newly risen supreme being from human civilization, while the other ultimate entities are happy to watch the excitement. It's been such a long time, why is there no fluctuation in the river of time? The supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan frown slightly, realizing there can be only one reason for this. That is the human evolver attempting the ultimate has ultimately failed. A failure to reach the ultimate would erase all of oneself, naturally preventing the landing. Failed? That makes sense. Achieving the ultimate is not so simple. We've all been too anxious. The ultimate existences from the insect race and Tianyu clan exchange glances and let out a slight sigh of relief. If possible, they wouldn't want to snipe either, because it would mean engaging in a desperate fight with the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. The battles between supreme beings, skirmishes at the ultimate level, mostly result in significant self-harm while killing the enemy. There's little meaning to them, especially with a few crazed supreme beings from human civilization who, if really pushed, might resort to self-destructive measures. So, the current outcome is undoubtedly the best. The human evolver who attempted the ultimate has failed. For the insect race and Tianyu clan, this means one less enemy to worry about, and they also don't need to clash with the supreme beings of human civilization, making it perfect. The only thing that puzzles the supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan is how easily the human evolver has failed. With the foundation of human civilization, since they dared to let their own make the ultimate attempt, they must have made many preparations, even in failure, certainly causing ripples or even waves in the river of time. However, just now, from beginning to end, no supreme being felt any surge on the river of time. This means that the human evolver barely started the ultimate challenge before they failed, leading to such tranquility in the river of time. Though puzzled, the supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan don't dwell on it, for causing an infusion of origin power from the chaos void would inevitably lead to the ultimate leap. And if the ultimate leap were successful, it would lead to a landing. Now, without a landing, it means failure. Despite their doubts, the supreme beings from the insect race and Tianyu clan grasp the fundamental logic of cause and effect. That is, the human evolver attempting the ultimate did not ultimately step into level 12. Otherwise, there would have been a landing. Not stepping into level 12 means a complete downfall. Milky Way star region. The hearts of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization remain unsettled for a long time. They watch the cracks in the chaos void heal swiftly, at a loss for words for a moment. This kid, too frightening. An ancient power supreme being shakes their head slightly. It's not often that something can frighten supreme beings, but now it's clear that all 9 supreme beings of human civilization have been significantly alarmed. In fact, if other alien supreme beings knew that the commotion just now was caused merely by a level 10 challenging level 11, they would likely be appalled. My human civilization has given birth to a remarkable existence. This thought suddenly emerges in the hearts of the remaining supreme beings. In the twisted center of spacetime, encountered 9 supreme beings. Lin Yuan bowed slightly to show his respect. After stepping into level 11, Lin Yuan came to meet the supreme beings as soon as possible. After all, during his breakthrough, the 9 supreme beings had always shielded his aura. Life at level 11, attempting the ultimate breakthrough, was a different matter if it lacked the protection of the supreme beings. Especially since Lin Yuan hadn't attempted the ultimate jump, there was a possibility of being interfered with during the breakthrough. There's no need for such formality. I believe it won't be long before our human civilization establishes the 10th evolution tower. Ancient Power Supreme Being spoke. Currently, human civilization has 9 evolution towers corresponding to the 9 supreme beings. The 10th evolution tower signifies the emergence of the 10th supreme being in human civilization. Just entering level 11 and already receiving such recognition from Ancient Power Supreme Being, it shows how highly Lin Yuan is regarded. In some ways, Ancient Power Supreme Being has already regarded Lin Yuan as a future Supreme Being. Compared to the Supreme Beings, I am still far behind, Lin Yuan immediately said. The more he cultivates, the more Lin Yuan feels the gap between level 12 and level 11. They are completely different levels of life. Level 11 beings, no matter how strong, still live within the river of time and might briefly leap up, but they will inevitably fall back down. But level 12? Completely free from the constraints of the river of time, standing on the shore, overseeing countless struggling lives. Not only are their realms and strengths vastly different, but their mindsets are also entirely distinct. Do not underestimate yourself. If even you can't step into level 12, then our human civilization and even the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry skies will not be able to have a level 12. Ancient Power Supreme Being said, walking the path of evolution, it's good to be modest, but confidence is also necessary. Hearing this, the other 8 supreme beings nodded slightly. From the commotion of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to level 11, they could vaguely infer how profound this Galaxy Master's foundation was. Tearing open the cosmic space rift, and welcoming the descent of Chaos Void origin, is entirely based on individual circumstances. This aspect cannot be faked. Despite being a 10th rank evolver, the cosmic space rifts that Lin Yun tore open were in no way smaller than those torn by those striving for ultimate breakthrough at level 11 perfect. In a situation where his realm is inferior, the final spatial rift he tore open was identical, indicating that Lin Yuan surpasses those at level 11 perfect in other facets. This was the most shocking aspect for the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. What the supreme being said is true, Lin Yuan said immediately. Yet his heart couldn't help but grumble. What he said about being far behind the supreme beings referred only to combat power. Now, Lin Yuan's combat power far exceeds that of level 11 perfect. Even those level 11 perfects wielding supreme weapons can only barely preserve their lives in front of Lin Yuan. But compared to a true level 12 powerhouse, Lin Yuan had no confidence. Firstly, Lin Yuan's greatest strength, the comprehension of 6th realm rules of spacetime, is something that most level 12 powerhouses have. As long as one can successfully reach the shore in the ultimate challenge of level 11 perfect, Touching the shore will likely lead to the realization of the sixth realm of spacetime. This is why the sixth realm of spacetime is known as the threshold for level 12. Not having any advantage in the comprehension of fusion of time and space, even at a disadvantage in physical and spiritual aspects compared to supreme beings. As for the internal world, supreme beings transform their internal worlds into internal universes, spanning tens of thousands to 100,000 light years, still incomparable to Lin Yuan. The only aspect where Lin Yuan could surpass average level 12 beings was his mental will. With a mental will index of over 3,033,000 points, probably most supreme beings in the universe haven't reached this. Mental will is important, and when combined with any trump card, can play a significant role, but if it's just mental will alone, the effect is quite limited. The meaning of Lin Yuan's words was straightforward: he is not yet capable of defeating a supreme being. But to ancient power supreme being, it sounded like Lin Yuan lacked confidence in stepping into level 12. In fact, Lin Yuan's chance of achieving the ultimate was quite solid. He could polish many fusion rules to level 12 standards at the level 11 stage. Even if he did not comprehend the chaos rule in the end, Lin Yuan's chances of achieving the ultimate were still significant. This hope not only stemmed from his solid foundation, but also from many external factors, such as the heart of spacetime, which could extend the duration one stays in the river of time, an effect akin to forcibly raising the possibility of advancing to level 12. Lin Yuan, what is your current strength? Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Upon hearing this, the other 8 Supreme Beings also looked at Lin Yuan. I estimate it's somewhat stronger than level 11. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and spoke truthfully. Somewhat stronger? By how much? Void God Supreme Being couldn't help but ask. Level 11 is divided into 6 stages. Which stage of level 11 is Lin Yuan slightly stronger than? Approximately. Compared to level 11 perfect, it's about the same as the difference between level 10 and level 11. Lin Yuan said, in reality, he had already given level 11 perfect the highest possible appraisal, but the actual gap between Lin Yuan and level 11 perfect was even larger. As much as between level 10 and level 11? The 9 supreme beings of human civilization fell into a silence. Is that just slightly stronger? The limit of a level 10 evolver is to comprehend certain pillar-level fusion rules of the second realm. But for level 11 perfect, fifth realm of spacetime, involving many pillar-level fusion rules, Lin Yuan compared the gap between himself and a perfect level 11 to that between level 11 and level 10, almost making the 9 supreme beings of human civilization doubt whether Lin Yuan was actually at level 11 lifeform or not. From the beginning to the end of this universe, I reckon you're probably the strongest level 11 there's ever been, the feather butterfly supreme being said in a low voice. So far, the starry sky races hadn't set a definitive number for the strongest level 11. Because most perfect level 11s relied on the empowerment of ultimate weapons. Even so, there was constant debate about who was the strongest level 11. But now, there was probably no debate anymore. The strongest level 11 was Lin Yuan. And not just in this cosmic era. In the many cosmic eras of the past and many more in the future. The chances were slim that there would ever be a level 11 born stronger than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, with your strength, you could completely sweep through the upcoming grand-scale battlefields of different races. Sha Qin Supreme Being thought and immediately spoke up. Grand-scale battlefields of different races? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He had already heard about the grand-scale battlefields of different races from Sha Qin Supreme Being. This was a massive battlefield that surpassed any previous ones, a place where all peak forces of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry skies contested for domination. That's right. The eyes of the ancient power supreme being slightly lit up. The grand-scale battlefields are the arenas agreed upon by all peak forces within this universe through negotiation. After the grand-scale battlefields are established, any force that obtains the right to lead the first war will gain 1/10,000th of the territory of all participating clan forces. The Void God Ultimate being added from the side. 1/10,000th of the territory? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. The myriad clans of the cosmic starry skies fought on the many battlefields they opened, and under established rules, the victorious side would take control of the territory or some resource secret realms of the defeated side. The Milky Way star region inhabited by Lin Yuan was, in the past, a territory ruled by the Shadow Tribe. However, in the battlefield, the Shadow Tribe lost to human civilization, which is why they had to hand over that region. However, on the battlefields of the past, even the large battlefields, the territories lost through defeat didn't reach the foundation of human civilization. But what about grand-scale battlefields, using 1/10,000th of territory as the price? How many star domains, to be precise, how many star alliances, would 1/10,000th of human civilization's territory envelop? It should be noted that the size of the territory unequivocally includes more than just the number of lifeforms it can support. It also signifies countless resources. Many precious resource planets and numerous cosmic secret realms lie within certain territories, and once ceded, these too would be surrendered. That's right. That's why for this grand-scale battlefield of different races, those peak clan forces will spare no expense. They will even equip level 11 fifth realm lifeforms with ultimate weapons, Sha Qin's supreme being said. According to the rules set by the starry sky races for opening grand-scale battlefields, beings of the 12th layer are forbidden from intervening. With 12th layer beings not entering the fray, the strongest combatants were naturally level 11. To increase their side's odds, outfitting perfect level 11 lifeforms with ultimate weapons is the foundation, and level 11 fifth realm lifeforms will be granted ultimate weapons. To initially refine ultimate weapons, one needs at least the comprehension of the fifth realm of space and time, which means level 11 fifth realm. But normally, level 11 fifth realm beings being granted ultimate weapons were very few and far between. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. From becoming an evolver to now, he's been under the protection of human civilization. Lin Yuan now also planned to give back to human civilization. In fact, it wouldn't be purely giving back, as Lin Yuan wasn't obliged to go to the grand-scale battlefield. According to the 9 supreme beings, every level 11 who goes to the grand-scale battlefield would receive a large number of merit points as a reward from human civilization. The merits established on the grand-scale battlefield could also be exchanged for a large number of merit points, and all the obtained spoils of war would belong to oneself. With Lin Yuan's strength now surpassing level 11, even without an invitation from the supreme beings, he would plan to take a stroll on the grand-scale battlefield. After all, to secure the right to lead the first battle on the grand-scale battlefield, those peak clan level 11 lifeforms will likely arm themselves to the teeth. And for Lin Yuan, that's all moving riches and treasures. Heading to the grand-scale battlefield of different races basically carried no risk for Lin Yuan. Anyway, going there with just his primordial spirit, even if it were to fall, Lin Yuan could quickly recondense it. After stepping into the 11th level, even if a supreme being were to strike at Lin Yuan, at most they could only destroy his primordial spirit and not truly affect his actual body. With over 33 million points in mental willpower strength, it's enough for Lin Yuan to easily defend against any memory contamination at the 12th level tier. As for causal curse killing, with Lin Yuan's current level of life, even 12th level beings would have to pay a huge price and still be unable to curse kill him. Moreover, there's the isolation of causality in the Xuanwang secret realm. Simply put, the current Lin Yuan may indeed be unable to defeat those on the 12th level, but for them to completely kill him, it is also very difficult to achieve, or rather, it is impossible. By the way, are you planning to make public your breakthrough to the 11th level? The Supreme Being Sha Qin thought for a moment and asked. Up to now, the entry criteria for major battlefields have been the peak strength of the 11th level powerhouses. As for those below the 11th level, to those in possession of the ultimate weapons at level 11 perfect, the 10th level warriors don't mean much. Unless there is the Sea of Insects tactics, brought about by the insect race hives that have nurtured billions upon billions of insect race warriors, otherwise it basically has no effect. So the threshold to enter the large-scale battlefields of different races is the 11th level. If Lin Yuan intends to enter the large-scale battlefields of different races, he must reveal the power of the 11th level. Make it public. Lin Yuan said calmly. Previously, when he made the breakthrough from the 5th to the 6th realm, in order to prevent being assassinated by different races, Lin Yuan needed to keep his identity secret, but now? There is no need for secrecy anymore. Because Lin Yuan has grown to such a height that those supreme beings from different races can no longer slay him. And entering the large-scale battlefields of different races, with 11 as the threshold, Announcing his step into the 11th level is also to prepare for the large-scale battlefields of different races. Actually, even if it's made public, it doesn't matter much. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being said, given the potential shown by the Galaxy Master in the past, stepping into the 11th level now, although slightly quick, is completely understandable. From level 7 to level 8, from 8 to 9, from 9 to 10, hasn't the Galaxy Master surprised everyone every time? After chatting with the 9 Supreme Beings for a few more words, Lin Yuan smoothly returned to the Milky Way main star. My physical body of the realm of the Xuanwang physique has fallen to minor accomplishment. Lin Yuan felt it for a moment and thought silently to himself. To say that the realm of the Xuanwang physique has fallen is not accurate. More precisely, the upper limit of the Xuanwang physique has been raised. A level 10 perfect Xuanwang physique and one at level 11 perfect are completely different concepts. Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 11th level, entered the 11th chapter of the Xuanwang physique cultivation. The previous level 10 chapter Xuanwang physique has not weakened in strength. But Lin Yuan has gained a greater space for improvement in this body refining secret technique. To cultivate the Xuanwang physique of the 11th level to perfection. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. After the infusion of the Chaos Void origin, the strength of his physical body was too high, resulting in a very high starting point for the Xuanwang physique. To progress, the cost of resources required far exceeds that of a normal 11th level Xuanwang physique. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, with his current foundational bodily strength, once the Xuanwang physique is cultivated to the level 11 perfect, in terms of physical prowess, he will surpass the ordinary Supreme Being level, approaching the Xuanwang physique at level 12 perfect. After contemplating the resources needed for the further cultivation of the Xuanwang physique, Lin Yuan was quite startled. Moments later, Lin Yuan stopped focusing on his physical body and began to comprehend the vast universal law fluctuations. My current comprehension speed. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, only feeling as if the myriad rules and grand pathways of the universe were surging towards him.